Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Budget Committee meeting, Wednesday the 19th of April. Staff and councillors and Gerald, good to see you here again in the chamber, and anyone watching via live stream, welcome. It's always a pleasure to have you tuned into our meetings. Okay, I'd just like to open the meeting with the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Okay, any leave of absence? I don't believe so. Got no apologies today. Councillor Duff, we'll go straight to you for our recognition of our traditional owners. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge country and the land where we meet this morning, the Wakwaka land, and acknowledge the elders both past, present and emerging. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any conflicts of interest to disclose to the meeting in relation to today's agenda? No. If you do throughout the meeting as normal, please put your hand up and let us know. Otherwise, we'll move through. 5.1 is the minutes of the previous meeting held on the 15th of March. Recommendation is that those minutes be received and recommendations therein be adopted. Councillor Henson moves. Any seconder? Councillor Jones, thank you. Speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you all. Okay, getting into the core business of the agenda now, 6.1 and 6.2, notices of motion. Mr CEO, I just wonder if I could move a procedural motion to escalate 7.1 to the next item on the agenda, as it seems to be some crossover there. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Jones, thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. We'll go to 7.1 at page 20, and just wonder if we could go straight to you, General Manager Meehan, for an update as... Sorry?
7.1 is confidential.
No? Is it?
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong.
No. Can we go straight to you, General Manager Meehan? Thank you. Just to provide us with an introduction to your report, and then we'll have some open discussion about the matter before going to a motion. Thank you, GM Meehan.
Yeah, so with the Mackenzie Street, just go down to the 7.1 report for me, Kim, if you can bring it up. So previously we had Mackenzie Street, I believe, on the PPT from a resolution last year. We've received 2 notices of motion in relation to that. We've put a section on there, I think it's about 390 odd metres, just under 400 metres to seal through there both sides. And, oh, there we go, 400 metres. And in the report, it should have an estimated budget, which I believe was about 400 and something thousand. So about 433,000. So our thoughts with this one, Mr Mayor, if council was to note the report, we will have a draft CapEx program on later today. We had a number of notices of motion given in the last few months at the standing committees. Our intention would be that we'll put a draft program to council today. There'll be a list of reports going to the next standing committee with an updated cost on those notices of motion that we've received. And then these reports, including this one here, will be all incorporated into the next May budget meeting for council to choose to add if they wished. Yep. So we just form in line with process essentially through there.
Yeah, thanks very much, General Manager Meehan. So you'd be recommending that at this stage council note the report for information. Do we have a mover for that? Councillor Duff, seconder Councillor Potter. Any speakers? Councillor Shoemaker, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a couple of questions, just in terms of the Haley and Mackenzie Street. I just wondered if it was currently identified in a capital program. These works were already identified in a forward program in terms of asset life, and where we had actually scheduled to do these works into the future.
Yeah, through the Mayor. So it was on the list of the PPT project. So just make two issues for council. So the PPT is the program prioritisation tool. Yep. That is what we call the wish list, essentially, of upgrades. Kevin will have another list that he'll be carrying with him, which he normally gives to council, which is his renewal priorities. Some of those renewals may have an upgrade inside them because it requires an upgrade on that particular road. This project will be on the PPT, so it's not as a renewal, so it will be to go from unsealed to sealed. We haven't programmed any of those currently in our forward program. They're currently sitting in the list waiting for council to allocate as they choose, essentially.
Yep, thank you. And just in terms of this road itself, where it sits in our hierarchy in terms of the class of road that it is?
I'd have to check that one for you, councillor. I can have that probably later today when the guys come over.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thanks, General Manager. If there's no further speakers, we might put this one to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Councillor, in light of that, let's go back to 6.1 and 6.2. I'd like to move a procedural motion that they now lay on the table until the standing committee, the May Standing Committee, in light of what General Manager's just told us. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter, thank you. To the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Sorry, Mr CEO. That's both, if that's okay. Yeah. Thanks, Mr CEO.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Are you happy if we roll them in with the notices of motion reports with all the other requests, Mr. Mayor, so they'll appear in the same list for consideration?
Certainly happy
Yeah.
for that. Councillor Henson, are you comfortable with that? Yes. I think we've got the leave of council to do that. So thank you, General Manager. Okay, 7.2, additional shade for Coronation Park, Wandai. That's at 21. Author of that one, Mr. CEO, is that?
That's General Manager May. He's on a little bit of leave back tomorrow, but certainly we can discuss it, Mayor.
Oh, excellent. Thanks, Mr. CEO. So we've got the report there. Committee, the recommendation is the committee recommends to council that additional operational funds be allocated to the parks budget for 23-24 to plant 8 trees in Coronation Park, Wandai, to help improve shade and beautification of the park. So let's perhaps seek a mover for that. Do we have one? Councillor Duff. Councillor Henson has seconded. Any speakers? Councillor Duff. Sorry, Councillor Jones, you go first.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Just a question on this. Now, we had money allocated for an upgrade through that main part of Wandai, through the parks and gardens, and that other work down the other end for drainage and all that sort of stuff. The money was lost, and then it wasn't about, I can't remember exactly how long ago it was now, I asked for that to be put back in. It was through Works for Queensland or something like that. Can anybody give me an update on where that money is, or whether we've got that back to continue that work and finish that work? It's probably a question for GMO May, which is not here. So I have to
Yeah, look, I think I can probably answer that, Councillor Jones. So my understanding is that 150,000 has been rolled forward into the 23-24 capital works budget as part of our Works for Queensland commitment, and that's the drainage and the levelling of the ground area, I think, down on that Coronation Park camping area, further down. So that was my understanding. I think we'll probably see that come forward in the capital works budget when we get to that in coming weeks. But I know it's still in the pipeline. General Manager O'May has still got that in the pipeline, and I believe General Manager Darcy had done some design work around that, so I do believe it's still on the agenda. Yeah. Okay, next was Councillor Duff. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we need to have another dot point, because I don't think that this original intention was just about trees. It was also about shade shelters, because the play equipment gets very hot, and then in front of the Perseus Lob Pavilion, it's always a hot area, and they put marquees up. I think that was the intention of the shade. It wasn't just about trees. So that's the officer's recommendation, is that just the trees, but I'd like to see costings on potential shade structures, which was the original, was in the report at the top. So just through you, Mr. Mayor, if we could maybe get a comment from Manager Leanne.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Councillor Duff. Welcome, Manager Leanne. Manager, we've had just 2 questions this morning. One, the $150,000 for Coronation Park, where that camping grounds are for the drainage work and so forth there. Our understanding was we're going to consider that in the 23-24 budget as Works for Queensland. It's still in the pipeline. So we just want to confirm that that's still in the pipeline. And the second question here from Councillor Duff was Coronation Park, 28,000, planting of trees, shade for the areas there. Any feedback or any advice from yourself would be appreciated. Yeah, thanks, Manager.
Yep,
Thank you. Good morning. Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Duff. Yes, certainly the $150,000 is in the Capital Works program for next financial year. So that's confirmed. We have got the draft, we have got the actual plans and drawings back from infrastructure planning team. So that's all ready to go. We'll go out to call for tenders in the new financial year. So that project is ready to get moving on. The next project, I suppose, is, yes, we had a look down at Wondai, and certainly this park is lacking shade structures. You are correct. There are 5 existing picnic tables that are there under shelters, but then you do also have, you've got your stage area under shade, you've got a bus shelter there under shade. The actual concrete area where you've got your play for some of your musical instruments there, not far from the tractor, it's not under shade. So yes, that area is quite hot, and but I don't believe a shade structure like a shade structure made out of the cloth is what you want there. It sort of doesn't, I think it'll deter from the look of what you're trying to present there. And also I was mindful, when you have a look at some of that playground equipment, it is dated, it's been well used, even the tractor, it's in a position at the moment where one of the tyres are all perished on it. You're going to have to upgrade some of the playground equipment. So I was just concerned that you're putting a new structure over very old equipment that looks dated and needs to be refreshed. However, if you wanted to beautify it and go down and sort of have long-term shade, our suggestion was planting some trees and actually just beautifying it and putting some trees in there and sort of creating that natural shade rather than a whole heap of structures, because I think it won't end in a nice look. But yeah, if you're talking specifically that playground equipment, I'll call it that, there needs to be some work in updating that. So you're putting a new shade structure over some very old equipment. I think it's not a good outcome.
So from what we're hearing there, Manager, we really probably need to step back. Obviously you're saying, the trees will be fine, go ahead and plant trees, because there's clearly not enough trees there now. But in terms of any infrastructure as such, shade, we really need to look at the shade, the playground area, maybe do some more planning, consultation and planning around that to get the full proper plan, see the big picture before we actually go out and start doing things in isolation. Yeah.
Certainly, I would support that. And is that the best place for playground equipment, or is it some other activities that you want to host there? Because this is musical activities, interactive play. So I'm not thinking like a playground, like a climbing device or a seesaw. But that's exactly what we do need to do, Mr Mayor, is ask the community what are they looking for, and also have a good look in Wondai. What other playground equipment have we got throughout the other parks, and just sort of complement what's going on in Wondai. Make sure that we're actually doing the right thing for the children, that they've got suitable equipment for where they want to play.
Thanks very much, Manager. Mr Seo, I wonder if that's really a matter for Council to consider as to whether Council wants to build that into their operational plan for a project to be undertaken in next financial year, because it sounds as though it's really a planning and design issue, isn't it, for the parks team alongside our infrastructure guys. So would everyone be happy if we just leave that in abeyance for consideration when we look at the operational plan? Yeah? Okay. I think, who was next? I think Councillor Erkin was next, and then we'll go back to Councillor Henshin. Thank you, Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. That equipment that is there, it actually is, quite often you see the kids there and their parents playing with those musical things. But I did note that they do need some repairs on them. So, and I agree. I don't think you want to confuse what's there now with something else. Have the play equipment somewhere else, and that's more sit and watch your kids type event.
So, thanks, Councillor. We're going to catch Henshin shortly, but just let's focus. We have a motion here about planting trees, operational budget to plant 8 trees for 28,000. I'd like us to focus on that, but then obviously, secondly, we can consider how we're actually going to move forward with planning for parks across the region. So thoughts on that, Councillor Henshin?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you. Yeah, look, a big commentary that's been in that park for some time. has been a shelter over the barbecue there. That's been probably a priority. I'd hate to see, that's the wrong terminology, but if we shelter some of those playground equipment and the tractor, take into consideration what that might do to resonate the sound out of that if it's under a roof. And the other thing, just bring to attention that if we're going to do work down the bottom of the park area there in the campground, I think we'd seriously want to look at what we're doing in Coronation Park to perhaps marry that in when that works gets done down there to complement it. So perhaps it is two projects that need to work hand in hand there. I think a shelter, perhaps we could cut back on 8 trees and put a shelter over the likes of the barbecue, and then look what we could do to work towards enhancing that at the same time Coronation Park and down with that drainage works down where all the campers are. So that's a suggestion I think we'd want to take on board.
Manager, in terms of Councillor Henson's comments, would you be thinking that we should pull back on the trees then and just pull back and go back to a clean slate and look at this as an overall project? If we go and plant trees, is that going to compromise your ability for planning into the future? What are your thoughts around that?
No, I don't think so. I think you could certainly have a few trees planted into this park and start actually softening the look of the park. Yes, and certainly the barbecue shelter is a great idea over the existing barbecue. Lots of families are looking for that now, so that could happen. You may decide not to have as many trees. We could have a few less trees, or what we could do is, rather than purchase the well-established trees, like we're talking large trees we were looking at, 5 and 8 metre type height trees, you could back that off a little bit and only go 3-4 metre trees and bring the price down. So you still get, you still get your 5 trees, but they're not as large trees, which I think will be fine there as well. They'll grow well and they'll be well looked after in that park.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you. Just one question, a couple of questions. First question, what is the operational budget for this department?
The total operational budget that we have for this department, we budget, is $11 million for facilities and parks. I've actually combined them all together because we manage the two departments together.
And
and that would include our depreciation in that.
So where's the word additional operational funds of $28,000 come from?
That's right. So when I wrote this report, it would be an additional 28,000. So if you decided that this is a project that you want to consider, we would have to go back and add this project into our operational budget because at this point we weren't sure whether this project would be funded or not. So I didn't add it until we had these discussions.
So if we fund this project, there's potentially another project that we've budgeted for in that $11 million that won't be done? Or we're going to magic. Money isn't magic. There's no tree out the back. So when we say additional operational funds of 28,000, that means paying that from somewhere. So where are we paying that from?
Yeah, well, my suggestion would be it's a project. There's another activity within the operational budget that's not going ahead because you now want this project to go ahead. So we would be looking at backing off on some maintenance works or some other activities across our operations to be able to fund this type of project.
So I can't support this motion until I see that full operational budget and I'm fully aware of what projects we're not doing because or where that $28,000 comes from. My other thinking is in terms of the tree planting strategy, I'm fully supportive of this project. In Wandai yesterday, that park needs some serious love, but I'm also very mindful of across the road, there's also a playground, and I know I've talked to parents who run in the park run who have said they actually have had children get their feet stuck in the old sort of slide. So I think there's a whole rethinking of that area that needs to happen as part of the streetscape project myself, because we want to make sure whatever we do complements what we're doing. We adopted in our corporate plan that we would develop a tree planting strategy. Where is that tree planting strategy at? Is that an act?
Through you, Mr Mayor, to councillor. We haven't actually progressed the full strategy as such. When we present our capital works budget on Friday for our department, we were going to just highlight some of the works that we are doing. I can mention at this point, you have planted over 300 trees this financial year across the region throughout all your streetscape projects. So, and other works through council, through parks where we're doing replacement trees and like. So as much as we don't have a full blown out strategy on goals that we're trying to achieve and locations, I was quite surprised at the amount of trees. And the only reason I can mention it is all those trees need to be well looked after. They need to be watered, they need to be fertilised, they need to be trimmed, they need to be monitored and replaced in a lot of cases. So when I started to look at our operations and why is it costing us so much in watering and these sorts of activities, that's because we've gone and planted 300 trees across the region. So yeah, you've got, as much as we plant trees, we've got an increase in servicing and looking after those trees. Fantastic, the region's looking great with a lot more greenery and softening through our parks and our streets, but it does come at an operational cost to parks to actually maintain them. So we need to be careful that our strategy is something that we can achieve in looking after them, because, yeah, I'd hate to be planting 1,000 trees and not be able to look after them.
Yeah, fully agree. I would much rather see us through our operational plan actually make an allocation toward that tree planting strategy. I think it's wonderful that we have planted over 300 trees across the region, but I do recognise that, you know, community has an expectation when we put those trees into the CBD that they'll be well maintained and well looked after, and that they will actually, you know, grow and flourish. I personally would like to see many more trees across the region, but I know that has to be done in a planned way. And I agree, actually just going out and planting a heap of trees because it sounds good to plant a heap of trees isn't sustainable. So I'm absolutely supportive of that bigger picture look at Coronation Park. I think it's wonderful that we've allocated 150,000 toward the drainage. I do think the trees and the beautification is important, but I cannot make this decision in isolation of the operational budget because I do not actually know what we won't be doing to deliver on this. And personally, I'm very passionate about making sure we put an allocation in that operational budget to allow our staff to plant more trees, not just in Wondai, but across the whole region. So I personally would rather see us start with a small amount of funding that we then trust our staff to recognise where they can fit in their current programming to plant trees in public spaces and where those trees will flourish. So I'm not supportive of this recommendation as it stands until I see that operational budget.
Okay. Rightio. So any further speakers? Councillor Duff, you'll have right of reply as the mover. Any, Councillor Jones?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion that we work our way towards a concept plan for Coronation Park, because what I'm hearing here in the chamber is that there's a lot of issues down there that need addressing, and it's if we go and address one, we'll have another issue and another issue. I believe that we do it regularly across the South Burnett for all different situations that we're in, and I think that this needs to have a concept plan and consultation with the whole community to tell us what they want down there. And I know that Councillor Henson has done an enormous amount of consultation down there and knows a fair bit about it, but rather than plant these trees, which Councillor Shoemaker makes a very good point, I'd like to see council work towards creating a concept plan for the whole redevelopment of that Coronation Park down there, because what I'm hearing is there's a lot of issues down there and we need to work through them. And there's no way that we're going to be able to afford to go down there and do them all in one hit. So we need a concept plan to work through and work forward. So I'd like to put forward that we work towards putting a concept plan together for Coronation Park.
Point of order, Mr Mayor.
No, it's fine, Councillor Duff, I've got it. Yeah, so we'll take that as a foreshadowed motion. Thanks very much, Councillor Jones. Let's stay on the matter we've got at hand here then. I think Manager Leanne has made it clear that we could plant the trees without compromising the concept planning into the future. So, Manager, if the 8 trees are going to compromise future planning and we're going to have to pull them out to put something else in the future, I guess that's probably not something that would be terribly sensible. So are you comfortable with planting trees knowing that there could be some concept planning to be done in coming months or years?
Look, yes, certainly we are comfortable in planting some additional trees in Coronation Park. Coronation Park, you've done a huge amount of footpath redevelopment through this park. So there's a beautiful network of footpaths linking the shade structures, linking the tractor and your musical area. So I was talking in that immediate area to soften that and put some shade in that area. Yeah, but I see what Councillor Henson is talking about, is connecting then Coronation Park and that footpath that goes down to the art gallery, down onto the rail trail. So yeah, look, it's up to you, councillors. I'm happy to plant a few additional trees in that area that you've already developed, up around the shade structures, and then do some additional concept planning for some of your other features that are in that park, and the connectivity onto the rail trail and down to the art gallery, and the new car park. But this is a decision for councillors whether you want to plant some trees or go to planning. The concept planning will cost us money as well, and we do not have that in a forward budget. So whether or not you want us to develop a project and scope the concept plan out first, and bring that back to council, because yeah, we don't have that budget either, so I'm just not sure how we fund it all.
All right, now you've answered my question, so we could plant trees and it's not going to compromise future planning. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Thanks, Manager. Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a point that needs to be taken into consideration in as far as the planting of trees. We came across quite a few difficulties when we planned for the Christmas tree out of the roundabout, because there's an enormous amount of underground services there in that park. Just something that council needs to be aware of, that there's underground power there, there's drainage issues there, and that's what we came across when we were talking the Christmas tree relocation. So that's something that needs to be considered, and perhaps go back to those plans and see just exactly where the trees, they might not just exactly be where we nor the community might like them. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thanks. We'll take note of that, Manager, I'm sure. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you. Just want to be clear, I absolutely want to see us plant trees in Coronation Park, but I would rather lay this on the table or take this information and consider it when we actually review the bigger operational budget for the parks and facilities team. I am concerned that my question in terms of how are we going to fund this hasn't been answered. So I cannot allocate $28,000 of ratepayer funds that I don't know where they're coming from to this project if I don't know what the impact of that decision is. So I'm not supportive of this project. I absolutely believe more discussions about beautifying that area are really important, but I will consider when I look at that operational budget, this $28,000, I think I'm much better informed now. I know what it will cost to plant trees in the park, but until I see the whole budget, I cannot, for this department, I cannot make this decision because I don't actually know what in the community we won't be doing to either fund this or where this additional $28,000 is going to float in from. So that's my position. I absolutely want to see us look at that Coronation Park. I think it could be a really beautiful asset for Wondai.
Who was next? Councillor Potter?
Yeah, thank you. I actually totally agree with Councillor Shoemaker here. I'd actually like to move a procedural motion to lay this one on the table, please. And look at this at the, when we discuss the budget for.
Okay, procedural motion that the matter be laid on the table. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Shoemaker. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Okay, we've got Councillor Shoemaker, Erkins, Jones, Potter and Henson. Thanks, Kimberley. Are those against? Councillor Duff and Otto. Thank you, Kimberley. So that's been laid on the table. Let's now... Oh, sorry, Mr CEO.
Just, Mayor, so for clarification, so this will come back on Friday? Yep, so the foreshadowed motion will be dragged along with it, just so everyone... Yep, so we're all good. So it won't be... I'm just thinking we'll have to amend the agenda because the agenda went out yesterday. But yeah, so it may not be in the agenda you have already, but we'll bring it back on Friday. Yep.
Thanks for clarifying, Mr CEO. So both those items will now go forward to Friday. We'll get a late agenda item on those. Thank you, Mr CEO. That's excellent. So, okay, let's go to the next item, committee, which is 7.3, adoption of Council's Code of Competitive Neutrality Complaints Policy, Statutory 006, which is at 24. Mr. CEO, would you like to give us an overview? Yeah, thanks very much.
Thank you, Mayor. This one is, sorry, computer problems. We adopted a couple of years ago. It's a statutory requirement, so each year it just gets reviewed. Council has several business units that comply, or the Act actually specifies which business units this applies to. So if there is a competitive neutrality complaint, this basically is the policy and the process that it follows. The policy, whilst we have to have one, is very much dependent on the regulations and the Act to guide it. So this year, the highlighted sections are in yellow, as always, and we just continue to as we go through these, modernise the language to make sure that they're consistent with the other policies. But whilst there's a little bit of rearrangement with it, there's no substantive change to the document, and it is in compliance with the legislation.
Thank you very much, Mr. CEO. Okay, we have the recommendation there that South Bennett Regional Council Code of that the committee recommend to Council that the South Bennett Regional Council Code of Competitive Neutrality Complaints Policy Statutory 006 be adopted as presented. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, and seconded Councillor Duff. Thanks. Any speakers to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, 7.4, concession of water consumption charges for hemodialysis machines, 2324 at page 31. So, Council, this one should be relatively straightforward as presented there. The committee recommends to Council that pursuant to sections 120, 121 and 122 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council allows an annual rebate of 190 kilolitres on the water usage to any patient who qualifies for and operates at home hemodialysis machines supplied by Queensland Health. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Potter. Any speakers to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thanks for the report there, Mr. CEO. Okay, 7.5, waiving minimal general rates for 2324. That's at 32. Recommendation is as presented there, that the committee recommends to Council that pursuant to sections 120, 121, 122 of the regulations, Council grants a rebate equal to the full value of the separate charges and part of the differential general rates equal to the difference between the minimum differential general rate for the appropriate category and the rate calculated using the rate in the dollar and the valuation of the properties identified hereunder. Any rateable land held as a permit to occupy for water facility purposes, namely bore and pump site and associated purposes only, and properties that are small parcels of land worked in conjunction with properties held in the same ownership and identified in table hereunder, with two assessments at Hebble Drive, Tablelands and Bradley's Road, Warroondin. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, Councillor Potter seconds. Thank you. Any speakers to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you for the report, Mr. CEO. 7.6, report on charitable organisations receiving a rating concession. This is at 34, and we might go straight to you, through you, General Manager Jarvis, to you and Manager Kerry for an introduction to your report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. At a request from Council at the last meeting, we were requested to review this rating concession definition in the policy, in our revenue policy, and as such, this is what the reports provided, all of the definitions that are within our grants application forms, applying for grants from councils, different definitions. It's also given you the current list of approved concessions by their category, how much they get concessions or council has granted. So I'll just we're looking for a bit of guidance as to maybe additional wording that was requested in the policy to clarify what the purposes of council defining what a charitable organisation is, maybe that their primary benefit is to the people of the South Burnett. So that is the context of the report. It would, that definition is in our current revenue policy, but we're looking for guidance in the interim as I've spoken to my finance staff and we feel that we will be developing within the next 12 months or couple of months a different policy that will define exactly what the concessions are and identify what concessions and pull it out of the revenue policy and have a standalone policy that will make it easier for my staff, my rating staff, to define exactly the intent of council, who should get the concession, who shouldn't, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General Manager. I think this is an opportunity for us to have an open discussion on this one, Council, and provide through this committee meeting some guidance back to our corporate governance and finance teams around what you'd like to see built into this policy in your views in terms of what should really constitute a charitable organisation for the purpose of our concessions and grants. So let's have a discussion about it. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I've just, if you go to our RADF policy, the Regional Arts Development Fund guidelines, there's a section in there that it said that the South, there's a dot point there on page, must be page two, I think it is. Unincorporated organisations supported by an incorporated body that are based in the South Burnett Regional Council area, or those based outside the Regional Council area that are able to demonstrate how the project will directly benefit arts and culture in the South Burnett Regional Council area. So if you take a section of that out, taking out the arts culture section, so it really should say then, there should be a dot point in our area that says that they will directly benefit the residents of the South Burnett Council area. And that's really taking out from what a policy we already have.
So what you're already saying there is that there would be a clause in there that talks about that the organisation can demonstrate that it provides a direct benefit to the people of the South Burnett LGA.
Yeah, so I've got written down here, demonstrate how they will directly benefit the residents of the South Burnett Council area.
Just a question on that, General Manager Jarvis. These organisations at the moment for these concessions, rating concessions, do they need to apply to be on the table? So that they actually would be required to apply and then demonstrate the benefit to the community through that application process?
Yes, through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, that's the process. When anyone applies, there's conditions there within the policy that they provide, their charity status, or they provide proof of what the conditions are here in the policy, and they're assessed from there.
Thank you very much. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just confused about the list because Cloyna Hall has a committee. It's a hall owned by council. Maidenmore Hall's owned by council. I believe there's a committee that runs that hall. Monja Hall, the same, owned by council. Proston Hall's owned by council. They don't have a committee. There's just we just manage that hall. The Pulse of Mergen PCYC, we have a separate lease on that particular hall, but it's owned by, on that particular building, but it's owned by council. Tingura Hall, I'm pretty sure it's, I'm not sure if there was a committee around it ever with Tingura Hall. Warrulan Hall, it's not being used at all. Bowie Hall, I'm thinking that it's got a different, I think council has some, I think there's a committee now with the Bowie Hall, but I'm just not sure if council owns it or whether we hold it in trust. So I'm just wondering, then we've got Geelong Hall, which council owns, and they do have a committee, but it's not on this list. And then Tablelands Hall is not owned by council, but they have a committee, and I'm quite sure that we give them concessions. So yes, just confused about the list.
Sorry.
Did you want to take that one on notice?
Yes,
GM,
sorry,
because
yes.
there's a few issues raised there. We might need to go back and just have a look at that.
Yeah, specific with the question. Yeah.
Just a point of order, Mr Mayor, on page 37 and 36, there's actually a comprehensive list there of the assets South Burnett Regional Council own and those that are leased by community groups or organisations who are eligible for relevant concession and are responsible for paying the rates as part of the lease or tenancy. And you can see there on the list, Councillor Duff, at the bottom, just for your information, there's a whole list of trusts and things that for the different halls, the different hall committees, and the different trusts that must hold or are accountable for those assets. That's how I read the report. So I probably just was seeking clarity around, I wasn't sure what your question was, sorry. So the first page has got the list of the 8 community halls, but then I looked there on the following, at the back of the report, there's a pretty comprehensive list there of all of the organisations that council actually gives current. So I wasn't sure what your actual question was. Sorry, I'm just confused, Mr. Mayor. Seeking clarification as to what Councillor Duff was actually asking.
Thanks, Councillor Duff.
Happy to answer that. So I read this report. I can see that there's another additional list, but at face value, the report says these are the community home. The below table shows the current community-owned halls in the South Burnett, and there's a table, and it ends after Bowie Hall, and then you've got charitable organisations criteria and definition. So I was questioning that list on the first page.
And I can see on community-owned halls on page 37, there's actually 10 different trusts or groups that have been recognised there for concession. So, yeah, I guess there are perhaps some of the halls that you've mentioned that are community-owned that weren't captured on that first page of the report are still entitled to a concession and receiving it, because there's 10 halls listed here.
Right.
Through you, Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Duff. Yep.
They're not listed. So the Geelong Hall it's not listed from my, I don't think the Geelong Hall is listed on either list. So I'm questioning.
All right.
Yes.
Let's not get hung up on this specific issue, but if we could, General Manager, just take that on notice. Yeah, Jim, if we could just take that on notice, thanks very much, and we can have a look at that, Mr. CEO, and maybe update both lists to make sure that we
Yes,
haven't missed anyone.
We'll take it on notice, Ms.
Yep,
The
that'd be
halls
great.
are there, but the definitions are a little bit vague, so I'm happy to bring it.
Well, once we get a clear definition too, we'll be able to update the list then. Yeah.
Absolutely, yes,
Okay,
thank
well,
you.
that sounds good. So, so we've got some good feedback there around what sort of got some guidance back to our team on what we'd like to see built into that policy. Is there anything further to what Councillor Potter has offered around community benefit? Anything else? Councillors? No? Okay, well, if you're happy with that, how about we'll just seek a mover for the recommendation, which is that council receive the information, provide guidance on updated wording for the revenue policy on what constitutes a charitable organisation with respect to applying for rating concessions available. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Potter. Any speakers to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thanks very much. Okay, now let's go on to 7.7, the draft operational income statement at 23-24 at page 38, and through you, General Manager Jarvis, shall we go to Manager Kerry? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll hand over to Manager Kerry here, and just want to acknowledge all of the wonderful work done by the finance team and capably led by Manager Kerry. They've done an excellent job, and also the support and cooperation of all the managers within the council, providing us with the information that was required to get these reports in a timely manner. The intent of the income statement, the comprehensive income statement for the whole of the council, is just to give council a bit of a snapshot of where we've landed at the moment with the budget parameters that was adopted by council. That's what we've based this budget on. And then we will go into the individual departments, the operational side of the other departments. But this here is the overall, just for a snapshot to see where we've landed. So I'll just give the detail to Manager Kerry.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So as General Manager Jarvis has stated, we provided a snapshot here of where we've landed at the moment. So at this point in time, we're looking at a $5.1 million operational deficit. Just to bring to council's attention, so we have provided some commentary out to the side as to what some of the major commentary is and what's been included in some of the increases. We did have a meeting on Friday afternoon with our valuers who are doing our comprehensive revaluation for our road network. It does look like potentially that there could be between a $1 to $1.4 million decrease on our depreciation for next year. That will come back to council as part of a workshop where council will then be able to have a look and make some decisions, and that will depend then where that lands. So potentially that net operating result could land around that $4.1 to $3.6 million operational deficit just from that change. We also have another couple of little minor things that we have found since doing this up, which will reduce that deficit down by around $100,000 to $160,000, and they'll be brought up as we go through the relevant operational departments that they relate to. So just depends if anyone has any questions on that snapshot, or if Mark would like to provide any more detail.
Thank you, Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mayor, and through the Chair. So we put this at the front end, so over the next couple of days we'll get through all the operational budgets in that little bit more detail. But just want to also paint a picture of the operating environment that we're hitting now, and certainly to flag, we don't think we'll be able to have it finalised by the third quarter review, but there is one little nasty that's coming through from our friends at state level. There's a reconsideration of the provisioning for landfill and the calculation on the interest rates and the formula that they're utilising. So at our best guess estimate at the minute, that will have an impact, and I'm looking for a better word than on paper, Mayor, but that'll have an accounting impact of about $1.5 million in the negative. Now, will that affect our operations this year? Will that affect our financial stability? So it's just to flag it today. We thought, well, what today? So that will come through towards the end because the provisioning is finalised around that fourth quarter. We will argue the toss and continue, but that will add on to this year's deficit. And what is really frustrating about this year's deficit, and if I can quite hopefully clearly articulate it, that $3+ million of this year's deficit is been imposed upon us by external decisions on accounting assumptions rather than actually real impact of our business and on the ratepayer. Now, we ran, councillors will recall, we ran a $5 million surplus last year, and I said at the time, you take it when you get it, because these are the sorts of ups and downs in the accounting as they balance themselves out over a period of time. But that's coming through. So when you look at where I'm going is when you look at this, so the EBA rise, the depreciation, I will acknowledge all the managers, and particularly General Manager Meehan, General Manager Jarvis and Manager Carey as they work with the valuation and the auditors to talk about the depreciation and how we can argue those points. We will absorb next year the inflationary costs of valuation. We will absorb the EBA rises. We will absorb the changes to the provisioning, and we can get into a bit. We're running our organisation, we're probably running at about 90% when we look at costing, and we looked at the costing for EBA, that was as if we had funded every position that we had. Manager Humphreys is on her way down for the executive services budget for this year. But as of March, if we do a comparison of FTE positions from March 21, March 22 and March 23, the 31st of March, we were running at 314 FTE, 315 FTE, and now we're running at 305 FTE. And that's, council's talked on regular occasions about natural attrition and efficiencies and everything else. My only proviso is that we're now pretty much at capacity. With the volume of information that comes through, there's a little bit of wiggle room in there, but there isn't very much at all. We are delivering what we can deliver, And if we don't let those staff numbers go up again, which is we'll hold budgets, there will be. So it's, Mayor, as we go through these discussions until we get, it's as I said, it's a background to paint a picture of where the organisation sits. And I would acknowledge the entire organisation, and this is, we talk about a team a lot, but the budget has been talked about in deficits. The investment policy will come on Friday. So there'll be a recommendation in that. We're continuing to fight the good fight with the departments as far as the Gordon Brook Dam wall, so we can continue to hold in that space. There's a raft of very big ticket, your big rocks, big items that we've been continuing to focus and work on in this space. And to hold the budget to hold the budget at 5 million deficit last year, I was I won't say pleased. You're never pleased with it, but it was a significant achievement. If we can pull a deficit in between 3 and 4 million for next year, given building construction indexes have been over 20%, and this organisation, and we'll get into the cash where we can continue to hold our cash as well as just running this deficit without any. And we have got absolutely no slack at state and Commonwealth levels as far as the accounting principles and the financial assistance grant. And I don't need to go over that. We just haven't copped a break as far as that external funding or how these things are accounted for. And I accept and understand and respect the accounting standards, and we have to deal with them. But the discussion we've had regularly with the auditor in the department and whoever else will listen to us is the accounting standard that they apply to us makes it very hard sometimes to discuss it with the public, because how can you go from a $5 million deficit in one year to a $5 million deficit the next year, yet your cash position is still relatively stable and your business is operating as usual? It's not bad management, it's accounting assumptions and dealing with the standards. So yeah, that's where we sit. When this was put together as 5.1, and again, I would acknowledge all the staff and the general managers and everything. Now, it's not to gazump the operational budget discussions, but it was just to give a picture. Council often asks for what's the overall picture. This is the overall picture as it stands, and certainly as we run through both the operational budgets and the revenue streams, this is where we're sitting. We genuinely believe we can pull this thing back to between 3 and 4 million.
Thank you very much, Mr. CEO. Okay, I think this is a big enough item. We should have a really open discussion on this again, Council. Open floor discussion, thoughts, feedback. Councillor no, look, let's not stand. I think we're happy. Budget committee meeting. Let's keep this relatively informal. Councillor Duff, your thoughts?
Sorry, CEO Mark, I just wanted to clarify that. So I was the one talking a lot about natural attrition. So you said that you have, like, that's been taken into consideration. The staff's now reduced back to, did you say 305 full-time? And then, so has there been any work around, you know, I know obviously natural attrition, it's staff that you probably can't afford to lose or you might be able to, but around when someone goes to actually do like business cases to source whether we actually need to have that particular person, or has it just been like you know, yeah, we think we need that person? Like, has it been, I know you said there's been some thought, but how's it work as far as whether or not you replace a position?
Quite comprehensive. There's a lot of discussion about it, and it's under constant review. And we had this, you may recall the conversation last year, is that that's what we do. You engage us to manage, and we manage our budgets and we manage our staffing. I'll probably jump to the micro example of executive services. So we will carry 2 vacancies, unfunded vacancies, into this next year. So the Mayor's EA we recently advertised. We also advertised for maternity leave. We've got 12.5 FTE across workplace health and safety, people and culture, exec services, and there's significant change with the exec services budget of the rollover into communities this year. We're much smaller than what we have been in the past. We will carry, so I've got one staff member on 12 months leave of absence, so we will carry that position and hold it vacant for the 12 months, and it will also carry, we've reorganised, continue to multi-skill and train all of our staff, so all of the exec services staff can do the mayor's inbox, they can do the CEO's inbox, they will be trained into, Christy was in the other day, just as a first preliminary, they'll be trained in doing the minutes. They can all do the website, they can all do the social media posting, they can all do the media releases, they can all do the records and correspondence. So we will not replace the Mayor's EA over this next 12 months because we're absorbed it into a working group of staff while we hold budgets. So that's worth, believe it or not, with on costs and associated support equipment, that's worth 200,000. So if we're running 10 positions down across the whole organisation, that's $1 million. So if we were to put all those 10 back in, you'd just add straight $1 million onto the top of whatever big number you're seeing. So there is no department releases or lets a vacancy go. There is a shift in the organisation, as and I've often said, and without being flippant, but it's like turning the Queen Mary. Some of these things, by the time we don't have forced redundancy, and I support and fully acknowledge that council doesn't support forced redundancy. So natural staff movement, there are industrial instruments, there's things that we have to do to move staff around, termination change redundancy principles, we have to, these are, well, complex, but these are long-term discussions, and there's a shift in organisational positions as we reallocate. As I said, we're running, I think it's, I'm fair, Susan, and 90% roughly about is what we've worked on. So we budget on 44 weeks per staff member, accepting that they'll take all their leave, and council will be aware that there's been a concerted push over a long period of time to get annual leave balances down. So we really do, and it's actually important that staff do take their leave. They get that mental health break and that refreshing. So we budget on 44 weeks, accepting that staff take their leave. We also are running every department basically at 90%. Now, are all those positions required going forward? In an ideal world, if money was no trouble, that'd be terrific. But are we taking them out of the chart for the minute? We're not, because like it's actually, then you don't have to do a full redesign and redevelopment of a position if you lose it, nor do you have the issues with if you remove a position from the chart. Is it technically a redundant, anyway, without boring you with the details, and then can we reinstate the position, or do you do a business case and quadrupling our paperwork where we don't have to? So long answer short, councillor, yes, there is a lot of discussion about what positions are not funded, and each of the general managers, it's quite a it's quite an angst. There's a lot of engagement and kickback sometimes in different ones, because there's a lot of justifications, and these are fluid discussions that are an organic environment, if I can use that terminology, that is a very much a living thing, our organisation, and it's ongoing and constant, and we have to have the agility to be able to pivot.
That's very comprehensive. Thank you, Mr. CEO. I think that gives a fairly good insight into the processes that are going on behind the scenes by our executive leadership team to try and manage these challenging times that we have. Okay, anything further? Discussion? Just general discussion? Councillor Duff, and we'll come to Councillor Jones.
I just wanted to follow up question, just if that's okay. Just so what you're saying is that where a position is considered like absolutely vital, we're still funding it in the budget, but it's maybe vacant. So in the last 12 months, there might have been a position that wasn't funded. We believe that we absolutely needed that person, so we continue to fund it, because you don't want to go through the process of putting it up as going through a business case for that. Is that what you mean? So we continue to fund positions, hoping that we can get someone.
Not quite sure, councillor. I probably missed him. So what I said is that we're holding, so like I'll use the exec, so we've got 2 positions in the chart, but we have unfunded them, and we'll hold them vacant for 12 months. So, and one absolutely is one's a period of leave, so when that position. We've also got maternity leave across the organisation, so we've got a whole range of people that are on 12 months or more leave, and those positions are held unfunded, and then they would reinstate when their leave period finishes, because not only is it morally and ethically right, it's legally that those positions have to be at same level when they return. No, we assess, well, I'm just not quite sure whether I'm answering your question, but we assess each position. So if a position's considered absolute, the water treatment plant operators, we had a period of resignations. For a period, there was a desperate need, trying to find qualified staff, high skill level, highly valued, hard to get. We had carried some vacancies in that space, and I'm pleased to say now that we've pretty much caught up over it. That took us some time to recruit. But those positions were held and funded because, like, they're essential. You just can't do without them. So there are positions that are essentials that you can't do without. Yet there are other administrative positions, and not just administrative, but there are other positions that you can think, well, can we manage for 12 months without this position? And if we didn't fund it, what's the consequence? Is there something bad going to happen? But yeah, no, we can work with what we've got. I hope I've answered that.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Okay, Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just a couple of questions. The $1.4 million decrease on the depreciation, what's that going to have as an effect on our service levels, whether it's going to be a positive or a negative? And the wonderful figures that have been bandied around here this morning, and congratulations if we can get to that, the $3 to $4 million, solely relies on a 3.65 general rate and those figures that you put up the top there. So that is a minimum to make these figures workable. And look, it's good this year, but I've been saying this for a number of years, but there is some massive calls coming in the coming years. This looks good. This will be a $3 to $4 million deficit or whatever it comes out at this year. But I'm telling you now, I'm no accountant, but I tell you what, the next term of council has got some big calls at them, and there's a lot of catch up. So how does this all affect our service levels? Because that's what I'm concerned about. You're doing a wonderful job trying to keep the deficit down and all that, and working hard for the people. But what are we going to be able to deliver, and honestly be able to deliver, and not put our staff or anyone under stress and create them any health issues, whatever? Just a question moving forward for me personally.
Yeah, thanks. And Councillor Jones, I think, yeah, it's a question we can obviously address through we'll give our ELT an opportunity, I think, to speak now, before we go to Councillor Erkins. But can I say this? In the LGAQ, conference, ALGA's coming up, the LGAQ conference later in the year. I expect that we're going to hear much more about this in terms of regional councils and rural councils that have limited capacity to grow their revenue because we don't have the population, we don't have the number of rates assessments that the big centres in South East Queensland have. At some point in time, this Queensland government needs to step up and recognise that they've got a role to play in the delivery of essential services to rural communities, because they continue to ask us to deliver on water, to deliver on sewerage, to deliver on roads, to now make greater provision for landfill of an extra $1.5 million when it should be a state waste strategy. When is some Queensland government from either side of politics going to stand up and recognise that you are sending councils broke by not supporting us? I'll leave it at that. And I hope we have some really strong and robust debate at this year's LGAQ conference around this, and that we all come together as regional councils and say to the government, it's not bloody good enough. Because it's not. This is just not good enough. The pressure it's putting us under and our staff and our community under is unreasonable, and it's not right. But Councillor Jones made a very good point. This is going to be a tough next term. It's going to continue to be tough for some time to come. So executive leadership team members, Councillor Jones' question around, how is this going to impact on services with the extra depreciation, the extra costs? I think we're all keen to hear that feedback, Mr CEO. So, General Manager Meehan.
You happy for me to go there, Mike? Okay, so the first one in relation to the revaluation. So we sat through that with Shepherds last week. The main thing for us is we, as far as our benchmark, our actual unit rates, we're probably performing better than most. And that's probably due to either bulk purchasing or efficiently getting works out the door. The other part to that is there'll be a service level choice given to council around your unsealed roads. So we believe the network is slightly overvalued for what actually goes out. So there'll be two options given to council, which will be depending on how much of your gravel roads that you actually want to recognise as gravel. And then you'll be able to make a decision about, you can either choose this amount of gravel roads or you can choose this amount of gravel roads depending on what your deficit is in that stage. But Shepherds will be along and Steve will walk through that. So there's nothing tricky in that. It is purely around what is reasonably, what is considered to be how much gravel network that you actually have out on the road at the moment. How much do you want to have out and how much can you afford? So, and that'll be your service level choice. So if you turn around and say, well, we want more than that, Aaron, then you'll need to, your deficit will go up and you'll need to fund that. So, yep.
When you say more, Aaron, what do you mean? Like, let's say let's use 1,600 kilometres, for instance.
Yep.
We've got that. So when you say you're going to come to us with an option and you're going to say, well, what are you saying? We've got 1,400 or you can have 1,600?
Yeah, pretty well. So you'll have 1,500. Do you want to have 1,000 kilometres as actual gravel? Do you want to have 500? Do you want to have 700? And they'll talk you through the numbers as well. So what percentage of your network has actually got gravel on it? Because one of the things, and they'll give you a comparison of a few other councils. So when we talk about service levels, so your rate of consumption on your sealed roads is hard to alter because your seal deteriorates at a fixed rate, essentially. But your gravel one is a service level discussion to say, well, how much gravel network do you want? And at the end of the day, it depends on how much you're investing in it, is to how much you've actually got on the network. Because there's no point in saying you've got 100% gravel when you're not funding that, because it doesn't actually exist. So I'd happy to take a Val question if that's...
Yeah, let's well, General Manager's talking that. Questions around roads? Yeah.
Yes, Mr Mayor, just on this topic of depreciation, I'm really confused about what you've just said, General Manager Meehan, with all respect, because since the start of this term, certainly the Mayor and I know myself and everyone has challenged, rigorously challenged asset life. And it was my understanding we could never choose what would be responsible for us to actually value on our books, that we were forced, we had to, and like, correct me if I'm wrong, but please, my understanding was it would be negligent of me as a councillor to determine what level of asset life I would like to fund without, because yeah, our valuation every year on year, we've been smacked. Year on year, that depreciation has increased. You've really lost me here, because it was my understanding, us as a council, we couldn't make decisions like that. We had to follow whatever advice Shepherds had given us.
Yep.
And we had challenged that advice, but you're now saying you've challenged it and you can change it?
Yeah, no, so two different issues. So one is the useful life. The useful life will not change, essentially. What Shepherds will walk you through is what's called a gravel coverage method, which is accepted by QAO, around what quantum of gravel roads that you own, okay? So when we say about useful life, so when we talk about that, you change your seals from 15 years to 16 years, not talking about changing that, not talking about changing gravel roads to below 15 years. What they're going to talk about is how much of your gravel, of your unsealed roads, do you actually want to recognise as gravel roads, and how much do you want to recognise as formation only? So they'll talk you through your quantum of that. So when we did the val back in 2018, we made assumptions because we did a new gravel register. We've done a couple of hierarchy reviews since then, which we've sent up to council. What we asked them to do was to go back and through and say, well, look at all the gravel roads. Which of these do you think actually would be gravel construction in the future? So this will be your option to actually choose. So yes, you're right, we are holding on the actual useful life. What this will be a quantity about is how many gravel roads do you actually want to own? Instead of resheeting every road for, say, 1,000 kilometres that you're valued at, do you want to gravel patch it and change your service level? So your useful life will remain the same. So it might be 15 years, but do you want to reduce your service levels by 200 kilometres of roads? Do you want to have 1,000 kilometres of gravel roads, or do you want to have 800? What can you afford to do? So they'll walk you through those methods, and that methodology is accepted by QAO as a service level discussion that council can make. So
So if that's the case, why haven't we made that decision or had that discussion in the last 3 years?
because this is your comprehensive revaluation now. So
We did do a comprehensive reval at
Yeah.
the beginning of the term.
no, before your term. So at the last term.
Yep.
So since that time, we've gone through, we have updated RACA data. We've done a full condition assessment now. So Shepherds will walk you through that. So there's no,
Yeah, I look forward to that.
Yeah,
I
so-
want to better understand that.
yeah. So
That
they'll walk you through the presentation.
because now you've got me challenging every asset class,
Yeah.
not just this one.
Yeah, that's fine.
You know, like with all due
Yeah, that's-
respect and honesty, like
Yep.
it is not sustainable for our council to continue to grow its depreciation every year. So my understanding was our options are we either reduce our assets, which is a very difficult conversation.
That's what this is, councillor.
I recognise it's reducing what we classify as gravel and what we classify as formation. At the end of the day, the ratepayer doesn't understand that. Their expectations are still that they have a safe road access to their home. So it was my understanding when we make capital decisions to fund our depreciation, we're actually making decisions as to what, standard we're going to accept the work that we do on that road. You're now saying, though, that we've got 1,800 kilometres of unsealed road. So instead of recognising we've got 1,800 kilometres of unsealed road in our books, we're actually going to decide what roads are formation roads only and what roads are gravel roads. So you've got me questioning every asset class.
Yeah, so if you think about that in context, so we didn't value every gravel road last time as a gravel road.
As a full gravel road, so we didn't value it as a formation. We
So-
valued it based on it having gravel.
No, so a percentage of your roads were valued as formation only, and a percentage of your roads were valued as gravel roads
So we've
again.
done this before.
Yes. So
So what we're doing isn't new. We're just winding back how many roads we acknowledge are gravel.
correct. So this is a service level discussion for council. So when you talk about reducing your assets, but what we've done with Shepherds in this case is we've asked them to go through and individually view those roads and come up with a percentage that we believe that of what you want to cover. If you want to put 70% gravel on your network, then you can do that, but your depreciation will increase. But if you're only funding 50%, then that's a true recognition of your depreciation at that point in time. So they'll run you through that when they come through. So this will be it will be a service level discussion about how much gravel do you actually want to put out on your road network. So it won't be a change of your useful lives and your consumption. It'll be how much do you actually want to gravel on your unsealed road network. And they'll give you some comparison of other councils. So you might turn around
But that will have an impact on useful life and consumption.
No, not on your gravel roads, because your gravel road, if it's a gravel road, will still be valued at 15 years, okay? It'll be, do you own 1,000 kilometres of gravel roads, or do you own X amount of
So
kilometres
what
of
will
roads?
what will the life on a formation road be?
So a formation road will be maintenance only. So formation roads have up.
So we won't value it at all.
No, they do get valued at a long life thing. I don't know what the years is, but essentially you won't fund that. You'll fund that through your OPEX. So you might, in some cases, you might do gravel patching, or you might do heavy formation grading, those sort of things, but you won't put a full resheet on some of those roads. And the reality is there's some roads that you won't do a full resheet on ever. And one of the things that we've asked Shepherds to do, so if you talk about what's changed in the last 3 years, with our depreciation skyrocketing, the question we gave Shepherds this year is, does our unsealed roads a true reflection of what we've actually got out on the network? So it's not about saying that we're doing things differently. It's actually the organisation has got better. We have better data, better footage, and we've asked them to go through. There's still more work to do in this space, in my opinion, where we'll go through, and I think one of the improvement items for the next council will be is to actually go through and identify individually which roads do we consider that we would resheet and which ones will we maintain and gravel patch and those sort of things. So it's not about being tricky. It's actually about doing things better. Our depreciation is going up. The question we gave to the value is there options for council to reduce its depreciation in its unsealed network? So we're not trying to...
Yeah, okay.
Yep, okay. So, and one of the things that they do offer to QAO is a gravel coverage model, which is accepted by Queensland Audit Office. So to say that you might have 70% of this network that it's got gravel on it. That's what your valuation is representative of. It's being used by a number of councils around at the moment, so, and they'll give you some comparisons around that. I actually think it's probably a more true reflection of what physically goes out, because you can value every road at a certain amount, but the reality is, if you're only resheeting $1 million or $2 million a year, what does that actually look like on your books?
Well, respectfully, I think that's been council's argument since the beginning of this term.
Yep.
We've actually challenged just exactly what you're talking about. So I'm glad we are finally getting some results on that.
Yep.
But I do see, so if that's a QAO methodology that we're only just adopting, my question is, well, what other QAO methodologies are there that perhaps we haven't considered to reduce this depreciation? Because year on year, we have taken an enormous flogging, and we have had to make decisions about unfunding depreciation with council cash and trying to replace that with grants. So we're still meeting our asset ratios, but yeah, I think I want a much bigger conversation. I understand there'll be a workshop for gravel, but there's a lot more to understand here, because the only way this council, in my opinion, will be sustainable into the future is by reducing that depreciation.
Yeah, 100% agree with you, Council. So Shepherds will be here to walk you through the comprehensive road revaluation, and the useful lives and where they come through. So my understanding is that they have used a percentage in the past in previous valuations, but that's probably not a true reflection of your actual road network, given that you've got 5 years of data since that point in time where we've had staff go through resource and say, well, do we truly resheet this road? Do we not? So a lot of the assumptions that were made in the previous valuation around unsealed roads, we've asked them to go back and have a look at that to, again, what do we know about our organisation and our unsealed network that we didn't know 2 years ago or 3 years ago, and is that advantageous to it? So I actually think we've done a really good thing here, to be honest. We've asked the valuer to say, hey, look, we've got up-to-date data, we've got new data. Is there an opportunity for us to reduce our depreciation in line with exactly what you're asking? So we're challenging as you've asked us to.
Good.
So just be like the message is coming through to us where we go to the valuer and say, council's concerned about its depreciation. What can we do here? What do we know? What information do we have that will allow council to make a better decision around its valuation of its books?
Because what did we pay for a revaluation? What did it cost?
Couldn't tell you off the top of my head, councillor.
No, I know it'll be big.
Yep.
That's the expectation when we actually do those kind of parcels of work, those revaluations. We need to be challenging.
Yep.
Every single asset class, every single dollar. We need to possibly go back over our asset register, recognise what are we valuing. Like this for me has actually made me question what are we actually valuing in this depreciation line here, the draft depreciation of $24,992,774.
Yeah, so the other reason for your reduction, just to clear that out for council.
Well, it's not really a reduction, it's still an increase.
No, sorry, just in our reduction is when we make an assumption around what indexation would be applied. So when you do a desktop revaluation, they'll use ABS data or whatever it might be. As part of that comprehensive, again, we work to provide our custom unit rates where we can. So if we can offer a lower price to industry rate for what it's costing us, say, to reseal or whatnot, we apply that. So I think just want to get that message clear to council that we're doing absolutely everything we can to, when the comprehensive reval comes in, we have a full look at everything and say, well, okay, is the useful life on these assets correct? If it's not, let's have a look at that. How can we reduce that? How can we make it more, depending on what the standard is? If we've allowed indexation I think we allowed a higher level of indexation on road assets. If we can have a reseal contract that we can present the value with a lower rate than what we would have done through indexation, then that's accepted. So that's some of the reasons why that information is coming through. So one of the big things that you'll see is that your network, gravel when it comes through, is in the order of 60 to 70%. Now, the valuation options for councillors, do you want to stay at 60% or do you want to stay at reduced to 50% because that's what you can afford into the future? So those assets, that's your service level reduction, essentially what's through that. So Shepherds will walk through. It will not change your useful life from 15 years of a gravel road on average. it'll be depending on how much you want. So it's around asset and service level recognition.
But it's that question about what you can afford. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, but I just think this is such an important thing to discuss and understand, because certainly since the first time I've sat in this chamber, depreciation is the thing, you know, and I know you've spoken passionately about that in the past, Mr. Mayor. I know you've challenged as well. You know, you've just said you can consider what asset life might look like, what you can afford versus what you fund. I think, so my expectation in that, Shepherd's, I guess I'm just setting the tone here, I will be challenging that, and I want enough time allocated to really understand what you're proposing here, because my understanding from the moment I've sat in this chamber, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but it would be negligent of us to try to move around what we're actually putting into depreciation.
Yeah, so it comments in relation to that is in relation to the useful life of those assets. So two parts to that. So if council wants to alter its useful lives, then it can. I think we heard. Yeah, just let me finish, councillor. But that will need to be done in accordance with what's called AASB 116. So there will need to be a very, very good reason for why that's been done. So, and which was one of the discussions that we did have at the audit committee around that. So the valuer will present you with useful lives of what they believe they are. We as management will provide a response to QAO, and that'll get presented to council. So at the end of the day, you've got to provide faithful, useful lives that are in accordance with your rate of consumption. The question around this one, around service level, so to be clear around what we can change and around what you can afford, this is about a quantum of assets that you own. It's not about your useful lives. So this is about how many gravel roads that you want to recognise on your books versus it's not about changing your gravel road from 14 years to 15 years, in that your rate of consumption is your rate of consumption, as far as I'm concerned. If council wants to do something different to that, then that'll be a prerogative for you.
That's the sticking point, though. In the past, what we've wanted to do is perhaps challenge some of that, and what we've been allowed to do is not.
Yeah, and probably in fairness there, though, councillor, the time is at your comprehensive revaluation to do a review of all your assets. That's what it's there for.
Yeah.
To basically go through and say, well, look, at some point in time, for us as officers, this is the time for us to go to the valuer and say, well, look, what are council's options around service level? So we've done what you've actually asked.
Yeah.
Now, if you wanted to bring it on earlier, we may not have all that information available to us, because at the end of the day, the valuation that was done on 2018 is there was a gravel assumption made, which was applied on a new register. It was a brand new build in 2018. And since that time, we know a lot more about our road network. So our comprehensive revaluation has come around, and we're saying, look, there's an opportunity here for you to talk to council about what their options are. So it's not about us saying, no, you can't do that. The discussion we've had with the valuer is, does council have some options? And they're saying, yes, you do.
Okay.
They say, and the idea is that
Yeah, I
they'll come here and
understand
walk
that.
through that through.
I think, though, what you've highlighted is perhaps we need to do the same level of understanding our assets for other classes. Because if we've done a comprehensive reval and you've revealed this, little nugget of wisdom here that we can actually make some change here, well, where else are we potentially actually recognising depreciation that we could scale back?
Yeah, and to be fair, that's the time at the comprehensive reval for us to have that discussions with the valuer to say, hey, look, what options do you have? Are there service level things? What's acceptable too? So what can council propose to QAO through its audit process that it's got a reasonable methodology to do that? So we're probably trying to ram home the point. We're probably trying to do what council's asking, as opposed to saying, hey, look.
Yeah, I understand that. I think, though, this is only just the beginning, because the reality is we've done a desktop reval and we've done now this comprehensive reval, and the reality is it's still increasing. It's still increasing. And what we accepted with the comprehensive reval in 2018 was much less than what it is today. So we do have to get hungry with some of these solutions. So I'm excited by the prospect that we might actually be able to make some some slight changes here around our gravel network that are more representative of the assets that we own, and I understand that. I thank you for the work that you've done in that regard. That is our expectation as a board of you as our executive leadership team. You know, that at the end of the day, we are in this together. A $5 million deficit, whether it be paper or not, is not going to take our community forward. The reality is, Councillor Jones has said 3.65% rate increase, and I recognise, you're discussing how you've highlighted that perhaps we haven't increased general rates enough in the past to actually cope with future pressures for councils like ours. But, I stand with the Mayor on this one. The reality is our council is not receiving enough funding to actually support the complexity and the diversity of the assets that we own and of the services we produce for our community. And I stand with Councillor Erkins when she's highlighted time and time again, sees firsthand the people living in our community, renting properties in our community, people owning properties in our community, the pinch. It's getting harder and harder and harder for families. So there's no magic wand or magic pudding here. Solutions like this and the work that you're doing is really, really critical, because it's the only way we are ever going to dig ourselves out of this hole. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I know I've hogged the microphone, but I'm really looking forward to that workshop on depreciation. I know it's an area you two are very passionate about, and I think more work needs to be done. That's the expectation of this council.
Yeah, it's a very important conversation to have. Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker, for leading that. It is an absolutely critical part. If we look at the budget here, we put a lot of emphasis on our wages, and we've just been grilling the CEO about that, Councillor Duff, but wages 27.8, I think it says, depreciation almost 25 million. This is right up there alongside what we spend on our staff's wages. It is a big chunk of our budget, and we need to be doing a much deeper dive into this. I absolutely support that. There's been some revelations here for me too today, General Manager. I've got some questions around this. As Councillor Shoemaker said, does this open up a broader picture for us in looking now at every asset class and the way in which we make decisions or assumptions about how we're going to treat every asset class into the future? Second question, so if we're taking some of these assets off the register because they're going to be formation only, we're going to value them, but we're not going to depreciate them. Is that what we're saying? So the formation roads will not have a depreciation expense.
Yes, so through you, Mr. Mayor. So formation roads have a depreciation expense, but not at the same level because they're a long life asset. So if you look at, say, the 2018 revaluation that we did, we built a clean skin register, and we made an assumption that a percentage of that register of a certain hierarchy would be gravel roads only. So since then, what we've done is we've had more RACAS data come through, and what we've asked shepherds to do is actually view the network and say, well, how much of the network is genuinely got gravel on it, since we've done our resheeting program back, over the last couple of years. So for them, they've come back and said, look, we think that generally, Aaron, you've got 60 to 70% of a certain of a network on there. Do you want to fund 60 to 70% going forward? Your useful life will remain the same. Okay, so I just want to lock that in with council. So when I talk about useful lives, so if your gravel road disintegrates after 15 years on average, that will not change. It'll be about, okay, do you want to fund 50%? Do you want to fund 60%? Or the reality is that you might have gravel on some of these roads, but it won't be 100 mil thick. You'll have gravel patching. So some of the roads that we go on that might only carry a few cars a day might have a natural gravel on there. And what you do with maintenance with those roads is you'll grade them and you'll patch them, a bit like the grading program that we're going to talk about later on today. So when they will remain on the register as open roads, so a formation only road. But what will happen is council will choose its service level around how do you want to maintain those.
Sorry to interrupt there, but if they're maintenance only, you said before they only go to the operational expenditure under maintenance, why do we have a depreciation expense if we're not planning to do any future capital works on that percentage of our roads?
Sorry.
Because if we're not going to gravel them and we're not going to do capital works in the form of heavy formation grading into the future, why are we making provision for that, Manager Carey? As accountants, why would we make provision for something that we're never going to do?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. So just to answer that, formation roads are on your register, so they're at a low value, but then I think they're depreciated over 100 years or something like that anyway. So they will appear on your register. So if it's an open asset, it must appear on your register. So if you have Means Road and it's a formation only road, it is on your register, but it's not valued at a gravel road. So its value is very, very low. The other thing that you will do is that you may do a heavy formation grade on a formation only road. So that's clearing your drainage, restoring your formation back to existing, but you may not resheet it. So what it does, it drops your, if you roll back your percentage of gravel roads, it'll reduce your overall expenditure on your network. With that, Shepherds will run through that, Mr. Mayor, when they come through, because council might turn around.
Sorry, Jeremy, the next question is, and thanks, you've answered that. What's the process we go through to select the valuers for these roads? We've used Shepherds before, and we've had this discussion before. Is there a process as we go through for our other contractors? Why do we keep giving the job to Shepherds? And we can go into confidential later and discuss it, but let's not focus on Shepherds. But what do we have a proper process that we follow to select these valuers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So we go out with a procurement specification, and we go to market for that.
Thank you. Okay.
Yep.
And because we're expected as a council to accept their figures. If they say 16 years, we have to accept that because we take them as understanding intimately well the condition of our road network. So we have to be very, very confident that they're doing a lot of robust work in assessing and testing and interrogating our data to make sure it's correct, because we don't want to be putting 16 years on a road that's only should be 10 or it should be 20. And this is where I get concerned that needs to be a very, very thorough and robust process. And I think looking forward to that workshop. The other thing, I guess, Mr. CEO, was, is it possible for us, and I'll listen to your comments around the accounting standards and the government and what they expect of us. And this is a big issue in itself. The accounting standards, they do my head in terms of recognition of fags. To me, it contradicts accounting principles, right? That you learn accounting 101, right? Depreciation, recognition of revenue. It just completely flabbergasts me that we recognise revenue when it's received. That is contradictory to all other accounting standards and fundamentals. And Kerry, you and I both know that. Can we get the QAO to come and give us councillors a workshop on these accounting standards and what they mean and what we can and can't do and what we can and can't accept? Because I'm a bit confused, to be honest, on what we can and can't do. And I think as a council, as Councillor Shoemaker said, making these critical decisions, I don't think we have enough knowledge or understanding or information. I know I don't, about how all these QAO rules work. It seems to be changing. And look, I don't know, Mr. CEO, would the QA come and give us a presentation on AASB 116 and some of these other critical things? Because I think the council's entitled to have that level of understanding before they make critical decisions. We can have the Shepherds one workshop, look forward to that, but I think it would be great. I don't know what the councils think, but if we could have a QA officer senior officer come here, maybe from the Risk Management Committee or someone, come and present to the council on these accounting standards. Is that something we could do if the council was of the will to do that?
Yep, I'm going to relate. Yes, Mr. Mayor, certainly. And in a lot of the comments, we're all in agreement. And actually, just as broadly, there has been an absolute arm wrestle argument in this space this year. And it's certainly, if I can give council that confidence and follow up what Aaron said. The other thing that's significantly changed, which out of every, and I'm a firm believer out of everything comes good, the rain events. There's $50 million worth of damage to the network, and it gives us an ideal opportunity this year to prosecute these arguments because that network has to be reinstated. So out of every adversity becomes an opportunity. And so the timing with the comprehensive valuation and the rain events as far as reinstating that network, it just adds to the argument when you're presenting with these guys as to what opportunities and what you can do. And it certainly hasn't been, it's certainly been an argument that's been prosecuted very hard to try and get this, to go get some ground back. But absolutely, short answer long to your question is yeah, absolutely, Mayor.
Yeah, and I think I've had senior officers of the Queensland Treasury Corporation raise these same issues, the issues that Councillor Shoemaker's raised, they've raised with me. They're not comfortable with the ways in which some of these things are being accounted for. and the impact it's having on the financial sustainability of councils. That's the Queensland, that's QTC officers are saying that. So, you know, there's some work to do with this space, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. We might go back to you, Councillor Shoemaker. Anything further on this? Yeah.
Sorry, just a point, CEO Mark, just in relation to what you said around the rain events and recognising that $49 million worth of upcoming forward works that'll take the next couple of years. Can council, my question is, can council reduce its actual capital, so what we fund for capital for roads, so instead of giving the $7-8 million that we put into capital from our bank balance, can we actually consciously not fund that this year with council cash and instead divert that $7 or $8 million into our parks and facilities infrastructure and recognise that still achieve those asset renewal ratios with the funding that we receive for the flood works?
Okay. A very dry answer, but there was an expectation that council will, and I'll be happy to be corrected if they've changed this on me, there's an expectation that council will maintain its road spend whilst works are continued, because the flood works are for capacity beyond, for funding beyond council's capacity to do those works. So if council was able to, and just say for the sake of the example, to redirect its funding and consciously and obviously redirect funding away from its capital program or maintenance program because of flood works, well then the Commonwealth could prosecute, and probably the Queensland Reconstruction Authority could probably prosecute an argument, well, you had capacity to do these works, why are you annoying us? So it's a discussion.
So I'm not talking about maintenance.
Yeah,
I'm saying maintain maintenance. I'm not talking operational.
I'll be blunt, councillor, no.
No.
Yeah, no, not a discussion to have here, and no.
I would rather see our people doing those works to our standard than recruit a heap of subcontractors to do those works across council's assets. So I guess that's my thinking. I would actually rather allow our people the opportunity to chip away at that $49 million worth of work than actually have a mix of subcontractors and our people while trying to manage our capital works program, because this year alone we've had to peel $5 million out of our capital works program because A, it wasn't achievable to deliver on it, and with the resources and the costs increasing, we've consciously decided in the quarterly review to reduce our capital program by $5 million. So I'm saying reduce our capital program at the front end rather than doing it at the end.
Yep.
So that's what I would like to consider.
Don't disagree with your sentiment, and the role of working within the guidelines as for the use of plant equipment, day labour, all those sorts of things to make sure that we can effectively and efficiently claim what is lawfully able to be claimed in that blend. Certainly contractual arrangements are, the Commonwealth recognises those, again, because it's beyond the council's capacity, so you bring in extra resources to do that. Again, not disagreeing with the sentiment, but there's some, Aaron, you probably might want to have a go, but there's some complexities around the delivery mechanism.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm not saying that council break any Commonwealth laws or in relation to the funding provisions. I'm just saying, can we get smarter with the funding that we receive? Because when we did that actual desktop analysis of how we fund depreciation last year, we recognised that we were actually overfunding the roads asset class. It was because of the addition, so we weren't funding it with council cash or depreciation, we were funding it with grants, and it was, I think the asset ratio was around 110%. By the time you added grants to what we spend on our roads network, we were actually renewing our asset while we couldn't recognise it on the balance sheet because it wasn't council funds, it was capital funds. I'm sure we were actually funding roads, the asset class, above 100%.
Happy to contribute if that's okay. So the capital program is coming up later today. So I think there's a couple of things, and we'd probably just have to have a look at a couple of things. So with your R2R, there are some obligations around you to maintain your expenditure. So, but you are right with what you're saying around depreciation. One of the reasons why we've gone to the value to try and pull depreciation as much as we can, recognising that we are using external funds to achieve our sustainability ratio with R2R. So nothing's changed in that space from our point of view. The only one I'm not sure, Mark, whether council probably considered that they might be able to move around that possibly is depending on how much depreciation they fund in each of the asset classes. Okay, so if you turn around and say, Aaron, well, I'm going to give you $5 million, but we're going to give Leanne another $2 million, I think it will be up to council to look at maybe how much it funds in its depreciation across that three. But I'm not trying to contradict Mark in that space, but it just, there may be a question around is how much do you need to maintain with your expenditure and those sort of things. So there's probably a few intricacies we just probably need to have a look at. I don't know if I've got that right or wrong.
Yeah, Aaron, if I can, and certainly, as I said, councillor, and fully respect and agree with the sentiments, but just the mechanism and how you discuss it is the discussion will come up for council lawfully, rightfully, about utilising its depreciation. Certainly not advocating cross-subsidisation across asset classes, absolutely not, but we unfund a certain degree of depreciation. That will depend. The next report, I think, has got the cash available for depreciation coming up. So that won't be a discussion. Again, it's an overarching report to show front end where we're at. And then as you go through the budget, the utilisation or then linking that to flood money or anything else is not a discussion space we want to really be in, because the flood program is its own program, and we can talk about our money and depreciation, but we don't link it to the QRA money.
Yeah,
So, sorry, Councillor Schumacher, I can just, we'll come back to Councillor Schumacher to finish off this topic, but just on that, because my mind's ticking over here, my understanding is that the sustainability ratio that's assessed by the QAO and we have our audit is 90% across all asset classes. So council has the scope within that, as Councillor Schumacher's alluding to move where we actually want to spend our money with in terms of our strategic priorities as a council. So if we as a council think a strategic priority over in this space, we can actually move and spend more capital, do more capital works there, as long as we hit that 90% bottom line as a council. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but that was my understanding from what I heard from some of those audit and risk committee meetings from KPMG and other representatives. So that was my understanding. So council does have the capacity to do that. Mr. CEO, the next question I had then was, I know we don't want to mix the two up, but in terms of the delivery mechanism for this QRA money, are councils, and not addressing that, but just broadly speaking, generically, are councils able to use their own equipment and staff and claim that on QRA, or do we have to use contractors?
Yep, yeah, happy to answer. Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So council can choose to use its own contractors to deliver the QRA, own staff, apologies, to deliver that work. So you're right in saying that. So council, I believe, could fund more depreciation in another area and have capacity to deliver more flood works if we chose to. The one thing just on the back of that, we just have to check that we're making sure that if we've got funding guidelines for certain programs, just to make sure we're meeting the minimum requirements of that. So council, normally council's got to
certainly not looking to contravene the funding guidelines, just wanting to know to meet those funding guidelines. If council said, operationally and strategically, it works better for us to use our people and our resources to deliver on some of these flood works. Just want to make sure we can tick that box.
Yep,
we can do that.
Yep. So the only one. Yeah. Yep. So the only one with that, and what? Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
I just wasn't clear on that because I was getting a bit of a misunderstanding from that today because you were saying contractors are accepted. Just want to make sure that staff, that our resources are also accepted if they're applied.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we can deliver flood works if council says, Aaron, we want you to knock out these roads, and then we'll divert the resources to that.
And I guess the other thing I was sort of raising that question on the back of is I know Councillor Duff's raised that we're only getting 3 and 4 applicants when we put out contracts. All these contractors are so busy, they're not applying. So I guess the question was then, in terms of our delivery mechanism, is there actually scope for us to go, well, actually, we can deliver on this by using the resources we've got. And let's face it, we've got probably some of the best grader drivers in the region work for council. That's my understanding. So the quality of our work, from my view, has been exceptionally high. I guess it's just something that council needs to be aware of.
The only aspect, and Aaron is, and again, unless they've changed it on me, our staff aren't 100% fully claimable. So you would be an offset to, so a contractor is 100% fully claimable. So there is an offset into our, again, I'll stand corrected, but even our plant and equipment, we can utilise it, but there's an offset. So you do have to, there's a contribution that would come from council to these works. So if the work was worth $100, you wouldn't get $100 in claiming by utilising council staff. Now, it's not a reason not to use them, but that's why you use a blend, because with contract and workforces, and the Commonwealth has always, well, not always, but in recent years, been much more favourable. And again, sort of goes against the grain in a lot of ways. It just doesn't, I won't say it's, I'm prosecuting an argument on their behalf, but they've always tended to fall back towards contractors.
I'm hearing you, Mark, and again, this is where, the government needs to pull their socks up in terms of their policies. I mean, we've got a community that's going to be waiting 2 years to get their flood repairs done because we can't get contractors. We're not going to be able to actually roll out a lot of our capital program. We've heard that in this chamber, because we're not going to have the resources to be able to deliver on it, because we've got to do all these flood works. Now, I think this is something we should be taking a deeper dive into, as Councillor Shoemaker's opened up this conversation, better understanding around how we're going to actually apportion our resources over the next 2 years to deliver on these roadworks. I'll go back to you, Councillor Shoemaker.
Mr Mayor, just to be clear on what I'm proposing here, I'm proposing we achieve better outcomes on our roads and we get very strategic with our capital program. And I recognise what the CEO is saying, that it's not all claimable, but we are already, I don't see the point in us investing $7-8 million on capital works that we can't deliver on, when we could actually invest perhaps a portion of that and make better use of the opportunity to lift the standard of our roads, and those roads that have flooded, have experienced substantial damage, those roads that we know our ratepayers remind us all the time. They're okay with spending money on roads, but they want to see good outcomes. Now, I see the compliments that come through from our residents about our roads crew. They're compliments that our residents say our roads crew is state of the art. I want to see our state of the art people out there doing this work, and I'm okay with cross-subsidising that to make sure we get an outcome that actually lasts. And what I would like to see, what we as a council have consistently made decisions about every year with the budget, is the bulk of our capital and operational funds have gone into our road assets because they are our biggest asset class, and I'm supportive of that decision. But what I'm saying here is, do we have a unique opportunity? What we have done in making that decision is we have consciously sweated our facilities assets. We've consciously not put money back into our parks. And this year alone, we have seen an enormous, we put some funding, some of the Works for Queensland funding to amenities upgrades, and we went and had a look, and the roof's fallen in on that, toilet in Wondai because termites ate it out. That for me, I think we need to really take a very strategic look at this, a very much bigger picture look at our capital program, because personally, I think we've got a unique opportunity to lift the standard of our assets, our other asset class that we've consciously decided not to fund, which is facilities and parks and gardens, which we have copped as a council an enormous amount of heat over because people want to raise the livability of our community. So we've heard that, and we fight in this chamber over $23,000 to plant some trees in Coronation Park because we know we can't fund that. I'm saying let's get very strategic. Let's get a better outcome on our road assets. I absolutely agree it'll have to be a mix. It always was going to have to be. It's $49 million worth of work. But let's get really strategic here, because I think we've got a unique opportunity to get a better outcome for our residents and our ratepayers by being really strategic with the money that we're about to receive and the way we dedicate resources to it. Thank you, Mr Mayor, sorry,
Yeah,
for
thank you.
hogging the
And
microphone,
certainly,
colleagues.
in going down the path that you're suggesting, Councillor Schumacher, we wouldn't be the first council to do that. I know I've had conversations with other mayors who have gone down that path, and they've done a lot of work over the last few years in looking at how they do their road network, those that have been subject to serious flooding. I think there's some innovating work happening in this space. I think it's an opportunity, as you're saying, for us to really take a very strategic and a very, very, do a lot of innovative and hard thinking about how we're actually going to roll this out. I think it would be remiss of us. We've got a responsibility to do that to our ratepayers across all our asset classes. Absolutely. Yeah. I'd like to actually see us, once we get this one through, explore some motions around this to get some process moving forward over the coming months before we adopt the budget in relation to QAO and QRA and some of these road processes, because this is big rock stuff for our region. Absolutely. Yeah, thanks, Councillor Schumacher. Anything to wrap up before we go to Councillor Erkins? I just want to give General Manager Meehan the opportunity to wrap up because he's got his light on, and he'll come back to Councillor Erkins.
Sorry, I didn't mean to jump in front of the councillor.
I am the chair, Councillor Jones. No, I know, but this is an important discussion. General Manager Meehan, anything to wrap up?
Yeah, just through you, Mr Mayor. So our intent today was to walk council through these options. A bit like the depreciation was to let council know that there are some service level discussions to have with shepherds when they come in, and they'll be in for a workshop in May. That will occur before the next budget committee meeting. So they will walk through the valuation with council. We took council's notice last time that they wanted to have some input with that. So I just wanted to just acknowledge that we are trying to do exactly what council's asked based on the information as things evolve. Okay, so not trying to, and I think you'll find that the stuff from Shepherds is very, very good. They'll actually talk you through your data and say, well, here's a picture of your roads. This is where your numbers come from. This is the sample that we've done. This is how old they are. So they're not trying to do anything tricky. They're actually trying to give you the right information, because depreciation still needs to reflect what your rate of consumption and what your costs are, because you need to know what your network's doing in that space. The other one in relation to the capital program, it is on later today. So Kev and James will be over shortly. We are doing OPEX for roads this afternoon and CAPEX as a first draft. And our intent was to get some feedback from council through that process, and we would come back to the May meeting also to say, okay, we've gone away. You've said you wanted to cut these 15 projects or whatever it might be. Quite happy to have that discussion later on today and get that feedback. So that was our intent, Mr Mayor, of today's session.
Thanks, Chair. We appreciate that. And of course, we'll want to see that works capital projects in the context of the full capital program across all asset classes as well. That'll be important to do that. Councillor Erkins. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I thought maybe my bright shirt was distracting from my light and you hadn't seen it. Firstly, I'd just like to acknowledge the work that the staff are doing when they're picking up from the vacancies that we've got, because I think that is really great, and I'd like to acknowledge that. One of the other things, but I'd like to just make sure that my opinion is taken into account, or just raise it. While I understand that some staff would be under some stress with doing these extra jobs, I also want to make sure that my fellow councillors are aware that when you talk about a rate increase, there's a lot of residents who also are under stress. When we talk about the services that we have to cut, when you put rates up and our residents are having to pay them, they cut services too. So, I suppose a lot of them have got to, so they're going to cop it either way, but I think a lot of them are can cope a lot better if their road is not graded so often, but they've got money to, pay their electricity bill or their doctor's bill or whatever other accounts. And I just do want to make sure that is, I understand inflation. I understand that inflation has hit council really hard, but, it's also hit our ratepayers. And I just want to make sure that that's acknowledged all the way through our discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor, and thank you for waiting, sorry about that. Councillor Duff?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just on I agree with absolutely what Councillor Erkins is saying. I think that we really need to consider those low socioeconomic people and talk about, rate rises. But I'm also concerned about the fact that we've got so many complaints about people wanting their roads graded. I would hate to think that we would be dropping our standards. Just on that depreciation, it's my opinion that that it's not going to be a silver bullet. I think that what's happened is that we've just done a comprehensive reval in 2018, and now we've got an opportunity to do it again. So we've got gravel roads, and then we've got formation roads. But so what I think General Manager Meehan is asking us to do is just to decide whether into the future we're going to just keep those as formation roads, or whether we're going to move them to actually try and upgrade them. And maybe there's some that can be picked up that were valued as formation roads when they're actually valued as gravel roads when they're actually only formation roads. So it's sort of like just getting that balance right. But I don't think that it's actually, I'm hoping that we're not going to actually change the service level. I think all we're doing is just picking up those roads that we are currently gravelling and the ones that are formation, that we're just still going to probably put a bit of gravel on them as maintenance, like you've suggested, but we're not going to suddenly decide, well, there's a whole heap of gravel roads that we're now going to change to formation roads. That's what I don't think we're going to be doing. I think we're just going to be saying, well, these roads probably we never, ever were going to do them in any case. So we've captured them. So it's probably just tweaking it more. Also, just on the point about the flood stuff, like I thought that what we were trying to do with having the contractors and council staff was to actually try and use the fact that we're doing all this flood work to actually then complement that and increase our improve our network by doing the drainage and all of that stuff. And I thought that's what we were trying to do to go along and make sure that got done at the same time, rather than shifting that capital to somewhere else. I thought we were going to jump in and absolutely smash out our roads and get them a lot better using both our staff and the contractors. So just those points.
Yeah, I think that's enough. That was Councillor Shoemaker's point. If we take if we're very smart about this, we can actually get better outcomes on our roads, as well as a closer look at some of our asset classes. So it's not about anyone losing here. It's about working smarter to get better outcomes for everyone.
But that's not something we haven't been saying in this chamber for the whole time. I've been saying and you have been, and everyone's, let's jump in now and do the drainage, as well as just fixing and getting the roads back to how they were. Use the opportunity to do more and do sort of betterment, but also use our staff to do that extra work. That's what I thought we were trying for in any case. So I think that message has been loud and clear, I thought.
Yes, but we've got to make sure that when we structure up the budget, that reflects that.
I think that that's what we've been shouting that from the rooftops. I don't think there was anything that's changed in this conversation.
Well, I mean, I guess what's changed is that, I think it has, Councillor Duff, in that was a theoretical, I suppose, conceptual position we were taking, but you've got to transfer that into reality. You've got to transfer that into action. And the only way to transfer that into action, as Councillor Shoemaker is saying, is to have a really, really close look and invested the time in being very strategic and very careful and very focused on the detail and the decisions we're making in this budget about where we're going to allocate our capital funds and how we're going to use our council resources internally to complement that work so that we get the best outcome as an organisation. So I think it's about transferring that concept into reality by doing the work to make that happen and working smarter. Because it's all right to talk about that in big terms, but you've got to actually make it happen, and the budget is the opportunity to do that.
100% agree.
Okay, anything to wrap up, GM Meehan, before we close this one off? Oh, sorry, Councillor Henshall, I missed you over in the corner. Apologies. Over to you.
Just got to have a moment to think what I was going to say. No, look, honestly, there's been a lot of conversation, an interesting conversation, and do appreciate the staff. Honestly, if we think we're under the pump sometimes, I honestly feel for you guys because you've got to crunch some numbers and sharpen some pencils along the way. In Councillor Erkin's comment about the rates, yes, look, the thing that we hear predominantly along the lines of roads in the rural sector, that's all they get, that's all they want is roads. And Councillor Duff, exactly what you've said, and I'll just go back. Some 2 months ago, Councillor Jones stood there and said what we've talked about in this chamber, that on the back of this flood money, the some $46 million, he stood there and said just exactly that, that we have an opportunity to do some great work in conjunction with that money. So, you know, acknowledge Councillor Jones on that comment some months ago, which is where we're at today, working together with staff and crunching numbers, sharpening pencils. I look forward to that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I also look forward to some morning tea.
Yeah, it's good timing. Well, Councillor Jones.
Yeah, I just want to be very brief, Mr. Mayor, in the fact, as Councillor Erkins has highlighted, that I mentioned the 3.65% rate rise. The only reason I've done that, it's in the paper right here, and those figures will only be workable if that's the case of the rate rise. I'm not sitting here saying that that needs to be done or whatever I suggest, but I tell you what, I'm going to do some work and just find out just how bad we are as far as homelessness and all that sort of stuff goes, because I continually hear it all the time about how bad it is, but I talk to a lot of other mayors, a lot of other councils around that have exactly the same situation as what we do, and I don't know whether we're any worse off than what they are. And what I'm hearing, we're no worse off. And yet they have had the strength and the gall to make rate rises and do wonderful things. And it is difficult for the people. I'm not suggesting that at all. And I'm not suggesting sitting here today that we put this up. All I brought you to the attention was, it says here that a 3.65% general rate increase has to be achieved for these figures to be achievable. And the other thing that, to me, I sit here after listening to all the conversation, and if you reduce your depreciation, you will have to reduce your service levels. And how I justify that in this conversation, we're talking about reducing the level of gravel roads that we are already accepting and acknowledging. And I cannot see, and I'm, again, happy to be corrected, you tell me that we're not going to reduce our service levels, and how are we going to choose which roads are going to become formation roads that were already highlighted as going to be gravel? And I take you back before your time, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Duff and Councillor Potter. In 2017, when we started all this process and started the whole thing, and we told people we were going to get gravel back on the roads and everything else, blah, 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 we've had significant 5 weather events in the last 12 months that really smashed our road network. It was improving. It was improving, and we were making inroads into that road network. Now we're talking about shortening down the level of roads that we're acknowledging as gravel roads and increasing, just bringing that back to formation. If you can justify to me that that's not reducing your service level, I'm happy to accept that and move forward.
I think, I mean, from my point of view, there's a bit more detail on that. I mean, I would ask the question, are we over-servicing some of our gravel roads? I've driven on roads that, quite frankly, I think have been over-serviced in terms of capital works, and others that have been under-serviced. And I think we need to have a much more sophisticated look at that. I could name some of them here, but I won't. I think it is a body of work we need to do. Hearing what you're saying and acknowledging all the work that's been done, but I don't think the picture is complete, and we can just rest on our laurels in this space. Yeah, sorry. Let's keep going. Councillor Erkins.
If I could just respond to that. I understand that Councillor Jones wasn't advocating for that rate rise. I understand he was just, drawing attention to it. But one of the things, homelessness really doesn't relate to a ratepayer's capacity to pay their rates. So homelessness doesn't really, people who are homeless, they're probably the only ones who aren't going to be affected by a rate rise. However, it's the community members who are struggling. They're not homeless, but they're still struggling to pay their bills and keep up with inflation, that's one of the things that I said. I want to make sure that they're not forgotten, and that we don't concentrate too much on what it's costing council. We've also got to take notice of what it's costing our community. And one of the things that I think people do complain about, what they say is, we should have better roads for the rates we pay. We should have better services for the rates we pay. That's one of the things. It doesn't matter what complaint it is, it's always that they all believe that they struggle with their rate payment. So I think if we do have to cut some services on roads, I personally am quite happy to say to a resident, no, we're not going to be grading that road because we're not going to be putting your rates up. I just think, but when I say, yes, your rates are going up, and the road is not being done, that's the thing that I find really, really difficult, when I know people are struggling and I know that we're not getting those things done, but I'm happy that if we can justify that the service has dropped, but we haven't put your rates up.
Okay, Councillor Shoemaker, Councillor Potter, who was next? Councillor Potter?
Yeah, thank you. Wow, listening to all this discussion, we do have a big decision ahead of us with all of these. And as the CEO, Mark, pointed out, we're working with 90% capacity with our staff. And that alone, I think we're doing an amazing job with everything that we are doing in every single department at that capacity. So, and thank you to the staff for that, with the decisions, whether we have to do the Gordon Brook Dam wall, and with the building and construction index, which is over 20%, and that in itself is a huge cost to council. So, but there's a lot of things, like I agree with Councillor Duff when we were doing those, the construction of the roads through the QRA funding, that we were going to be doing all that extra work with it to make them better and to make the drainage work better for that. But look, we own a lot in the South Burnett. We pay a lot of money to try and upkeep everything that we own. And I think we've come to a point now that we realise maybe we can't do everything we want to do, and that things will have to be put aside. And whether we like it or not, we're just going to have to live with it.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Agree, Councillor Potter, certainly some difficult decisions to be made. While I recognise the reduction in FTEs from 315 to 305, I also recognise and want to better understand we have made a significant investment in our business systems. And I would expect, my expectation as a member of this board would be that investment, I want to be assured that we're putting the people and the resources we need in that business systems to reduce administration and red tape, streamline administration and reduce red tape in this council. Because while we receive so many incoming emails and the like, I want to be assured that investment council has made in business systems actually is going to streamline some of the processes that we have and make them more efficient. So perhaps we don't need staff focusing on letter mail outs or registering, hundreds of letters when, there's more streamlined processes in place. We're emailing more information. We've got more online databases. I've seen some councils do amazing work in this space. We've made that front end investment in business systems. It was one of the first decisions as council. It was huge to go to cloud-based technology. I think a real focus point for this budget needs to be making sure we're putting the resources in to get the outcomes that we were promised from that investment. So I probably want to better understand that as part of the budget discussions and the resourcing that we're having. We're consistently told we're carrying vacancies. Well, we need to be improving our systems and our processes to enable that into the future. Is my point is to reduce that administrative burden for council, because it's insane. It's my thinking. So I really want to better understand what we're actually putting into making that investment in council's business systems actually hit the ground working. And if we have to fast track some of that, it takes more investment to actually make that happen, I think that's a really strategic and worthwhile investment.
Okay, thanks, councillor. The big question, and probably given that we're going to run through all the operational budgets, it'll be a perfect question for when we get to that section. The sheer volume and efficiencies as far as positions, yes, has there been? Yes, there has in recent time. Maybe not massive, but there has been some subtle changes. We're all working, and if I may, it's the CRM being turned on in October has been exceptionally good as far as from a lay user being able to get in and turn stuff over and that measurable, the outcomes. So we're tracking, I think I mentioned the other day, anywhere between 1.2 to 1.4 million emails a year. Some departments are running 4,500 CRM plus since, or thereabouts, since October. There's data, there's information, it's a slow burn. It never was going to be just a magic overnight, but happy to explore that discussion in further detail. But it has to, and it won't necessarily in some areas translate into a direct cost reduction, but what it does allow us to do is process a lot more material with the same people.
I think it allows us to actually put our resources into the things that actually matter on the ground instead of trying to manage all of these other things. I think anything we can do to reduce administrative burden is really important for this council, because then our resources are working on more strategic things than, and I recognise and acknowledge we get over 1 million emails, but if I look in my inbox, there's a hell of a lot of emails that I don't need to receive. We share so much information and we've got so many subscriptions and things that come in. I think there's a whole bulk of work. We've just got to get better at the way we're communicating and the way we're actually using some of these systems that we've invested in to make sure we're getting better outcomes on the ground. So I really do look forward to exploring that operational budget. I think that's one where this shows we're going to need to step that up if we're actually going to be able to continue to carry vacancies like this.
Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to flag with Councillor Erkins that what she mentioned about perhaps not grading some roads and people being happy to pay rates if we don't put, like the current rate, if we didn't put it up and we cut their service level. I honestly do not think that will work in any way, shape or form, because we had this groundbreaking when we changed and said, and I can remember the day and the time when General Manager Meehan said that we would make a commitment to grade every road in the South Burnett region once a year, and that was like, well, hallelujah. Everybody at least could say, yes, and when you hear the argument, I get nothing for my rates, that then stopped that argument, because we said, well, yes, we are going to grade their road once a year, and that was like that was the end of the argument. So if we went back and said, well, okay, now you're still going to pay this high rate, but you're not going to get your road graded, I would hate to go down that track again. So I'm just wanting to flag, as Deputy Mayor Jones has suggested, dropping that service level would be, to me, as like a step back from where we are now. I think we've achieved a lot by at the very least, saying to the ratepayers, well, you're going to get that road graded once a year, and they hold us to that. And General Manager Meehan delivered on it. So it's been to me, that was a good news story.
Okay, Councillor Erkins.
Well, I have to tell you that there's some residents on Muir Drive, along with quite a number of other residents, who would debate that fact that they were getting graded once a year.
I think the Maidenwell Glencliff Road people would say the same thing. I don't think that was achieved, actually, Councillor Duff. To be fair and honest, let's be honest with their ratepayers. General Manager, to wrap this up, anything quickly?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So just make council aware too. We'll be running through the maintenance service levels again today. So on the back of our previous conversation, so Same thing again, we've taken council's information away. There are some impacts in that maintenance service levels to achieve these numbers, so Kev will be running those through. Normally, we would not carry a vacancy rate of 8%, but we will be this afternoon, so that has been absorbed to do that. So normally what would happen there is if we had vacancy, we would use contractors or to supplement those services. So there'll be some trades around in achieving that this afternoon. The other one, the two, is we've moved some money from OPEX to CAPEX to implement some major maintenance programs, which means we fund more depreciation and reduce our deficit. So we'll be running through those. So I didn't want to leave this session to say, well, hang on a minute, Aaron, you didn't tell us this morning that we've had to make some hard decisions in maintenance this afternoon. I just want to acknowledge that we'll be walking through it. It's a bit like between that, the depreciation and the capital, we are trying to receive a better result for council. And I think this is, to me, this is our opportunity to work through that as a team.
Yeah, that's a good way to conclude. Thanks, General Manager. General Manager Jarvis, thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I promise to be fast. I just wanted to take the opportunity to address your concerns, Councillor, about the business systems there, just to inform Council that we have been for the last 2 years carrying 3 vacancies in that department. And we've just recently recruited a new member who started on Monday. So we now have 4 in our business systems team there. They're just punching well above their weight. What they're absolutely contributing to the efficiencies of the council are immeasurable. But where we have been stuck is they're virtually in the weeds. It's more been a maintenance program. The ECM program, of course, was delivered. But in the interim, they have a full schedule of projects to look at through rates and efficiencies, and also through a request, I think, from the Mayor and the councillors, was that we had online portals where people can register their dogs, pay their dog regos, pay their rates. That can't be achieved in the interim because obviously we didn't have the staff, but now we're having a very talented staff member come back from maternity leave, one of my accountants, and with Manager Kerry within our department, we're actually seconding staff from where we found efficiencies in our department as such. They will be seconded into the business systems unit to bring us everything PNR up into the cloud, and then you'll definitely, the results will be very, very measurable from there, Councillor.
Thank you, General Manager. Councillor, so this has been council working at its best, I feel. A very robust discussion where everyone's working together to get better outcomes for our community. So thank you for that, for the time we've invested. We need to get this one resolved, but I'm wondering, Mr CEO, if it would be possible to just add to this motion, if we can, please stop me if I'm out of line here, but to say that as is, but put an and there for information, and that council hold briefing workshops for councillors by an officer from the QAO in relation to AASB 116, AASB 116, B for board. Yep, that's it, Kimberly. 116, depreciation and sustainability ratios, as well as by the business systems team on process improvements, efficiencies, and process improvements, or maybe in brackets, efficiency and effectiveness. Just in brackets, thanks, Kimberly, that one. Those two, yep. Yeah, that's it, thank you. Yep, that's right, and take the word and out. Go back, prior to adoption of the 23-24 budget. So I'd like to now, just to wrap up the conversation, suggest that we go down this path, committee, because we've had a really great discussion here, and I think it's important we don't just walk away and leave this discussion and tuck it away, put it to bed and then forget about it. I'd like to see that there's some action out of discussions we've had. Now, we know there's a workshop coming from Shepherds very soon, I believe, GM, and I think on the back of that, we all know also then need to have some briefings to councillors around, well, how does this AASB 116 work? How does depreciation work in terms of valuations, effective life? What are our options there across asset classes? What are our options with sustainability ratios? And also, I'd love to hear from the business systems team under your direction, General Manager, about the goals that they're hoping to achieve around the things that Councillor Shoemaker talked about in terms of systems improvement, from which we can make administrative savings and improvements in process into the future, which is, I hope I'm summarising that correctly, Councillor. I think that's where we were hoping to go. But I might just go to Councillor Shoemaker to wrap that up.
Agree, and I just think we need to understand what the barriers or what's actually choking up the system in terms of actually fast tracking some of this work, because we've been sitting here for 3 years talking about this. We really need to see actual action. So I really want to understand what some of those barriers are to actually getting this system up and running, and if we need to invest people, resources, funds in the short term. If I've learned anything in business, sometimes you've got to spend money to make money. Sometimes you've got to spend money to make efficiencies. And I think this is an area where there's enormous efficiencies to be found in terms of streamlining admin and cutting red tape. So I don't know, Mr. Mayor, but that's certainly, I think I want to better understand, if we've invested in the infrastructure, where are we at? Where do we need to be, and how are we going to get there, and what's it going to take to get us there? And if that means investing in it, well, I think we need to, because at the end of the day, we're going to save the ratepayers money into the future.
So, Kimberly, just hearing what Councillor Shoemaker said, could we say, and the current barriers / investment, and in brackets we could just put finances, financial and resource, perhaps. So what we're talking about there is hearing from the team about, what are the current barriers to system improvement, and what are the resources that we need to make as an investment by council to get the outcomes that they'd like to achieve. Yep. Probably not exactly worded, but you're happy with that, Councillor? Yeah. Okay, so I'd like to propose that. Do we have a mover for that? Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter, thank you. Mr. CEO, you comfortable with that? Yep, thank you. Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, do we have a mover that we adjourn from morning tea? Councillor Henson, thank you. Seconder? Okay, Councillor Potter, thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Let's have a break. Adjourn the meeting. Second by Councillor Hetcher, our seconder. Councillor Duff, thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. So we'll get back into business. Next item is 7.8, which is the draft cash reconciliation. 23-24 through you, General Manager Jarvis. Thank you, Manager Kerry.
Sorry. Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Again, as with the income statement, we thought that we'd produce this cash reconciliation statement to give council a snapshot of where we're currently sitting as far as when you're deciding your capital budget, to show you the actual funds available to fund the capital projects. Anything over and above the $8.5 million, which is available there for funded depreciation, will then come directly out of your cash balance. So to stay cash neutral, the calculations are that we have 8.55329. Oh, well, you might say $8,553,000 to spend on capital, again without touching any of your cash. So that's
page 42, councillors. Yeah, page 42. It is a bit of a small printout, but so GM Jarvis, what we're saying there is that if with the current, based on what we know at the moment, with that current level of deficit, if that's about where we land, we'll be able to, we'll be about 8.5 million available for capital expenditure
That's correct, Mr Mayor.
for our
That's
capital budget as a full council.
correct.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
that's
you.
to keep us cash neutral there
To,
without.
to hold our cash balance together
Correct.
where it is at the start of the year. Thank you. That's probably the critical piece of information we wanted to hear, so thank you for that. Let's have a discussion around this. Does anyone have anything to raise? Councillor Shoemaker?
I just wanted to check what we actually funded this year in terms of capital and how much of that we've actually spent. Just our cash component, because I know it gets a little bit, when you start adding in the grants and things, it's much bigger.
Yes, through you, Mr Mayor. Based on the second quarter budget for your general operations business unit, so not including your water, waste or fleet, we had 11.4 million in funded depreciation that we're predicting to spend. With regards to how much we've actually spent against those, I'd have to go and take that on notice and have a look at, each of the different areas and what that comes up to. But yeah, that 11.4 million is what we had for the second quarter.
And just a supplementary question, Mr Mayor, does that take off because the $5 million we would have pulled out of the capital program would have been a mix of cash or redirection of grant funding? Like, does that 11 million acknowledge that $5 million reduction?
Yes, through you, Mr Mayor, yes, that does. So that is the actual amount that we're predicting to spend in depreciation only after those adjustments were made.
Yep. And that included quite a hefty plant and fleet investment this year, didn't it?
Yes, so the plant and fleet investment would be on top of that 11 million.
Because separate business unit. Yep, of course, thank you. So that's just purely council-owned assets. Yep, council cash. Yep, okay, thank you.
Well, that's excellent. If there's nothing further, we've got a recommendation that the committee notes the current draft cash reconciliation for the 23-24 year to assist with capital program funding options. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconder. Councillor Jones, thank you. Further speakers to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 7.9 is the draft 23-24 budget for executive at page 43. Thank you, Mr CEO.
Thanks, Mayor. So councillors will see, so the flow on from the changes last year in structure have and acknowledged the exec services team. You've got, we're a little bit like Air Force One. We're all on the same plane. Down in the back, and Kim and myself here. So we're a much smaller operational budget this year, given that we've transferred a number of the functions over into communities, and so you'll pick them up on Friday. You'll see this against the original budget. We can go through GL. There's not significant change in there. Beck's online as well, if there's any questions for HR, but just trying to think of the big help. So we've got the mental health grant finalised. That was in the last year. The big one, two of the big ones is there's been a change in, we've had revisited how we look at the on-costs because there was a general feeling that we may have been over-recovering some of the on-costs. So we've been able to make some adjustments there based on actuals and better data, and I would happily yield to Kerry if anyone wants an explanation on that, to explain that fully, because that's those guys' work, and they've done a mountain of work in that space. The one that we don't have an actual figure for yet, which is one of the biggest single hits to my budget next year, is the last general election in 2020 cost us 248,000 actual. So I can't imagine that going down. So we've budgeted 275. There was a flow over into this financial year from the Nanango by-election, so there's 30,000 that shows up in the GL as actuals this year because of the timing of the accounts from the Electoral Commission. So both finance and ourselves all agree that we'll be on to ECQ so they can get their bill in on time, so we can pay it in the year that it's occurred. But yeah, Mayor, happy to take questions or happy to go through the GL between all of us as desired.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, I always like to take a look at the GL just to get a good feel. But my first question, or an area that I'd particularly like to look at, is just the services area. I see year-to-date actuals and the budget. You know, we've put in a budget provision for $30,000 next year, but we haven't seemed to have spent very much this year, $363. So I just would like to understand what that service, what that line is and what that's for. Is that a dedicated parcel of work, and do we need that budget line item?
You will need everything that's in that budget at zero base because do you want to bring up the GL, Kerry, and we'll go through it because we've stripped out everything. One of the things we did find as we were going through it, and with and again, it's but with different staff and different booking to things, so the booking between the balances between on that top level, materials and services and where they were allocating it to, there's a couple areas that we looked at in general ops in there that were just way under, and then other areas were, okay, no budget, and so it's just tidying up. It's been a good exercise again through between the second and the third quarters to go through actual spend and seeing where it sits. So short answer is yeah, we pulled 2,000 out of it already, but Councillor, we are to the point of we won't be able to perform our functions if any. And again, I know that's not your question.
No,
but
my question is what's in the $30,000?
Yep.
You've only spent $363 this year, so have you got something coming out? Like, I don't understand what the line item's actually for.
Yeah. So
sorry, I just want.
No.
I'm not being cheeky. Just
no.
Didn't
Didn't take it as that, but yeah, just and I revised to my previous explanation, as some of it was mixed up in different areas. So, where do you want to start? Do you want to go through exec first? Yep. And then if we run through to the end and then save that thought to the end, and then we'll go from there. All right. So income is really neither here nor there as far as Mayor's Breakfast, Christmas, or different bits and pieces. So in doing this too, and it says we talk about service levels, we don't do Mayor's Ball, where there's a range of functions. So with the ability to save on some of the staffing positions over a period of time, there are functions that we don't do. Australia Day we still hold on to, and Anzac Day is a joint effort. So if we go through, where were we? Donations. 5, 10, yeah, we've kept that at 5, 10, 12,000 donations. That's our, which one's that one's, Lionel? Art Gallery, Art Gallery, yeah, I think, unless that's gone across to thing. Sorry. Yep.
Sorry, through you, Mr Mayor. Just on that Australia Day, I know that causes some confusion. Would it be maybe prudent to actually put it across into the grants section? Because last time I think there was some committees that were applying for it through the grants process and some weren't. There was a lot of uncertainty around where it sat. I'm just thinking maybe if you shifted it across to the grants, that would fix that problem.
Yeah, well, yeah, can do. That one's the 10,000's made up of 5,000 for Anzac Day and 5,000 for Christmas lunch. So yeah, whether we wanted to, So I suppose the reason we've hung on to our Australia Day is because we end up with the coordination of it. So yeah, if we hand over the money to communities, it's
So-
easy enough to do. But yeah, we're
So you're
transfer.
talking about the, sorry, Mark, but through you, Mr Mayor, so you're talking about the Australia Day that the council runs for the Australia Day. Is that what you're talking about, as opposed to the Australia Day the community runs? Is that the difference here? Because in the community grants program, they apply for Australia Day funds, but this is the Australia Day that we run, that we recognise the citizens of the South Burnett. Is that the difference? Is that what this one is for?
Yeah, well, that one should be with Peter. Sorry. Yeah, I was thinking about organising all the nominations and
Yeah.
the Australia Day, Council's Australia Day event and the
So it's gotta
coordination of
stay
the
there.
awards.
Oh,
and
okay,
everything.
sorry, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
sorry, yeah.
now the Australia Day that is with, the community runs is already with the grants.
Yeah, I'll double check, Councillor, but it should be. Yeah. Salary wages, you can see, as I said, went through, we've held 2 positions, and so we're holding in that space. Materials. Move that so I don't spill. The election is the standout there, so I don't know if you want to talk about any of the other subscriptions. Yep. We pay the LGAQ subscription, so that one's pretty much is what it is. And for that you get 2 conference and you get all the services LGAQ offer. Postage, that's been consolidated, so the last remnants have been taken out of us. Travel, catering, hospitality, we have some events. This is, Council, where we were talking about services before, like with catering and different, you'll notice that this year those are considerably over, 4,500 compared to 1,500. That's the accounting adjustment I was talking about, that we need to tidy up where some of those have been booked too.
So has that been captured in materials? Because we're in materials here. So services, though, is consultants, I'm assuming, or contractors?
Not necessarily. It is, yeah. We had the one. Okay, what do you want to go, Kerry? You'll probably explain it better than I will.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, in that services line item that you were looking at earlier, most of that is regarding your either consultants or contractors, and a lot of that's in that workplace health and safety and HR space. So it's a minimal amount available there for if HR, workplace health and safety, needs to get any consultants or anything for any advice or anything like that.
Yep. So Kerry, that's not in exec, that's down in the PC one, P&C, 30 grand for P&C consultants. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Much better than I would have.
Oh, I see. Yep, okay.
Where are we?
People and culture.
We jump straight to people and culture.
We
So
happy with that?
you're done
Happy
with
to go to
exec?
people and culture? Looks as though the big change is really just extra money for the election.
Pretty much, Mayor. And the changes to the on-cost. So, as I said, Kerry, without Stern, those guys did all the work. That they had a bit of a look at the recovery of on-costs and how we're doing it. Sorry, Becky, I'll throw to you. We didn't just take the 3.65, and again, the council's discussion about zero budgeting. So each one of these were actually looked at. So there isn't a blanket inflationary rise across the whole one. Each one of these has been looked at in their own merits, as far as what we spent previously, what we need to do. Beck, did you want to jump in?
No, thank you. I think it's like you said, we've cut back where we can, And I think probably my biggest expenses next year will be around that recruitment, work cover, and learning and development budgets, which again haven't really increased much, just trying to hold what we held for the last 12 months.
The school-based trainees come out of the PNC budget, so we started with 9 2 years ago, and we're getting through to the end of this year with them rolling out. And we have had 2 drop out through the process, I think, Beck. So we're down to 7. What we will be looking at doing this year is, rather than putting them all because they run for the 2-year program, is actually break them up from a rolling 5 and 5, so that we'd start 5 off in this next year, and so as they hit year 12, then the next batch comes through behind them. So rather than we miss a 12-month cohort, because we've got one batch going through for 2 years, so it'll drop the numbers back a little bit, but yeah, they're an extra expense that came out of PNC that we've been absorbing for the last year or 2.
So just a question to Beck, if I may. Just the staff recruitment costs, 83,519. What's the makeup of that figure?
So it would be, sorry, can I just see that figure? So all our recruitment costs, so it could be pre-employment assessments. We've only recently changed from, sorry, there's dogs outside my office going off. We've only recently changed from a doctor's consult through to assessment with a physio and a specialist down at Conquer. It could be utilising external agencies, so all our manager roles go through an external agency, and even at the moment with coordinator roles, I am pushing them through external agencies for recruitment. So that's what it will be made up of.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. What else?
Yeah, so really, as I said, I haven't got a lot. The councillor expenses, which are in the middle, so we've held no money for consultants. In the second quarter review, councillors will remember I moved, we moved 10,000 out of wages that we'd saved for the sustainable environmental sustainability policy, which actually is getting close to circulating the draft again, so that'll be completed by June. But other than that, it would be in exec, well budget for no consultants, and then if there's a specific project, it'll come back to either a budget review or council for an engagement and consent about going down that path. Councillors, the councillor wage remuneration change has been folded in. Other than that, the councillor expense budgets have been pretty much just looking held or moved to reflect actuals a little bit more. So really, it's minimal. It's a minimal change there as well.
It would have been nice to actually have a copy, because it moves a bit quick for me.
We'll print one. Do you want a hard copy or electronic? Yep, electro. Email? Okay, we'll email it around to all councillors.
Thanks, Mr. CEO. Anything further? No. We'll go to the motion. Recommendation is that, you've got it there, that council, the committee receive the proposed 23-24 draft budget for the executive department and provide guidance for and changes to be made for inclusion in the continued preparation of the full South Bennett Regional Council 23-24 annual budget. Got a mover? Councillor Henson, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Duff, thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Shoemaker, thank you.
So I just wanted to confirm there is a $931,000 variance, so the election is part of that, and then there's a $300,000 increase in materials. That includes the election, so the $500,000 variance for employee benefits is the EBA,
and the councillor changes, or,
Oh,
sorry, I'm just checking because
Yep,
it's
no, you're right.
900,000, so I'm not sure.
It's probably,
The way we've kind of worked through it, I'm not sure what.
okay, yep, no, it's probably succinctly, and then I'll
Yep.
double check with Kerry that I'm not telling you something that's in Mark speak. The changes to the on-cost will flow through to the budget because Beck's budget collects the revenue from the on-cost coming in, so there's less revenue coming in, but it'll contra itself out in the other budgets. It probably, should have led with this as well. But it'll contra itself out in the other budgets because we're not actually collecting as much from the other departments for on-cost. So we will show the cost because we're not collecting as much as on cost, and then your other operational budgets will show the credit because they're not paying us as much. So they should. I think that's probably the majority of the other change.
Yep.
Otherwise, we would have been under budget to what we had last year. So if we recovered the same amount of on cost, and it contras itself out no matter what you do. But yeah, it just probably this is more an actual reflection of what we need to recover, and it gives a better idea of what the departments are paying.
Yeah, thank you. I think I understand, but I might quiz Kerry on that later.
Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried 6 votes to naught. Thank you, Kimberly. Yeah, Councillor Jones has just popped out. Okay, so the next item, Mr CEO, is, which one have we got there? The 7.10, that's the TSB membership for page 45. Thank you, Mr CEO.
Thanks, Mayor. It was asked to just give an update on TSB membership and this is our first full year. It's just we've dropped it into even though it's moved across, it's one of the ones that have moved across to communities. But given that we are the ones that started it as far as, and have been funding it this financial year, I thought it was relevant just to drop it in our section. It's just a basic report of, there's the original resolution, what the Platinum membership brings, the different meetings and engagements that we've had. There's been other opportunities which I've given, which council has been through other commitments, been unable to attend. That happens. They run quite a lot of things. I can speak personally. I found them exceptionally good to deal with, and the networking and the relationships that we've been building with them. They're just in the process of changing over their CEO as Ali's moving on to a different path. And the new CEO will start soon, and so we've issued an invitation for the new CEO to either come out, well, where we get the opportunity to meet with him, but come out and present to council as well. And certainly for the $17,000, the community's budget will make allocation for full membership of Platinum for next year, but given it was done by council resolution last time, we just thought we'd bring it back and refresh, but certainly would recommend to council that we engage at the Platinum level again for another 12 months. They've been very good to deal with.
Thank you, Mr CEO. So we have the recommendation there that council, the committee recommended council that council renew Platinum membership of Toowoomba and Surat Basin Enterprise TSB for the 23-24 financial year. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Hensham. Any speakers to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, 7.11 is the draft 23-24 infrastructure budget at 48, and this excludes water and wastewater. We'll go straight to you then, General Manager and Manager Kevin. Thank you.
It shouldn't take long, Mr Mayor.
48.
So load it up. Kim's just going to open our presentation for us, Mr Mayor. So just for council's interest, we've got a...
If there's a general ledger, can we get a copy of that email to us? So
It's ours is in the presentation as well. So the business units are in there. So we'll just warm it up. Yeah. So just for council's interest, with the presentation we're about to go through, we're just going to go through some overview assumptions, and then we'll work through the general ledger and what that means. Kev will run through his service levels, and then we'll look at some service level options for council to have a look at. And then James will walk through his, and then I'll walk through mine, which is the last page, if that's all right. So
Yeah, that might be a good idea. Does anyone want to skip to the loo while we wait? Yeah. General Manager wants to for the next hour. You've got two capable managers sitting here, so you wouldn't put that onto them. No. Yeah, I'd like to.
We'll run through our presentation. Again, council, there's quite a few slides in it where we'll talk about some options around slashing, grading and all those, so they will come up through. So just the first one there is just an overview. Now this one here is the key assumptions that we've put through, and it's a really important slide for council to understand on the back of our discussions this morning about our financial position. So our budget that we're proposing here is a zero-based budget. So where that comes up is we've had a look at what our current staffing is, what are we looking to do next year, what can we afford, and some of the assumptions that we've made in there as well, so that when we're going through and adopting a budget, everyone understands what the playing field looks like. So we provided a 3.65% increase on last year's budget, so the indexation of 3.65. After that, we have unfunded wages by 8%. Now, what that means is that we have reduced our budget down to work on that. We're carrying 8% in vacancies. Now, in previous years, what that means at the coalface is that throughout the year that we will have vacancies come through. We'll use that to fund additional things that council might ask us to do. So council might ask us to do a review on something, or continue to deliver services with contractors or consultants or whatever that might be. We would normally use that money to fund that. Now, the reality is that money does turn up throughout the year when you have a number of vacancies that by the time we recruit and whatnot. What we've done to meet that budget position is we've applied that saving up front, which that means that we will not have the additional capacity to go outside what is agreed from a budget point of view, or we'll be looking to limit that. We have upfront remove the consultants from our OPEX budget that we would previously use. And again, that's been an ongoing discussion with council over the last couple of years about where we use consultants and where we don't. James will have a slide in his presentation which again shows that our only expectation to outsource is for valuations because we're required to have an independent valuer. That being said, is if we exceed our capacity or we have high risk work or we require a specialist to do something, we will engage them throughout the year, which we have previously, and that will need to come from savings and those sort of things. So one of the key things we'll be talking to council, I think, when we bring our reports through to council, is that if we require an additional resource to complete a task, I think that's something that we need to have at maybe at the committee meeting to discuss how that work might be delivered. One of the outcomes of trying to work smarter, and again on the back of our conversation this morning, it'd be fair to say that we've had conversations with council and even in our own view that we spend money on pothole repair and mechanical repairs and dig outs and those sort of things, where sometimes some of those repairs don't last or they need a more permanent fix. So what we've done is reduced our OPEX by 600,000. And we'll talk through this slide when we hit Kevin's section, and added that to our capital to do a more permanent fixed program. That actually reduces our deficit by a further 600K, which has been accounted for in that number. So what you're essentially doing there, excuse me, is council will carry a number of unfunded depreciation. Rather than have that same work turn up on its OPEX line, we'll be looking to combine that with some of our available depreciation to have a major dig out program. And that does a couple of things around our reputation as well. So we'll still carry money for potholes and those sort of things, but it'll allow us to actually put together a coordinated program to do a better job on some of the dig outs and repeat offenders that meet those thresholds, which I believe gets a better outcome for council. and I think it's a more permanent fix across the board. So if you talk about challenges, I think it's an opportunity for us to look at our operations and see if we can deliver that better. The budget we propose...
Sorry, I just want to say that I think that everyone will be thinking that's a fantastic outcome. We had even that Bruce Walden the other day was talking about it, and we all looked at it yesterday in Wondai, that area in front of the council chambers that we just keep patching up. If we could dig that out and do a proper job, I think the ratepayers would be exceedingly happy.
Yep. So we'll talk to that one when it comes through. So we think that's, again, it's just an opportunity, and taking that zero-based approach is how do we deliver services. So and the OPEX budget reflects the balance of service levels, cost and risk. So when you start skimming down a budget pretty hard, there is a risk that if we expect that everything will be as it is, there is a risk of service failure inside that. So just go to the next slide for me, Kim. So that one there highlights, it's one of the ones that we've showed council before. At the end of the day, we've been through a number of maintenance things and those sort of things. It's about having expectations right. I think it's important that, if we expect high quality services at low costs, your risk is very high, okay? Low risk and high quality services is not going to be cheap, and low cost and low risk doesn't equal high quality. So where I'm saying with this is something's got to give. I think our last couple of months with council going through our service levels and our data and those sort of things, everyone starts to get a bit of a feel for what the network is doing and what that looks like. So what I'm saying with that to council is, with those reductions that we've made, that doesn't mean that we have the flexibility to go and engage contractors. Or one of the things that we will be doing is saying, well, look, that's not our highest priority at the moment based on the information that we have. Some things may have to wait or be delayed because that's the budget consideration. Next slide for us, Kim. I'll just hand to Kev to run through a couple.
Thanks, Aaron. This is there's just a couple of slides in there, probably just as a refresher and to frame the OPEX budget. So these are the assets that we're looking after: 1,400 kilometres of sealed road, 1,500 kilometres of unsealed, 65 kilometres of pathways, curb and channel 280 kilometres, stormwater network 66 kilometres long, and our major culverts and bridges 53 kilometres. So again, just probably more so as a refresher. Thanks, Kim. You're good? Yep.
Oh, apologies. I will give you all a copy of the presentation. I had that image thrown.
In terms of our operational service, so we use the approved maintenance budget as best we can to meet council's statutory obligations, provide a level to support council's maintenance strategy, and respond to council and community priorities as they arise. We target to deliver efficient maintenance services based on compliance with the Civil Liability Act and on our 5 principles. This is a similar discussion that we had last year with our budget. So our 5 principles there are duty of care, a diligent documentation, our risk management approach, system compliance and continual review, and our effective reactive and preventative maintenance. This slide's just about covering off on some of the service risks that we identify. So council is exposed to significant financial and legal risks. Asset management discussions or decisions have far-reaching impacts on community service outcomes and council's financial health, and there's been a bit of discussion this morning about that. Inflationary and construction issues, and certainly internally there's concern about construction issues, lead times and cost escalations. Skilled internal labour and contractor engagement, rising stakeholder service expectations, impact of adverse weather events, and we're dealing with the impacts of our 5 flood events. Constrained annual maintenance budget does impact on capacity and capability, and litigation. So roads and footpath maintenance are very high risk areas for council. Our focus is on maximising value of available budget and reducing risks.
This one here, just for council's reference, you talk about data tracking. We now monitor our data, what's coming through our door quite well. Can we do things better? But it's that shows the amount of workload that's coming through our customer into our administration team and our technical team. And that just gives you an overview of what that looks like. Obviously, things might change in the next period of time. 21 and 22, obviously we had wet weather events which significantly pushed the network up through that space. But we're obviously dealing with more and more inquiries. This is similar to the slide that we gave council a couple of weeks ago. We've just done a forecast that, we expect that we will receive in the order of 4,000 CRs. So again, it just goes to show that the upward pressure will continue. And these are service risks to council that you need to be aware of. One of the things we've spoken about is how we deal with those CRs, those forward programs, how we coordinate those works. Obviously, we were looking to make some ongoing changes to that, and looking to improve how we manage that workflow so we can get a better outcome through the use of those resources. But I don't see it backing off anytime soon, particularly with the dry weather can be just as much as impact as wet weather at times too. Just next one for us, Kim.
Thanks, Aaron. So these little pie graphs here are just looking at the current financial year performance. So what have we been spending our money on, all the various activities, and the two major areas are in our sealed and unsealed road network. And so what we've done there is the top slide is just looking at, well, what have we been doing this financial year in the sealed space, and the second one, the bottom pie graph there, is in the unsealed space. So you look at the top pie graph, the biggest portion of that is in relation to the standard potholes and edge repairs, etc. What you do find there, it's interesting, is the boom mowing vegetation is a significant portion. That's that on the right-hand side of the pie there. It accounts for about 10% of the budget. We've had a pretty good year for growing, so that's probably a direct result out of that. There's a couple of other sections that we've got, and we've presented these pie graphs in the past, but we have included some new ones, customer requests and corridor management, as well as program and report development, and it's essentially, for want of a better term, back office type costs, expenditure, not related to activities on the ground as such, but they do form an important part of the overall OPEX. Having a look down in the unsealed space, the large cost there is the patrol grading, accounting for approximately 65% of that overall activity that we do in the unsealed space, which probably isn't surprising. So that's just really just a bit of a look at what we've been doing this financial year. So now into the proposed budget.
So just with this one, council, this is the GLs, and we'll start working through what we're proposing for next year. These slides will come up, and then afterwards there's a subsequent slide. So if you look at the works maintenance budget, which is 6.3 million, Kev will run you through some proposed service levels of what that breakup is, and that'll allow some decision points there for council to make. Just want to highlight the probably two main ones there that Kev will, our increase in 1109 is in relation to street costs, but just remembering what I said previously, council, about moving 600,000 from OPEX to CAPEX to deliver those services in combination with another program. What that accounts to, once we reduce that 8% for our wages, means our overall increase for that maintenance number is only 1.2%. Okay, does that make sense? To just go back, I'll get Kev to talk to it, but I just wanted to highlight that to council.
So just briefly, so we've essentially got three business units, and you can see the two there, and we'll have a look at the other one on the next page. But the works admin there is essentially wages for a number of people in the works admin area, and the materials is very much just a street lighting cost that we probably have not a great deal of control over. The works maintenance business unit, so that's the major one. That's for essentially our road maintenance, if you will. Current budget for this year is 6.8 million, and we're proposing a budget of 6.3 million. And as Aaron's highlighted, there's a significant change in the 600,000 OPEX into CAPEX. The percentage variances that you see, the percentage variances there, there's some rather differing numbers there. The consultants, you can see we've zeroed that out completely, and perhaps the difference in the percentages is the assumptions we've made when we've taken the 600,000 out of the OPEX budget, so that we've had to determine a split between plant contractors and wages. But essentially there's an overall difference of about 1.2%. The next business unit there is essentially our private works, if you will. Majority of that is related to main roads works, so RMPC, our road maintenance performance contract, which is around about $2 million. And then we have a significant TIDS project there for $4.5 million, which is included. So that's, again, that's private works, revenue in, expenses out.
Kev, just before we move on, are you happy to take questions as we go?
Yeah, for sure.
Otherwise, we're all going to have a big list at the end. Councillor Shoemaker.
Just in relation to the business unit, so you've increased the expense for street lighting by $60,000, and when I look at year-to-date actuals for 22-23 are 139,746 against a budget of 240. So you've still got $100,000 there at year-to-date, and you're proposing to increase the budget from 240 to 300. So it's a $60,000 variance. I understand electricity costs have increased, perhaps, but that seems like in comparison to year-to-date, that seems like why would we increase it?
Through Mr Mayor, we expect that we've still got 2 quarters of bills to be received yet for that. So you would only be 50% at this point in time of actuals.
50%?
Yep. We believe we've still got to receive our 3rd quarter and 4th quarter bills, Councillor. Happy to follow that up, but that's what we believe at this stage. We did allow, we had, we actually had Tim run the electricity budget for us. The expectation is that we will see energy costs, electricity bills rise in around over 20% is what the expectation is. So we've allowed for that based on what we believe is the bet. What we didn't want to do was undercook that budget, and then all of a sudden we come back. So it was basically our best guesstimate of what we think our power bill could be.
Did that consider the work procurement team's done in hedging some of our electricity costs?
Yeah, that's based on our actuals plus a percentage increase based on what we currently pay.
Yeah, because Lou had found some significant savings there.
Yeah, so my understanding is that our electricity has previously been through that process. The big thing about the electricity is everyone throws around different numbers around what the energy costs will be over the next 12 months. Are they going to go up 18% or 20% or whatever it is? In this case, I believe Tim has allowed 25% based on expectation that we would exceed above 20% increases in power costs across the board. So that's where that number comes from, Councillor.
Yep, thank you.
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, just on the RMPC, do we, last time I think did we do some slashing of the main roads with our funding, or was that all inclusive? So we were able to achieve probably, it seemed like we kept on top of the slashing more this last season, although on the main roads as well. So just wondering how that worked.
Efficient management, Councillor, is what we...
Sorry, what was that?
I'm just joking. No, No, TMR's is fully funded by them, so it's based on the current one. And I know we've had the discussions around the slashing. We do have a proposal coming up further if council wants to increase its budget to put the third round in, what that would cost. But essentially, I think it really is a bit of, obviously it is weather dependent. But essentially we're on the 2 rounds. We are probably doing a little bit more. Because there's been some areas that we've gone and slashed, obviously prior to Easter and those sort of things. So it's around timing and weather, as you know. So, but otherwise, it's just, I think too, if you think about it, we had 4 weather events last financial year, which obviously put a lot of pressure on as well.
Yep, and just one more question. Just the TIDS construction project. I just can refresh my memory as to what that particular one is.
Yeah, so in next year's budget, the Maidmore Bunyan Mountains Road, they have a TIDS project load through the RRTG for that.
Thank you.
On the works admin materials, 300,000 in the budget for that. What does that use for?
Electricity. Yeah, straight street lighting, Mr. Mayor. Just go back up a slide, Kim. It's street lighting. So the 300,000 materials.
Oh, that's the street lighting.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Mayor. That's the street lighting.
Councillor Shoemaker was talking
Yep,
about.
correct.
Sorry, I missed that. Thank you. Yep. Okay.
You've got the next one, Kim. So Kev will just.
Sorry, I'm not sure it is. Is it the variance there for materials is 69,000. So it was $60,000 increase for the street lighting, which was extrapolated on the next 2 quarters plus a 25% expected increase in cost. So then there's $9,353 that must just be across different areas.
Yeah, so the so we've also got the labour reduction in there. Yep.
Yep. Okay.
Sorry, I think I'm on the wrong line. I'm under works. Yeah, I'm on works admin. Works admin materials.
Yeah, that's right, Mr.
From
Mayor.
240 to 300.
That's
Yeah,
right.
That's street lighting.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Righto. But materials for works maintenance is a different. Okay, right. Yep, that's fine. Thank you.
Let's go to the next one, Kim. So Kev will just go through the breakup of. So if you think about it, after we've taken the 600,000 OPEX to CAPEX, this is our proposed breakup of the maintenance budget and how that works to walk council through. All yours, mate.
One, two. Yep.
I'm just looking at the general ledger, and the employee component has increased by 1.180. Is that the EBA increase, or what's that increase?
No, so just with the through you, Mr. Mayor, apologies. So with this one here, so your employee benefits have gone up because there's more work in there to be built. So that would be offset by capital. So just the bottom note there. So if you look at it, our value's gone from 2.6 million to 6.5 million. So our wages have gone up. So we've allowed for that RRTG TIDS project to be delivered by council resources. So that increase in your wages is offset by revenue.
So does that mean we'll be going out and finding more staff?
No, it'll be existing staff, Mr. Mayor. So that means that you might send. So what that means
just
is
wondering where the people come from. Sorry.
No, that's right. So what that means is, so on the other lot of our other discussion, that means that more capital works would have to go to contract. Or you deliver this work by a contractor. So at the end of the day, it's similar to your capital program. How much you do internally and how much you want to do externally. So that would be a capital crew that would go there to do that work, which means you'll outsource more other stuff to other groups when we go through the capital space.
But why would we budget that in salary and wages?
Because it's in the OPEX budget. So because it's a recurrent budget, it has to be budgeted on your operational lines. So not probably.
But if we're using contractors and we're not increasing
Yeah, so we've budgeted for council resources to go and do that, which means more of your capital wages would be reduced and your services would go up. Does that make sense, councillor? Okay, so yeah, so normally, so just go back a slide for me, Kim. So when you do your OPEX budget for us, so these are your maintenance staff essentially, okay? So Kev will have a break up there, which we will do a percentage of how much is OPEX wages, how much is plant, how much is materials and services. So when he goes through, he'll have a look and say, well, okay, we spend X amount of dollars on grading and those sort of things. Let's go to the next one. When we do capital wages, so your capital wages is, I'll say Mark Greenaway's, Phil Dugdale and those crews. They're normally charged to capital works projects. In this case here, where you've got a contract job, private works job being given you to by TMR, that crew will come across and build that, which means that we will send more resheeting or something to local contractors and send one of the major capital crews over. But it turns up on your OPEX budget because it's an OPEX project, because it's not a capital project. But your wages goes up, but your revenue goes with it, okay? Is that...
Yeah, that makes sense now. Going back a slide, GM, sorry, on. So works maintenance there, we spent we got 725,000 in the budget for contractors. Is there any scope to internally resource that? I know Mr. CEO's talked about how we brought the FTEs down, which from one point of view is a good thing, but from another point of view, maybe not. Is there scope to transition from contractors to more internal staff?
Yeah, so that'll be, you'll have some...
Are we on a pathway there to try and employ local people who could work for council and be available to do that work? Is there a strategy around that, or is that not a good concept?
No, not at all, Mr. Mayor. I think it's one for us to look through our workforce planning. If council sets its service levels for this year, at the end of the day, we'll have some contractors for slashing, bitumen repairs, dig-outs. That's your hire plant as well. So if we're hiring in mini excavators, rollers and those sort of things, that all turns up in those buckets there as well, along with local trucks. So we have a non-permanent workforce. If council wanted to increase its staffing numbers, is something that we can look at as a service level planning maybe over the next 12 to 18 months. I know there's some stuff circulating around that. The biggest thing for us in there is trying to, and I know it's been a bit of a bugbear for council, is particularly around our consultants and the number of consultants that we have in our group. We'll be looking to use, an additional, maybe a works engineer or something like that who's locally employed on staff to replace those sort of things as well. So we're trying not to outsource as much, if that makes sense. We're, again, listen to council that we want to try and do things cheaper and more local. We think that this budget probably reflects that a little bit. I think the big thing here will be around most of the contractors that we use is for similar ones where we've, example like the Wandai drain that we did to dig out, is it Dingo Creek? Those sort of things. So jobs that are above our capacity to do, we'll always have a degree of contractors that supplement our workforce. And they will come from local panels 99% of the time, unless there's a specialist reason for that, essentially.
No, very comfortable with that. Thank you, Jim.
So there's just in terms of sorry, I'm on 11011, so the next budget in your GL, there's just a 50... If I'm reading this right.
Is that the capital one?
So yeah, so you said the Bunny Mountains Road was an RRTG project and it's been recognised as revenue of $3.82 million, but the spend is...
Just go back, Kim.
There's a $50,000 variation there. The spend's 3.870, so just wanted to... Is that council money
No.
going toward RRTG project, or is that?
No. Sorry, council, which numbers have you got?
So
we're on the right page for you, just so I've got it right.
Yeah.
1112.
Yeah, works contracts.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've got the 3.820, which is for the Mainwell Bunny Mountains Road. But what you have got, what you're spending is...
Sorry, councillor, so The variance one there is,
Sorry, it's not matching your GL report that I got, yeah.
no, so if you go to, just on the screen there, so you'll have 2 million, which is RMPC in the blue column, and you got 4.5. Your increase on 3.820 is there was a previous project in there last year, so it's just, it zeroes itself out. Does that make sense? Are you talking about the 3.82 variance there, councillor?
Yeah, I'm talking about the $50,954 variance across the whole program.
Where is it?
So bottom line, variance.
Oh, sorry.
So there's a.
Yeah, sorry, that's your,
Looks like you're spending or, yeah, sorry.
so that's just our profit, councillor.
So we are profiting that off the job.
Yeah, that's right. So at the moment we're at a reduction of 200,000. So we've allowed for profit on the RMPC, but not on for the TIDS project at this stage.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Apologies, I was looking at the. Yep. Good. Oh, look, and yeah, very good. All right, Kim. All right, Kev's just going to run through this one here, and just mindful, council, there's a couple of slides here for a bit of discussion around service levels and those sort of things. So we'll run through a couple, and then we'll see where we end up.
Councillors, so this is just breaking up the 6.3 million. Again, sealed roads make the bulk of that at 3.5 million. Unsealed is 2.4, and then we've got this other, which is our stormwater, our bridges, and our footpaths in there. And so we'll in some of the coming slides, we will just break up the sealed and the unsealed into various activities, so you can see what the plan is for the coming year. So this is, and Aaron's spoken about this.
Sorry, just before you go, Pat, can you just go back to that last slide on the breakdown there?
Yep.
What difference would it make if we were to take 50 out of sealed and 50 out of unsealed roads and put it into footpaths on top of the 90? Because we all know that we've got a considerable network of footpaths that we've all talked about. So, but 50 out of each one, that's not a considerable, like 50 grand in an unsealed road. What are you going to do with that? Probably 3K, 2K?
Yep. So happy to look at the breakup on the sealed network in coming slides, and you can see the actual activities and the amounts that we've put towards them.
Just want to. Oh, sorry. You go.
Ultimately, it's a decision for council if you do want to adjust service levels in whether it's sealed or unsealed and footpaths.
So just a question to Councillor Jones. Are you talking about maintenance on the footpaths as opposed to upgrade of the footpaths? Because this is maintenance. Are you talking about like just...
Yep, and so that's our CapEx is next on the agenda. So, and we do have some information for that one. So this one is just a little bit more framework around the $600,000 from OPEX to CapEx. The benefit, as Aaron indicated earlier, is the reduction in council's operational deficit. The methodology seeks to promote planned permanent repair treatments, primarily to sealed roads. For example, our high priority major dig outs in lieu of the temporary pavement repairs, as we've talked about. The assumption relies on combining with available depreciation to form a major coordinated program, and we've reflected that in the CapEx, the proposed CapEx budget for next year. Okay, so this is the next couple of slides. We've got the sealed road and the unsealed road breakup. So we're just looking at how we're going to essentially break that 3.5 million up. So potholes, edge repairs is a significant portion in the sealed road budget. You can see all the way around there. We've got the standard line marking, herbicide spraying, drainage, boom mowing, street sweeping, signage. We do have, as explained earlier, we do have some new segments, customer requests and corridor management, as well as the program and report development, which essentially is the back office type costs. I'll talk a little bit about the general maintenance. There's 307,000 for debris removal, call outs, footpaths, cleaning, etc. We'll talk about that in a I think it might be the next slide in terms of the possible service improvements.
Sorry, Kevin, just before we move on for that, what do we do with the program and report development? 205,000, that's a back office body of work, is it?
Oh, that's correct, Mr. Mayor. There's another item in there, I believe, road inspections. So road inspections are essentially out on the road, identifying defects. There's a lot of work that happens between picking up a defect, and literally there are thousands of defects in our system. So working out a coordinated program, prioritising all of those defects, and getting that into a workable, practical plan is an enormous amount of essentially back office type work. We've also put in reporting development as another expense, I suppose, and that's part of what we do. But there is a significant cost associated with that.
Kev, just on that, sorry, shoulder resheeting and grading, is that addressing the one-lane bitumen shoulders and that sort of stuff? And if it is that enough? Because we have a considerable network that I believe that the most dangerous roads that we travel on in this region is single-lane bitumen.
Yep, and there's agreed. Edge drop-offs are a significant risk for us, particularly with our narrow width sealed roads. When we get to the CapEx, you will see an item in there. I think it's from memory about $500,000 for shoulder resheeting, and that's a genuine capital project. What we're talking about here is in the OPEX space, so where we have isolated edge drop-offs, which typically you will have quite a number of smaller sections that don't constitute a project that essentially makes its way into the CapEx space.
So probably your heads up to have a close look at that when we get to the capital budget on shoulder reseeding, in light of the fact that it's such a high risk part of our roads. Yeah. Who was next? Councillor Potter, you next?
Yeah, thanks. Just a couple of questions. So I want to go back to program and report development. So when we put something through council here and a report's to be brought back, is that what that covers, as well as some of your road reports that you get? But the other thing is, I'm just trying to figure out, because I've noticed a few of the roads lately where it's not so much the mowing, it's actually the trees that are coming onto and covering up the signage and things like that. So, or even out too far onto the roadside. Does that covered under our budget, or do we budget for that, or like? So yeah, where does that one sort of sit?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So that would be a general defect that we would have a look at. So in our maintenance management plan, we have obstruction or vegetation that's obstructional. So we'll have a look at that, whether that's in a critical option item or into in your what do you call it? Or it goes in a backlog for future cleaning. Just in relation to your other question there, councillor, so your program report development, your customer requests, and your corridor management and your road inspections, that is your technical team and your works engineers that manage your CRMs and your network. What Kev was saying there, it's not so much about council reports, even though it's done by a function of that group or part of that group. That is around developing, managing your sealed network and your backlog. And putting those programs together. So previously we went through council a couple of weeks ago, we've got a large amount of defects that come through. So it's really about managing these services that are applied in that pie chart essentially.
And through Mr. Mayor, just wanting to know about so there's $1.3 million on that, or $3 million on the patching and potholes and edge repairs. So that's 600,000 that you taking from OPEX to CAPEX to do that kind of work. Is that sorry, from CAPEX to OPEX, or either way, I don't know which one. Is that going to be targeting that, because those potholes as the example I said with the Wondai, that kind of stuff where we just keep patching and patching, is that going to significantly decrease that figure? That's one question. Then I just have one more question.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we've reduced our pothole patching, pavement repair and our shoulder resheeting as the key components of that program to put that together. So we always have potholes, but the idea of that is that we would still utilise those similar resources, but we'd have a targeted program that does a better job. Now that's just an antidote for council. That doesn't mean we go and put hot mix in every hole. That is about putting a coordinated program together where we've got failures from me to you that need to be dug out properly and redone. So that would be done on a priority basis. So as opposed to coming through and pave lining it and then pave lining it again, that would have a proper program that does that.
Yep. And just the second question is, so how many staff do we have that actually go out and do the program and reporting? Because I know that I get complaints, and other councils probably do too, that we've got people that go out and they actually circle the potholes and then might it takes a fair while for someone to come back and actually fix the potholes. And there's a lot of customers that say snide remarks about wouldn't they be better to go out and actually fix the pothole instead of circling it? Just wanting to know if there's a more efficient way of doing that programming and reporting, because we've got staff driving back and forwards all the time. We've got councillors taking photographs and things like that. I guess you've already looked at it, but I'm just asking the question.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So in that case, is some of the markings that are put on the road are actually not us. There would be other individuals doing that. For some of the ones are actually through flood damage and those sort of things. But it is a perceptional issue, and I do agree with you that you get people that say, well, if you marked it out, why didn't you fix it? It still comes down to that you've got to have that metric on your network, like we've gone through the data previously, to say, well, what's the most important thing for us as far as putting a program together? And I think the big thing is too, if you take an ad hoc approach to, you can burn a lot of money, but also you might fix stuff that you've got critical things like, talking about shoulder resheeting and those sort of things where you could probably invest your money better. So I think on the back of our other conversation previously, I think it's about how we can do things better, programming. We are obviously always reviewing our services and how we deliver some of these things. And I think our biggest goal for that group is how can we put together a better program and uplift our existing staff, if that makes sense. And one of the things I highlight there too is like we've been relying on consultants to prop up some of those things. So we're looking to transition that away and look at, internally skilling where we can to make ourselves a bit more better at what we do. But it takes time. It does, as you know. It's a bit like all the conversations we've had this morning. What we knew a year ago and what we knew 2 years ago, we're now trying to do things a little bit different so we can do things better. So
just through you, Mr. Mayor, the question was also how many staff have we got that do that programming and reporting?
Yeah, so currently at the moment, I think you've got 3 works engineers down the back, and you've got 1 and a bit inspectors. Yeah, so and then we've also got a number of consultants there at the moment as well, which will be finishing up with us.
Thank you.
Go to Councillor Shoemaker, then Councillor Erkins.
I just wanted to make sure I've got this right in my mind. So the 23-24 $6.3 million proposed budget on the works maintenance program,
against 22-23, which was the $6.82 million works maintenance program. So there's a $574,000 variance. So, and you have said you're going to move 600,000 to CapEx. So I wanted to understand, has that $600,000 been already taken out here? So you've still got a $500,000 increase or decrease in your works maintenance program.
Yeah. So through Mr. Mayor, so
Even considering that 500, so that's on top of, so it's actually a $1.1 million shift.
Yeah, so what we've done there, just going back to the original slide, was we've unfunded wages this time. That is a big impact to our bottom line. So I won't check your maths. I'll take your word for it. But essentially, 3.65% to the bottom line, $600,000 across to OPEX to CapEx to reduce your deficit in funded program, and then we unfund wages to 8% across the board across all my business units. And that's where you end up. So that's why this pie chart here gives you the new proposed breakup of that 6.3. And if we're happy, Mr. Mayor, we'll probably talk about a couple of services inside these. Oh, sorry, apologies, I jumped in front of the councillor. But yeah, we've got some services to talk through as well, if that makes sense.
So on the repairs, as Councillor Duff said, one of our main comments is that, you know, why would council go, there's 5 potholes in a particular spot, why would council fix 2 and drive away and leave 3? So do the staff who go out and fix them, do they have any, are they allowed to get there and make a decision and say, well, 2 have been, I don't know why they're only doing 2. Is it because only 2 have been reported? But do they have any, yeah, are they allowed to just go and do, because that is one of the things that, I mean, I get asked all the time, you know, why would they do that? Surely if they're there, surely there's, I mean, if they're filling those holes all the time, they should be qualified enough to know whether to, you know, throw some stuff in the other holes, because it's the community's perception of things we do, and surely it would cost us a lot more money to go back and do them again after. If they're there, it must be cheaper to do it while they're there. Or if is the new program we're going to have, we won't go and do them 5 little potholes. We'll go along, dig the whole thing out and replace the whole lot.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, fully probably take the point, Council. I think it comes down to each circumstance is on its merit. I think that we need to make sure we've got a process where if there is a potholes that are not on their program and they're in that area, what's the process for them to get that repaired? So happy to work that out. And I know sometimes we're good at that and sometimes we're not. I think it comes down to the circumstances where I think we have gone to roads where we've probably left some potholes, but the reason that might have happened is A, it's not on program, or they might have a substantial program that they've got to get through for high priority defects, where you don't want to drive over potholes to get to potholes, if that makes sense. But sometimes if you stop for every pothole, you'll never get to where your high priorities, and you'll fix every defect and cook your budget out. I think the big thing around perception is what frustrates people, and I can appreciate with the council, is where we've got a large section of that's playing up essentially, and it's either should be put on capital program or fixed properly, and have that discussion around that. And I think the big thing about it is having the right resources inside our program team, which can assist in making those decisions. But also what that does is assist the works coordinators and those key people who run those operations to ensure that we are making good decisions on the ground, because it's not just about, you know, 3 works engineers or an inspector trying to make up a program. It is a team effort right through to our front line of what works and what doesn't. And again, I acknowledge that some things we do very, very well and some things we need to improve. I think the big thing in our mind is that we've got data coming in now. We can see how many potholes are. Like we showed the map the other day, it's about getting a good program together. But also someone sitting there and going, well, hang on a minute, we're going to go to maintenance zone 4. What do we actually want to do in that zone so that we're well planned for that? But also, if we get there and we find that Jane Street's got an extra 5 potholes in it, what's the process so that we don't drive over that? Or if we do drive over it, someone's made that decision that can justify why that's occurred.
Probably is, what I want to know is that staff are allowed to take some initiative to fix things if they come across it, or do they have to wait for a work order to come? Because a lot of times it just seems to be, you see such simple things that could be fixed, people, staff, council staff are driven, for example, over a pothole to get, are they allowed to use initiative, or do they have to wait for an instruction to come through the...
Yeah, look, you'd hope that we've got the right people in the right positions, that common sense prevails, and unfortunately sometimes you do leave some stuff, and we're aware of that. I think the big thing is, to answer your question, is that if we're not making good decisions in this space, how do we empower staff that they can make a decision and walk through that process? And it's a bit like we did with the graders the other day. I think it's a matter of us having a chat with some of our frontline staff to say, well, what's good and what's not. Same as what we do with the unsealed, to get their feedback. Generally, to answer your question, yes, if something is unsafe, they should fix it. But also too, they do need to have, if they're departing from their program substantially, they need to have a discussion about that. I think, again, just trying to get the common sense to prevail. If it's 1 or 2 potholes, but if we're going to lose 3 days because we're trying to patch a section because we've seen it, it's about understanding where that program comes from. But if they do more, they do have the capability on, so with the reflex system, and they are aware of, if they do more than what they have, they do have the capability to log and fix that repair while they are on site. So I think the big thing is having expectations right about, perceptionally wise. If we see we've got a program that's been delivered in Jane's area, okay, if that's changed, how do we do that better, I suppose? I might just talk to this one, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor. So this one here is on the back of our discussions we've had with council, particularly around our new CBDs and also some of our existing ones. What we're proposing here is, we've had a number of discussions with Pete and Leanne, and I know that this has been an ongoing issue for council, particularly around the cleanliness of the CBDs and some of the maintenance that's done and some of the maintenance that's not done in urban areas. Be fair to say, I think most councils have got an example in their head where, we've had a bollard or a sign that's been bent over for probably a lot longer than what it should be, or damaged furniture. Also, we've got CBDs that require cleaning, which we subcontract out on an ad hoc basis at this time. What we're proposing to council in discussions that we've had with Leanne is that our general maintenance crew would be set up with a proper pressure cleaner to perform a program maintenance on a regular basis. And by that I mean that is and I'm saying this comes from our existing budget within that general maintenance area. So we would be resourced, or Kev's area would be resourced. That's for 3 hours a day. So starting early in the morning, we would go to the towns on a rotational basis, pressure clean the footpaths, clean them up, clean the bins through there. And then for the rest of the day, or they would work on priority defects within that urban area. So if there's a sign bent over, or there's a bollard that's been bent, or there's a bin that needs to go from here to the workshop, it would be that crew that goes through and does that. Now, we would also do a coordinated blowdown with the street sweeper once a month or something like that in each of the CBDs. And it is exactly that. It would be a program-based approach to program. I'm not prepared to say that we're going to clean every CBD every month. I think it's a case of we clean Kingaroy and then we go to Blackbutt and then we go to Mergen. But that being said, the second dot point that we have there, if there's a reason that we need to go to another town because someone's spilt something on a footpath, then they will task across there and complete that and do that. And that will allow probably a couple of things. And Leanne will talk about her services when she comes through on Friday. She's still going to do the gardens and the spot cleaning and those sort of things where possible. But it gives us a real ownership of the CBDs. So that would belong to a team leader or a supervisor or someone like that who's responsible for making sure that the infrastructure is maintained. And by that, the reason why we've gone down this path, we believe is the best way to go, because if there is infrastructure maintenance that needs to be done in that CBD, someone is responsible for it, and someone owns it, if that makes sense. It's probably a little bit unfair to rely on the Parks and Gardens team to repair a crack in a concrete or a damaged infrastructure or bollard and those sorts of things. But that doesn't mean, and one of the discussions we've had with Leanne is that if we have a coordinated person on our end and they have a coordinated person on their end, we can have a relationship that makes it work. So what that would mean is that, similarly, I think I saw pictures the other day when Blackbutt came through, it was pretty dirty. That means that it would be put on a regular clean. We're not talking about a street sweeper type arrangement. We're talking about the high pressure clean that we would use with our contractors, which is the handheld one. We have asked Susan very nicely to put some money in the budget for us to buy a proper machine that if we were to outsource, that they would use. And that allows us to have a rate. So the way that would work is that two members would go to Kingaroy. They would start early in the morning. I'm just using Kingaroy as the example. They would clean between, say, 5 and 8 o'clock in the morning. And then for the rest of the day, they would either do signs that are bent over in the CBD or signs that are bent over in the neighbourhood or in the town streets. I think we've had a number of signs that I got one the other day that was bent over for quite some time. But what that means is that would be funded, but that would be the high priority work for the general maintenance crew. So that means when we talk about things falling off, that means we can't do everything, but that would go first, if that makes sense. It's a bit like knowing your Premier Park that has the... In all honesty, we're getting more and more requests to clean the CBDs. I've got one there because a business wants to use it and they want to hold a function in the footpath in a couple of weeks' time. We would go through, put that on our program, and we would turn up and make sure we clean that that function. If there was an event like in Mergen the other day with the Egg Spectacular, that would get bumped into program to be cleaned prior to that event. So that means, just good outcomes, if that makes sense. So that is our proposal for that. And that's our, it's not a perfect, and again, not a silver bullet, but to me, we've got damaged infrastructure and we're going to have those in these CBDs. And it's not just because they're new, it's because it was there before and probably was never fixed, where that person would be responsible for. So if they're working in Mergen for 3 days, they would have a backlog from our program team of here's the defects that we've identified in the Mergen area, put them in a batting order. They may not do all of them, but they will do them in an order of list, if that makes sense. And that's the same way it's picked up in the RACUS run by our program team. So, and one of the things that we did speak about, there would be an internal process. So if the parks team was in the CBD, how would they communicate to that team that there's been a defect raised, that they've seen a bollard that's been hit by a car or something like that, so that they're aware and those sort of things. So to me, it is... From where we sit, I think this has been an ongoing issue for council, and I think that this, in discussions that we've had, it's a case of what's important. Not everywhere needs a high pressure clean, but there's some. It's about making sure that those things in that CBD are done. One of the other examples I'll give is in the Nango, we have a number of drainage issues that occur in there. We've got grates that are blocked up. That would go to that crew that they do a monthly inspection. When they are there, they are responsible for checking certain infrastructure to make sure it is functional. So they would have a list, if that makes sense. Okay. Happy to questions, Mr. Mayor.
I would like to see if there's some way that we can, so whether it be through the local chambers or business organisations, that they try and encourage businesses to actually assist in the keeping of their outside their shops and that clean. Because one of the things I think is if it gets bad, then everyone gives up. But I didn't know whether we could approach, each of us that go to these business things to see whether we couldn't get a, they have the cleanest town or the cleanest main street or the best presented, whether we could try and organise something, because it comes back to community pride and getting businesses, because it used to be that everyone went out, the first thing you did in the morning was sweep your footpath. So, if we could get businesses back to understanding that that's the entrance to their business, surely they've got the most to gain by keeping that clean. But if council then assisted by doing the high pressure clean, or even, I've mentioned it a few times, giving businesses access to the tap so they could do their own clean, because that's when things started going off and people stopped doing it, because you went to, you would have an issue and you couldn't clean it without dragging a hose through your own shop or carrying out buckets of water. So, if we could work with businesses, because I think it's a team effort to keep our streets clean. I don't think it's a responsibility, because nobody comes and mows my footpath at home. So as a ratepayer at home, why should I be contributing to keeping a business's footpath up to speed? I do think it's it's got to be a combination. They've got to be working in together. So it would be good if councillors could, through their involvement with the different business organisations, try and encourage a little bit of that. And then, as I said, because, in Nanango, I think we've been waiting 4 years for the pots to go in the street to put some flowers in.
Okay. That's just had one response to that, Mr. Mayor, if that's all right. Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we do have a fact sheet which we can distribute. We did that with Councillor Duff and Mergen, which was successful. I think you're 100% right, because even when I walk through Kingaroy, there is, I think there needs to be an expectation that this is not to clean the CBD of Kingaroy or Blackbutt or Mergen every week. This would be a regular clean, but there is a reliance on business owners to do the right thing and encourage how they clean. So happy to distribute that with maybe the local councillor. I know we've had questions. We're doing up a map currently of where the water points are in Kingaroy. I just spoke to a business this morning. They've asked me for access to that. I think it's something that we can put together. But I acknowledge too that there's some businesses who do a really, really good job in keeping their CBD clean. But you're right, if more people did it, it's easier to clean, and particularly when there's a hospitality outlet as well.
Through Mr. Mayor, yeah, I agree with what Councillor Erkins has said. But we did have the distribution of the flyers in Mergen, and there was a fair bit of concern about the fact that they don't have access to taps, and also the fact that they couldn't use any type of chemical, which a lot of them, the water is just not enough to clean the footpaths, and there's a fair bit of consideration around the particular type of surface, and there's some challenges around what they can and can't do, but there certainly was a willingness to do as much as they could to help council. But I think that this option here with this increasing the service levels and CBD cleanings is just, to me, it is a silver bullet. I think it's something that is long overdue, that we actually do a program, get the gear and actually do it consistently, rather than ad hoc and suddenly trying to get contractors in or try this and that. But if we can consistently do that and at the same do that maintenance, because I've noticed that when we do those high pressure cleans, it just makes such a difference to the image of the town and the outlook of the people in the community, because cleanliness is next to godliness. Like, it's just a big deal. And if we have these magnificent footpaths and we don't maintain them, it's just to me it's a waste of time, because it's that keeping them looking good is where we tick up a million boxes for the community. So I think it is a silver bullet. I think it's wonderful. And then to say then that crew will do that and then go out and do all those bits and bobs where you're picking up signs and straightening them, that's where our reputation has been damaged in a big way, because we leave a sign down for 3 months. And I get that it's just because it's probably not a priority in those. We've got lots of other priorities, and so that one gets overlooked, but it's still, people use it to smash into us. So if we could do this and then do those bits and bobs around the town, I just think it's wonderful, and I'm just 100% supportive of it.
Yeah, thanks, Gemma. I'll probably give you a briefer version, 10 out of 10. I think for you and your crew to come up with this, it's going to make a big difference. And using our own staff, it's an excellent recommendation. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, unsealed. So this is the proposed breakup. Again, patrol grading takes the lion's share along with heavy formation grading. And the next, probably the next slide that we've got, just hold there though, Kim, is essentially a discussion around maintenance grading and perhaps some options that we can to change things up a bit. But don't think there's anything in that remaining pie in there that is too different to previous years. So we might roll on to have a bit of a discussion about our maintenance grading service levels. So the current service level is our 1 patrol grade per annum, so 1 grader, 1 water truck. We do have heavy formation grading, which is typically on an as-needed basis, and you find that it's on the higher order roads, higher trafficked roads. So we've got 3 options that we've highlighted there. Option 1 is that we remain the same. Again, our 3 crews with our graders, water trucks, doing the 1 patrol grade per annum. We are looking at a couple of other ones, and so if we have a look at option 2, which is the addition of rollers to our 3 crews. So what that does is provide better compaction to the road surface. Estimated cost increase is about $480,000 per annum, and the actual grading interval does go out, and we think around about 18 months rather than the per annum for patrol grading. So that's one option. Just over the page there, please, Cam.
Sorry, just on that one. So you're saying that there's difference between patrol grading and medium formation grading, but
Yep.
now, so by adding the addition of the rollers, is that to the patrol grading crew or is that to the formation grading crew? And why then is all of the roads out to 18 months?
Yep. So that's to the essentially we're saying if we're running patrol grading, if we add rollers to the patrol grading, we're essentially building that crew up to what we're terming medium formation grading.
Oh, so you're changing the patrol grading now, so there's no patrol grading, it's just called now medium formation grading, is what you're saying?
Essentially, yes.
Yeah, okay. And is that, sorry, just hoping in somewhere in there's going to be some drainage work included in that.
Yep. So we do have some other, towards the end of the slides there, Councillor, we've got some slashing and some drainage, but just confirming that the 18 months for the medium formation grading was our estimate, 18 months to perhaps 2 years, and that's probably to be seen. Oh, yep. So in terms of the drainage, our heavy formation grading that we currently do on an as-needed basis, that does pick up the full drainage, diversion drains, table drains, etc. So we carry generally a loader and trucks with the heavy formation crews. You don't find that with, say, your medium formation crews, which will just be the grader, water truck, and the roller.
It's to me, it still doesn't address that real problem of in the community perception about the fact that we go there and we do all that grading and then we don't do the drains and then we get a flood and then the road's messed out, or even just not a flood, even just any rain, and then your next thing you got washout. So I don't know whether that's where we need to land.
Yep. So we do have a service level consideration for drainage. So employing a small drainage crew specifically for table drains, diversion drains, and we've costed that up, and we'll have a look at that in a couple of slides if you like. But essentially it is something that it's either targeted with a specific crew or undertaken through heavy formation grading.
So just through you, Mr. Mayor, we're just wondering why, if you add rollers, that it needs to slow it down to 18 months to 2 years. Can't they all just work? Yeah, I know, but then it's slowing it down so much. Why has it got to slow it down that much?
Yeah, I think the task of the compaction does take time. The more, and we find even heavy formation grading, so as we add more gear to the crews, then there are the time considerations are such that heavy formation grading takes longer than your medium formation grading, which takes longer than your patrol grading.
But doesn't the rollers mean the job should last for longer? Aren't you doing a better job if you're compacting it down?
Correct.
So if you're just going to do that grade over the top compared to packing it down and watering it and giving a better job, it should last the 18 months. It's not that we're going to take 18 months to get back. It's that we should get 18 months before it really needs doing.
Yeah, not always, but certainly the intent of compacting the road surface it's assumed that the finished product is going to be better. It's a tighter surface. It'll last longer than the current practice.
Well, I mean, I know I've said before, every one of my residents is an expert, but a lot of them tell me that, the graders come along and graded, all that loose dirt then that's sitting on the road, the wind comes, blows it away, it rains and it runs away, and, you've just wasted your time. So I would have thought if we're packing it down when they do it, that we're going to get a better, you would assume you're getting a better job, otherwise I don't know why we would be doing it.
That's correct. And hence the reason we're looking at our various options. The third option there is a bit of a mix between patrol grading and medium formation grading. What we're looking at doing is focusing in on the road hierarchy and perhaps giving the medium formation grading onto our what we call 4A and 4B roads, the higher order roads, and probably some of the 5A roads, which are again fairly high order roads. And with the lower order roads, the 5Bs, then perhaps the same service level that we currently give, which is the patrol grading.
So is that the current service level, meaning annually?
Currently, yes.
So you keep that in this model, the lower roads would get an annual grade.
Yeah. So where we've got there, we've got some prices there. So the addition of rollers, which is estimated to be $80,000 per annum for a 2-month campaign, if you will, to undertake medium formation grading to the higher order roads. And that would be a proportional reduction in that heavy formation pie that we looked at in previous slide.
So we're judging these roads, we're scoring them based on the length, not on the usage. Wouldn't we be? Sorry.
Yeah. So you have the higher order roads such as Memarambi Barkers Creek is a good one. It's a higher order, higher usage, higher trafficked roads, and generally doesn't hold up well to straight patrol grading.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so are we still on those lower order roads where there's a piece of black soil? Because what I'm finding is that people are complaining that the grading is actually taking some of that surface material off, and then that's making the road actually worse. Will we still put gravel on those areas that are, vulnerable and potentially, where someone might get bogged.
Yeah, I think that's the advantage of the medium formation grading and obviously heavy formation grading, and it does minimise the issue of material being taken off and put into table drains and so forth. You have that a bit more ability to bring that material back and compact it onto the road. In terms of the subgrade, black soil, whatever coming through, that's typically addressed through our CapEx, our gravel resheeting program. Obviously, as every year we lose, every single road loses gravel until it gets to a stage where the subgrade comes through, and we generally try to pick that up through our gravel resheeting program.
Thank you.
I think this is excellent work. Get really excited about opportunity to look at working smarter, not harder, so thank you. So we've been through the 23-24 service budget, and you've put there a proposal. I'm just trying to understand, have these options been considered in your proposed budget, and do you have a preferred option, or are you asking council to analyse these options with you and decide together?
The bit of the latter. So we put this option together based on our discussions that we've had previously around that pie chart. So what we'd be proposing there is that you would put this in for a trial for next year. You would do the 4As and 4Bs unless there was a high priority 5A that might need that for some particular reason, which means you would take a reduction in your heavy formation grading, which does coincide. That means you would do less drainage on the network. So something's got to give when you swap something out, essentially. So we think it's why we like my personal preference is this option. I think that we have a large unsealed program for the network through Reaper over the next 2 years. We have done a lot of drainage on the network already. I think we've done something like $2 million, Kevin, in drainage repairs. I think the main one for your drainage to be done would be through your Reaper opportunities to do drainage on the network, and through your heavy formation grade based on a priority basis. So where we need a heavy formation grade to correct drainage, but also exactly that, to rebuild the road where we've cut down too much. There needs to, it's a service balance. While we like this one, it's an opportunity to put a trial in there to actually see how it goes, and see some medium formation grades won't last 2 years or 18 months or whatnot, but that'll be based on the material as well, because if it's highly deco and you get showers of rain, all these sorts of things. But to us, this is probably a good opportunity based on the feedback that we're getting back from our frontline staff, is if we go through and do a medium formation, it's an opportunity for us to go through and probably correct the crossfall. We would still correct drainage when we go through as much as possible, as cutting the shoulders and the inverts and those sort of things. I think our biggest issue that we have is to actually go through and dig out some of these roads where they've blocked up and those sort of things. So we think this is a service level cost and risk one. Something's got to give to provide it, and it would be, our suggestion would be from your heavy formation grading program, based on that you have a large Reaper program coming your way. But that means we can't do everything though. That's the trade.
Well, I actually have written here trial with quarterly review, so I think we're thinking the same way. I think, to get better outcomes, we need to sometimes think about doing things a little bit differently. I've just done a calculation here, and based on what you've put in your grading, both patrol and heavy formation grade, we're saying we'd spend $2 million roughly on grading. And if you divide that by 1,559 kilometres of unsealed network, that means roughly $1,288 per kilometre. That, if I'm correct, when you start talking heavy formation grading, medium formation grading, it equates to a lot more than that to do a proper job. So I think we've got to get really strategic, get better outcomes. I've always thought the road hierarchy is the right approach, really looking
And to be honest, I think the patrol grading in its current form isn't serving us well anyway. You can run a patrol grade down the road and then, next week we get a shower of rain and it's back where it was. And ratepayers are frustrated by that. So I'm excited by the opportunity to try something new and really do, appreciate the work that you've done. My only, thinking was, why would you reduce the heavy formation grading in response to the medium formation grading and not the patrol grading?
Because your costs will increase significantly. So given that a medium formation grade is more than a patrol grade, you might have some slight reduction in patrol, but the reality is that you'll have to take it from a higher unit rate to reduce your cost down. The other thing is if you do, because a heavy formation and a medium formation are fairly close, with the exception of cutting out the drains in speed. So it's probably a fair estimate to reduce that one because that would be more coincided with that service. And given some of these medium formation grades are may have not had a heavy formation or a medium formation for quite some time, we might be slightly slower than that. And the other thing is we may actually do some additional works, do a medium formation in conjunction with a heavy formation grade on some of these roads. Because if we've got a high order road that's a 4 that's due for a heavy formation grade, we will prioritise that. And it's likely that the medium formation will continue on that road. So it's likely it'll come from that bucket.
Okay. So, but we're still keeping the patrol grading at the same. That's probably where I'm confused.
Sorry. So the cost of your rollers is coming from the medium formation grade, but your grader and your water truck would have initially been funded from your patrol grade. So to combine, so we'll create a new pot. Sorry, apologies.
Yep.
So your additional costs will come from your heavy formation grade. Your existing cost would have been normally funded through your patrol grade will remain, and it will join that pie.
Okay.
I'm sorry, when you were just talking then, you mentioned something about the drainage, and did I mishear you and you said you wouldn't be doing the drainage?
So a medium formation, through you, Mr. Mayor, medium formation wouldn't do drainage, heavy formation will. So medium formation is the addition of the roller with your patrol grading crew for your compaction of your surface. The heavy formation is when your drainage would be done. Kev has another proposal coming up. This council, if they want to invest more money, then they would need to put a fit for purpose drainage crew in. So your drainage is only ever done when your heavy formation crew is on site because you need loaders and trucks and those sort of things. If you want to do additional drainage, then you need to do with that. The rollers, just probably for clarity, the rollers is purely about putting down a better surface and trying to pull back some of that material and reduce the number of cuts that we're essentially doing on those roads.
Sorry, Jane, can I just, we're obviously allowed to move money out of operational into CapEx. With the Reaper proposal of $49 million and all that sort of stuff, and they're going back to the medium formation grade combined with the patrol grading and all that and reducing the heavy formation and then decreasing their work on the drainage and all that, rather than the conversation that we had earlier and looking at our capital works budget because we've got all this other money and all that sort of stuff and wanting to do that and then talking about shifting across and co-subsidising other business units, why aren't we going the other way and taking reducing our capital works and putting more money into our operational budget and increasing the likelihood of having more heavy formation grading and budget and doing drainage works and all that, and having that combination of your option 3 there, but increasing your budget for your heavy formation and getting across, and that will coincide and complement the Reaper work that's getting done on the roads. Why are we not looking at that as an option as well?
Yep. So through Mr. Mayor, so that would push up your deficit. So if you move CapEx to OpEx, that means your deficit will increase. So you get the point that you want to do more complementary work. What we've proposed with the CapEx is where you want to do drainage, additional drainage in line with a resheet or a capital program through there. We would be looking to use that money as capital to do over and above, essentially. So in Kev's capital budget, so we had the money in there for complementary works. we've maintained that budget for next year, not only this year's budget, but next year's as well. So the idea would be is if we've got a resheet going down Jones's Road, for Reaper, the Reaper's normally lodged for drainage anyway, but if there's additional works that we want to do that you'll have money available in your capital program, where we'll seek to use it and capitalise on the formation. So it's just probably an accounting thing more than anything. If you move it from CapEx to OpEx, your deficit will significantly, yep. But I understand the intent, Councillor.
No, that's fine. So in hearing your comments then and the conversations that we had this morning with the capital works, and we're talking about reducing depreciation and all that sort of stuff and trying to get the money down, but look, everywhere I go, and I suspect that, I'm not speaking for the rest of the councillors, but I would suspect that roads are the issue. Everywhere you go, they want good roads. They're not worried about, they'll say, oh, the parks look good or the gardens look whatever. You ask them what their priorities are and what they want fixed first, and it's their roads.
Everyone drives a road.
That's what they want. They want their roads. Doesn't matter whether they live out in Ironpot or wherever, it's roads. So with these conversations and all that sort of stuff and trying to meet our 90% and all that sort of stuff across the organisation as a whole, I think it's imperative that we try and maintain our roads budget, capital and OpEx, and try and blend, and the conversation's already been had this morning, but I'm not as confident. I'm like Councillor Shoemaker's 100% right, and you mentioned it. I'm prepared to trial it, and it's trying to do different things, but the moment you say in option 3 where we're reducing the heavy formation grade and that means that we're going to reduce the works on the drainage, becomes a major concern for me. And how we address that or how we can shift internally, I don't know if there's any other options or whether we can get more money across into it. How you do that, it just concerns me with that option.
Yeah. Through Mr. Mayor, you're 100% right, Councillor. I think at the end of the day, the biggest thing with the budget that we're proposing today is that Council needs to agree to the services that are provided. And when we don't have a staff member or we have a vacancy, we won't be going off and getting a contractor to go and do that work, because I have to fund 8% wage decrease to normally absorb that. So it's a bit like the street cleaning and those sort of things, that what we're proposing there is everyone's got different priorities for work and those sort of things. So what we're saying is there that street cleaning becomes a priority for the general maintenance, which means that I may not go and drop that tree, or I may not go and fix that guide post or those assets. This is to be anything, we will try to hold the line, and that means we'll get a couple of emails coming back, which, and note that some of the wording needs to be corrected, that to say that, we will delay that program until next quarter because of A, B and C. But you're right, at the end of the day, if you want to do more drainage, that means that then don't cut your heavy formation grading. If that makes something, you can only hold to so much. The main one for us, and why the two main things, is that moving the OpEx to CapEx, we think is a good move, as far as if you join that with some funded depreciation, you get a better outcome, because it's a bit like playing the same game again. The biggest one for us is that if you're unfunding that amount of wages, previously we didn't unfund that amount of wages, so that means we will hold to the services that we are budgeted for, if that makes sense. So you're right, we won't be, you run the risk of service stop, and that's what exactly will happen. That's not a bad thing, it just gets expectations right, that if we've got vacancies, then we will not be running off to get contractors to go and do that work unless it's a really, really high priority.
Yep. Mr. Mayor, I'm just wondering, we seem to be, we're only 2/3 the way through this. I'm just wondering if we can take a quick half-hour break for lunch and then come straight back.
I think this is your last slide, Kev, so could we wrap this up within the next few minutes, break at 1:30 and come back at 2? And then we'll have James at 2 o'clock. Aaron, would that work? Okay, yep, sounds good. Yeah, I think you were next, Councillor Erkins.
Sorry, I'd forgotten. When they grade, can't the grader put in run the water off the road? Like I just said, I don't know if we're talking the same. thing. You know, normally that's what happens.
Yeah,
Sorry?
they do count. Yes, apologies, councillor. They do. Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. They do that. The issue is, I think, is that some of these drains need to be desilted now. So that means that they need machinery to go and pick them up and go through. Well, the issue that the works coordinators have identified, we brought this up, I think, last year. I think we proposed a drainage increase, and the feedback that we had from the works coordinators that some of these breakaway drains, the blade on the front won't fix it. They actually need to be excavated out properly to be opened up. Just pushing the material starting to push in. The other thing is, too, you think about, we've had significant rainfall events over the last 18 months, so we've had a lot of material wash off into the drains and those sort of things. So when you see there on Kev's slide there, current drainage expenditure for the flood damage is $2 million. And we've got an additional REPA submission in for $1 million. So we are doing drainage where we're doing REPA now. And that's a standard thing that Red Frost have added into our QRA claims to go through and clean those out. And so there's an opportunity where we have got existing issues where it's got work to be done. It will be done. I think what's happened is we're just starting to get a backlog now where we've had a fair bit amount of silt go into some of these roads, which is causing problems. They need to be dug out properly.
But really like when they're grading, that's what they need to do. They need to be running it off, because then we wouldn't have to do the road after the next storm. The water's running across the road because it wasn't run off the road.
Yeah, what happens is, though, if you get 2 or 3 grades down there, the grader can't get in. If they've got fences along the road, 10 metres off, the grader takes it down in there and it can only go so far with the front wheels. Therefore, the blade's halfway along that grader. So it's just pushing more dirt in there, and then you end up like a dam, and people say, how can you make water run uphill? That's the stuff that these guys are saying needs to get an excavator or a bobcat or something in there and totally clear it away and let the water run out. And that's exactly, that's what's happening. So, and just quickly before I go to Kathy or you, Kev, that's what I'm saying. Like, if we reduce the amount of drainage work and all that sort of stuff, we've got that $2 million plus the $1 million. So all this reaper work's going to look wonderful and have great drainage, and then you drive down, there's going to be patches along there where we go, and then the drainage is not going to be complete. So that's why I'm saying that's where councillors have all said this morning we need to work strategically and all that, and I've always been saying we've got to use our capital works and all this sort of stuff and our operational to tie in with the reaper money to get the best results we can along these roads and make sure that it just continues on. That's the scenario, and we're all on the same page here. We're all on the same page, so, yeah.
Just that last slide there, councillors. So again, some options there for changing up the service level. So the first one there, roadside slashing and spraying. For another, we're currently nominally, the service level is nominally for 2 rounds of slashing each year. If you wanted to increase a 3rd round, the estimated cost there is $180,000 per annum. Similarly with the spraying, generally get around the network once a year. If we wanted to increase that to twice a year, then we're estimating around about $45,000 extra per annum for an additional round of spraying. And the final improvement there, we have been talking about drainage improvements, significant amount of work, particularly in the unsealed network through flood damage, reaper. But we have put together some costs, and that's that last dot point, which is what would a small crew with a small excavator truck and a team leader and a ute cost if we put them together, say for 2 months of temporary drainage, of drainage work, and we're probably looking in the order of $100,000 for that over a 2-month period. That would address things like, as Councillor Jones alluded to, the ends of your diversion drains that tend to get silted up or jammed against the fence.
Okay, just through you, Mayor, on the extra round of slashing, right? What, under normal circumstances and normal weather condition, would 2 rounds be sufficient? Under, like, we were unprecedented weather conditions there for over a period of 6-8 months or whatever. So it was just perfect growing weather the whole time. On a normal seasonal year, and like a full round of slashing, is 2 enough, or do you think the third one is warranted to have the discussion? What's your opinion on that?
We've been doing two rounds where for this financial year we've actually completed our 2 rounds and we're actually on to the third round. It's probably not a standard year, perhaps. So I think we've been doing certainly for the last couple of years 2 rounds.
Has that always been efficient enough? Like, I would have thought that to even contemplate getting into that third round, which we all agreed to, do it and whatever it needed doing, but it was just an unbelievable growing season, and most of that work or most of that money would have been spent in a 5-month period.
Yeah, it typically takes us around about 3 months, I think, to get around to do a round. So that's fair comment.
So with these ones through, Mr. Mayor, so these ones here, these were just ones we floated with council through previous committee meetings to say yay or nay, essentially. Our suggestion would be for this one, if you wanted to do it, we would be looking for an increase in budget to make that happen. But again, I suppose it's a priority decision for council.
Well, thanks for bringing that option forward, Kev and General Manager Aaron. I think we'll get these circulated, won't we? I think councils will want some time to think about this one, to digest it and think it through before we progress any further. All right, well, we might move out.
No.
Councillor Hitchett, no?
I have a comment, please, through you, Mr. Mayor. I've made this comment several times in this chamber, but in budget increases of 180,000 per annum for slashing, is there any avenue or scope there, and it's capital expenditure, for the slashes I've banged on about in this chamber is about being on the front of a tractor, so you have one on the front and one on the back. Is there any avenue for saving money by doing that? We talk about the drains and tail drains off the road. Is there any avenue on a blade on the front of a grader that could be considered? And I'll just briefly touch on the roads. There's a major in relation to the roads is the quality of the gravel that's put on them. If you have quality gravel on them, you will have a much increased road service that might long a little bit laster. They're things that I know over the time. And previously, 6 years ago, there was some gravel put on the roads in the regional area. It was absolute rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Comments I'll repeat again in relation to the slashes and a front mounted and a rear. And I understand that they're not going to be usable on every section of our road network, but they may be able to be employed on certain sections that may help reduce costs.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So have taken the council's points previously. So Kev is looking into a front-mounted slasher on one of the units, and he'll have some further information on that as they look at that. We did float the front blade after remember that day we looked at the blade? Yep. With discussion we've had with the operators is that's not their preference at the moment. Their preference, they believe, is to excavate the tailway drains. But yeah, we certainly took your points, councillor, and looks like we'll look at one of those for progression to see what that does.
All right, shall we adjourn for lunch? Got a mover? Councillor Henson, seconded Councillor Potter. Those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. We'll close that down. Seconded by Councillor Shoemaker. Those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, we're
working through item 711, and welcome Manager Darcy. Welcome, James.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're pretty keen to get onto the capital side because that'll excite things up a little bit. If you're happy, we might just skip to James's general ledger. It's just, this stuff is just overview for what James's department is, so just take it if read, if that's okay. And yeah, previously presented to, obviously. So slide 26, Kim, keep going. Whoops. Yep, so James is, I'll get him to talk through that, but essentially we've zeroed out the consultants again, bar the next two slides, which is what we wanted consultants for, which is for independent valuers for our desktops and comprehensives. Just the one note there, I'll just note for council that we will amend, is our soil lab revenue is 361, our expenditure is 400,000. That's because the computer system would only allow 3.65%. We will actually equalise those because we are a cost recovered service. So.
Thanks, Aaron. Yeah, there is a revenue stream to offset that, so it helps us with our private industry in particular. So, you know, given the amount of state government works proposed over the next 12 months, there's a good opportunity to recoup a lot of that cost incurred. Just in addition to what Aaron was just touching on, the proposed budget is very much a skinny budget. We are looking at zeroing out the consultant expenditure beyond what is necessary for our asset revaluations next year. It is around the facilities and parks asset class is due for a revaluation. So councillors might be aware in recent times we've done the water and wastewater, and we've done the transport assets this year that will be coming back to council soon. And now also there was a 1 year where we just did desktops only. We're at that point in time where it's now the facilities in parks proposed for 23-24. So this proposed budget will look to pick that up. And also, just off the back of that, just to note that there has been considerable time put into seeing what we can reduce in the way of expenditure for next financial year. That is pretty much the bare bones of it, in all honesty, council. We are just looking at doing what is necessary. Given that we do have the advanced design program that's capital through Kevin's area, that will help to offset some of the the tasks and duties that we need to still fulfil. But at the same time, this in the asset space will certainly look to tick what is necessary for next financial year. So the last item is around the asset management plans in addition to the revals. I just forgot to mention that one. But all in all, council, there is, one more slide with some material expenses of 24,000 that is made up of technical subscriptions and traffic counter consumables. We're due to replace a few units next year, so we're just in the process of getting some quotes done up on that right now, and we'll have higher confidence on what that looks like moving forward. So that's it in a nutshell, council. Happy to take any questions.
Might just go back one.
Thanks, James.
Just go one more, Kim, sorry. Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just the first one there we meant to touch on too was the development of the asset strategies and recommendations in relation to our long-term financial plan. So in recognising our discussions previously at the start of the year about looking at our valuations and the stuff that we've been talking about this morning, we did have that one in there to look to engage with someone who works in that space and probably with consultation with QTC to look at setting up a framework or some sort of plan about how we build a long-term financial plan for our general assets and our asset strategies and those sort of things, about whether it's reducing or it's about how we cost and those sort of things. So one of the things I think we've been very successful with is when we did that for water, we worked out a long-term plan for water, and then we came with a rating strategy that fitted in line with that as well. So that was a not planned item that we had in this year and next year to be delivered over 24 months. So our first pass on that was to, if council wanted to proceed with that, we would progress, not to look to cut assets or anything like that, but actually to put together a plan of how the new council may approach that program with a framework and whatnot in line with a bit of their discussions this morning what do we have some service discussions that we can have and allow council to put some planning in place for that. So that would be about developing a strategy to put that together.
General Manager Meehan, that's excellent. Okay, any further questions, or happy if we just get this one onto the books? So it's with the motion there that the committee receive the proposed 23-24 draft budget for the infrastructure department, excluding water and wastewater, and provide guidance on any adjustments to be made in the continued preparation of the annual budget. Do we have a mover? Councillor Jones, seconder, Councillor Henson, thank you. Any speakers? Councillor Shoemaker?
Just probably a question, Mr. Mayor, in terms of process. Like, we've looked at those different options today for the maintenance program. So were you seeking a decision about that today, or is that just providing context for later discussion? I'm just not sure what's actually the next steps are.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Kim, can you just open that presentation again? Sorry. We actually missed off the GL at the back, which was my GL for my group. So I was just going to show council that real quickly if we could. But to answer the councillor's question, the feedback, we will come back to the May Budget Committee after our post-valuation workshop, where we walk council through some options. And what we would do is we would propose a budget based on the feedback we have today. And then from there, council could alter the services if they wanted to. So we would be looking to roll ahead with what we presented today as far as the street cleaning and those things would be adopted inside the presented circle. What it would be is if you want to change the grading and the slashing, then you would have we would probably ask for a decision at that meeting whether you wanted to change a service. So appreciate there's a lot of information that's come in this morning for council. And the same with the capital in a minute. The capital is a big program, and it'll be a case of running through that. And then what we thought we would do is we would come back to the May meeting and say, well, what do you want to move in and out? So in fairness too, you can have a look at Leanne's program as well and get a feel for what everything looks like. So the purpose of this week was to get it on the table and allow you to process it, I suppose. Just go to the next one for me, Kim. Is there one after that? Next one. Next one. That's it. Okay, so just if you might, Mr. Mayor, just for the Leave of Council, that's my group's budget. Essentially what we have there is the disaster management and the infrastructure management budget. Obviously, again, we've reduced our wages by a large percentage there, which we will need to absorb through our program. The materials in my section, so I'm talking about 1106, the $3,000. That is the milk and bread and biscuits, stationery, photocopy over in the Nanango office. Up above that, in the disaster management there, the $45,000 in revenue is offset by expenditure. $18,400 of that is for Get Ready program for disaster management, and the $27,210 is for the SES grant. So we get a grant every year for the operation of the SES. So it's an in and an out. Just with why we've got a consultants there for $4,000. We currently have a consultant doing some work on continuity plans for us who's a specialist. We just budgeted across there that we may upgrade a continuity plan. It depends on what activities we undertake in the Get Ready space. So just wanted to touch on that so that it was nice and transparent for council to see.
Thank you, General Manager Meehan. Okay, anything further, councillors? Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? That's been carried 6-0. Thank you, Kimberly. Councillor Duff's popped out. Yeah. So we'll welcome Manager Searle to join Manager Darcy and General Manager Meehan, and move on to 7.12, which is the Works Department's draft capital budget for 23-24, and that's on page 50 onwards. So thanks, gentlemen.
I'll just let Kev hand a couple out, Mr. Mayor. I might just open the batting for the guys.
Thank you, General Manager.
Happy to take the increase, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, if we may open the discussion of what you have in front of you. We've put a 3-year budget down for council. We're required to, I believe, Kerry, for council to adopt a 3-year budget when it does its budget. Obviously, the big interest here is 23-24 from a capital point of view. Kev's going to walk through these projects. Again, these are a draft of what we've put forward to council for consideration and feedback. Probably the key one there, just noting for council that there's probably a number of projects that are funded through R2R or through STIP or through TIDS or those things. Those projects are obviously in a funding program. Over on the right-hand side, again, working through this year, we've added a number of boxes around some traffic light systems around what we know about a project. That being that the first one is there is the design estimate. What confidence do we have in the design estimate that we have? I notice that we have a lot of projects moving through for feasibility and those sort of things. If we've done a desktop, generally what that means is that we've just put a number against it, which we do for a lot of projects that turn up on the PPT and those sort of things. To give you an example of a feasibility, we normally would have put a unit rate across there. So, for example, a reseal, for example, we'll put across $5 a square metre and allow for X amount of dollars. Some of the other roads, and I'll give the example there, Tingora-Chelmsford Road, it's got a feasibility estimate on there. We have done a preliminary estimate, not a detailed estimate, but a preliminary one there based on a number of different scope scenarios that may occur depending on what pavement design we enact on that road. So one might cost us $550,000 a kilometre, one might cost us $1 million. So we have some diligence in behind what that looks like. If it's green, that means it's got a detailed estimate. So if I draw your attention there, you've got the Wandai roundabout upgrade down lower in the second box there. It's got a green one. It's detailed. So we know that there is a detailed estimate behind that project. So that gives us a degree of confidence that we will come inside with that budget unless something changes. It's about managing that risk. The second box there is the scope level. So a lot of times when we come into a project, if we design and construct in the same year, the risk goes up. So by that, if it's amber, that means we know we have limited knowledge of that thing, or we might have done some preliminary investigation, but we haven't done a detailed design for that. The reality is we're never going to do a detailed design for a reseal or a resheet. We will always use a feasibility in a preliminary scope across there. That may change in future years when we scope things and council adopts a forward program. Now, I think we're heading in the right direction with our advanced design budget to enable these projects to be scoped better. If it's green, that means that we know a lot of information about that project and we're likely to have a detailed design which has got little variance or risk to it in that space. If you look at the Wandai roundabout again, it's amber because we still have risks on that project. It's a detailed design, but we have traffic management risks. We have risk of underground services. You know, it's highly in a public area. So, you know, we're going to run into challenges with that, which is where we go to our one on the right-hand side, which is as our risk one. So we spoke previously through our project management framework about introducing a tiered system. So if it's a tier 3, it's quite a low-risk project. It's you know, fairly straightforward, or we would expect to, knowing what we know. If it's amber or it's medium, it's likely that we do have some work there to do, and there's some risk to that project as we develop it for delivery, that we may run into community consultation issues, we might run into a change of scope, and those sort of things. If you look at red, and I'll draw attention to the Wandai CBD renewal, it's a tier 1 high project. Now, I could have a detailed design, I could have a detailed estimate, we would still keep that as red, because what we know about streetscape projects is that they're risk. They carry a higher level of risk as opposed to Tingora-Chelmsford with, you know, Tingora-Chelmsford probably presents 2 risk options to us, and that purely comes down to how much pavement is there and what is the treatment for it. Somewhere with like the Wandai streetscape, if we start running into Telstra running through the slabs and all these sorts of things, then obviously there's a risk there. So it allows council to make an informed decision on where it's at. What we'd like to see in the future, and what we've talked about, is using that advanced design budget to lower projects that are in year 2 and 3 to a lower level of risk or a lower level of, or a higher degree of confidence in the estimate, which means that a lot of these will be green and gold as opposed to reds across the board. So, and what we've done in recent times with some of the advanced design money that we have is we've been able to turn some of these projects into feasibility estimates and those sort of things to allow those sort of, at least a degree of confidence that we are in the ballpark for something like that. The last one, the last box in there is community consultation. So it's either a yes or no. Not every project has to go to community consultation. We get that. But the reality is it does show whether that project has been out for discussion with the community. And council might turn around and say, yes, we want that to go out to the public before we proceed. Or you're aware that it hasn't been out there. And again, you've got risk that the project may change if people give feedback in that space. So,
So are you happy to take questions as we go or no?
just about those boxes, because Kev's going to run through the program first, if that was okay, before we. Or is it a question about the colours?
It was about the boxes, because you're talking about community consultation. So I know that we did community consultation even with the Wandai streetscape in front of IGA, and I just wanted to just quickly flag that I think that the questions and the way that we approach this community consultation is probably not cutting to the chase as far as getting the actual feedback from the community that is desirable. And even with the Wandai roundabout, I'm hearing people saying that they actually would prefer that if we just worked on that with the Wandai roundabout, the concrete area or the area around the edge, but not the middle, don't change that, and they'd rather use the money on something else. I'm getting feedback that, and I know that even Councillor Erkin said that she was unhappy with the consultation that happened in Mergen with the Lamb Street upgrade. Like, I just think we need to tweak the community consultation process, because that with that form that we had there yesterday, everybody would have ticked that box to say yes, they wanted that the streetscape done in Wandai, because it was just led itself to yes. Every question was why wouldn't you? But it didn't have the detail about what we were proposing. So I just want to provide that feedback.
Thanks, Councillor Duff. That's excellent. There's a lot to go through here. So will we go to Manager Kev to go through the detail? Thanks, General Manager Meehan.
Yep.
Over to you. Thanks, Manager.
Hand to Kev to run through it, and probably James as well with the STIP and the other projects if you go through. If you're happy, Mr Mayor, we'll just focus on 23-24 if that's okay. I think that's probably the best use of our time.
Thanks, Aaron. Councillors, there's quite a few pages in the handouts, and it's not intended to go through all of them, but the first page is probably the most important one, and those blue lines, unsealed, sealed, footpaths, bridges, drainage, on that first page, if we just go through those. So they're the various asset classes. And so if we start off with unsealed gravel reshedding up the top there, so the proposed program is essentially a nominal $100,000, and typically in a year we would, our gravel reshedding program might be in the order of $3 million. Do appreciate that it's unusual circumstances with the amount of flood damage that we have on the network, and trying to, as was discussed this morning, trying to maximise the complementary work associated with flood damage. So you do see we've essentially stripped the gravel reshedding program out. So in the supporting pages, there are the gravel reshedding projects for the next few years that we would typically try and do. And what you'll see is that as it stands, the gravel reshedding program is in the order of $3 to $4 million in those supporting documents. So it's not reflective of the front cover, but it does highlight that there is a body of work still in terms of renewals to be done. But certainly for this year, for next year, it's looking at that flood damage. So that's what we have, that's what we're proposing for the gravel reshedding program for this year.
Thanks, Kev. Just one question on that. So with the attached sheets, where we see there's a big long list of about 4.3 million for 23, 24, 4.2 million. So will you just sort of move all that forward 1 year? So the priority list is already developed, you've got your program, and you'll just push everything out 1 year because of the flood works. Is that the process that we'll go through next year?
That's correct. So there's a body of work for us to do internally to not only start pushing projects out, but being able to prioritise which projects particularly in terms of their condition, are the ones that we need to be undertaking, and which ones can slide. So if we move down to the next asset class, which is sealed. So we've got sealed bitumen resealing and rehabilitation. The first one off the list there is bitumen reseal program, $2.1 million. So there is a desire to continue that reseal program. In the supporting documentation, you'll see that the original proposed value is in the order of $4 to $5 million. And so there's some work for us to go through and have a look at the condition, the assessment of each of those projects to come up with, to essentially fit in with that $2.1 million budget. There is a small portion that's funded through TIDS, $242,000, which is listed in that line. Moving down.
Sorry, if I could interrupt. So again, 4 to 5 million, but we're going to cut back to 2.1. Is that because we believe we can probably only do that much bitumen resealing as a result of the resources that are going to be used for the flood repair work? So is that another consequence of the flood repairs over the next 12 months? Or is it more, well, I'm trying to understand why we reduced that from 4 down to 2.
Yep. The bitumen resealing itself is fairly straightforward, so we can get through lots and lots of resealing if we had to, but it's essentially trying to fit within a budget.
If council was to give you more money, could you deliver on $4 or $5 million in accordance with your schedule?
Yeah, so this year's budget is around...
I'm not saying we are, I'm just trying to understand, is there a recommendation here based on financial imperatives or resource availability?
Certainly the financial side of things, Mr Mayor, it's trying to fit within that available depreciation.
Available depreciation, okay.
Plus any external funding that we receive.
You see, thank you.
Next one down there, councillors, is the major mechanical repairs. So this is where we're looking at the discussion with the OPEX, CAPEX, and looking at a more formalised program of permanent repairs to the sealed road network, and we're allocating $1 million to undertake that works. And moving on down, still in that sealed space, complementary works. So we've got two lines there for complementary works, and what we're alluding to is supporting the flood damage task that we're looking at doing next year. So the first line is $700,000, which is essentially new money for next year. The next complementary works 22-23 is acknowledging that there's currently a budget allocation for this financial year of $2 million, some of which has been spent, but acknowledging that we're not going to spend it all this financial year, but certainly there's a desire to continue that over into 23-24. Just going down the next line there, Tingara Chelmsford Road. This is probably our major project, rehabilitation project, and we are staging it over at least 2 years. We do have the Roads to Recovery funding portion of $1.48 million in amongst that total value there for $3.9 million. So the expectation is that we'll be doing the worst sections, approximately 4 kilometres I believe there's approximately 8 kilometres that we're looking at, which will be from where we finish up on our resealing work this year, all the way down to Wando-Proston Road.
So sorry, Kevin, would that be done over 2 years, did you say, in 2 stages? Did you say, or
Yeah, so
the
so
8 kilometres, yeah?
it's just because of the cost involved, and when you look over the page, you'll see stage 2 at the 2024-25 budget. There's also a stage 2 for $2 million. Essentially acknowledging that it's a significant project and a significant cost. The next one, Corndale Road widening. We're currently doing the widening works, which is a TIDS project for this financial year. It's a significant project in terms of cost for us, and there is a TIDS portion that's been allocated for next year, 53,000. Essentially, it's 26,000 TIDS funding, and council supports the other 50%, which will be the second seal for the work that we're doing this financial year. We did talk briefly in the OPEX space about shoulder resheeting, and we have identified in the next line there an allocation of $500,000 for shoulder resheeting work.
Kevin, how does that compare to the detailed hierarchy list that you've put together? How much have you cut that back? Councillor Jones raised this morning the importance of that being high on the hierarchy of council's work with these dangerous single-lane bitumen roads. Sorry, what was the total figure? I'm just trying to find that. Is that...
Yep, so
does the 500 get all the work done you want to get done over the next 12 months on those shoulders?
Yep, so there is a...
Oh, yes, I can see it now. Sorry, thanks, Sarah.
There is a 5-year program that we've included in there, and that currently sits at 305,000 for those particular roads. I think there's just some work for us to confirm and reassess what the status is with...
The 500 delivers on the roads that you want to do shoulder resheeting on for the next 12 months?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. That 1/2 page one, Councillor Jones. I think it's just after the gravel resheeting. Yeah.
Yep, so Stewart Valley Drive isn't on that list.
Been on that list for a long, long time. Be upgraded. We've done that. Upgraded and widened, and there's 1.1 kilometres through there that is an absolute nightmare.
So
that'll be in the PPT, Spud. It'll be there for upgrade. That's purely for maintenance.
Yeah.
Yep.
Number 14.
So
Number 14 in the PPT.
So the guys are just looking at the last couple of pages, which is the capital new and upgrade projects, and that's where we see Stewart Valley Drive. Just moving on down, we're still in the sealed section, and we've got Warrulan State School Footpath and Children's Crossing, which is a Safe ST project, 50-50 funded between council and Main Roads. And then we have our advanced design in James's area of $250,000, and that wraps up the sealed resealing and rehab section. If you're happy to just move down to the footpaths, there's a significant number of projects in the footpaths.
No further questions on the sealing, on the gravel or sealed work? No? I think we're right to go on the footpaths, Kev. Thanks.
Yep. So Wandai CBD renewal, Works for Queensland project there, $700,000. Wandai roundabout upgrade, that's a deferred project from this current year. We have that funding of $800,000. Moving down this next list is a lot of SAFE-ST or STIP funding that we have received. Tesmans Road, new footpath up along Tesmans Road. SAFE-SG partially funded through SAFE-ST. Mergen School Crossing upgrade, Angel Street.
Sorry,
and Gore
Kevin,
Street.
before we go off Testman's, will that take us, how far up will that take us? Will that take us to Cowie or to Bridgman? Do we know, James, from memory? If not, we can take it on notice.
Sorry, Kev. Yeah, just this is a SAFE-ST project that's looking to be delivered over a couple of financial years, in all honesty, Mr Mayor. There is a broader interest in connecting the two footpaths together between Ivy and Bridgman. We're just going to look at doing the advanced design in the next few months just to help guide us where the best money for next financial year is to be invested to support that overall vision. So we are working towards that.
But over the 2 years, the end goal would be to get all the way up to Bridgman to connect the two footpaths?
Yeah, yes, Mr Mayor, we'll need to do a feasibility assessment on it just to make sure there's enough money to achieve that. Otherwise, we'll need to look at other funding sources to complete that link.
Thank you, James.
Yeah, but we have identified in the next, the 24-25 Tesmans Road in the footpath budget as well, which is on the next page. So moving on down, all of these footpath projects here partially funded through STIP, Mergen School Crossing upgrade, Angel Street and Gore Street, Markwell Street and Kingaroy, the bus interchange upgrade.
So, sorry, through you, Mr Mayor, but the Krebs Street one, that's the back of the school. Is that's not, I thought that was in the STIPS project too.
Yep, so further on down, Councillor, is the Mergen State High School and footpath upgrade. Krebs, sorry, not
That's
Krebs
the
Street.
Gore Street one.
Further on down.
No, further down,
Gore
Councillor.
Street from Cooper to Harm Street.
Crab Street is there, about 3 further down the list. Yeah. Just while we're looking at that, Kevin, the Markwell Street bus interchange, what sort of change to the flow of traffic, James, through there can we see coming out of that project?
Good question, thanks, Mr Mayor. The interest is around, we went and did a road safety audit there probably about 9 months ago, and we're looking to implement a lot of the recommendations out of that. It was well supported, obviously by the state government, and understanding that we'd gone and done some due diligence. Some of the infrastructure is quite old through there as well. It does need a bit of a refresh on a few items, but there's also material improvements on operations. So there is, in one particular section there is a bus queuing area that doesn't have any sort of pedestrian island facilities. So there is a cost in order to create that, but also around some protection on the other side of the pedestrian crossing as they exit the area. So there is some small differences. There's some improvements to be made, as well as just the delineation of movements through that whole area. We do have an old plan that we are happy to recirculate just to help with understanding that project, but it's great that the fact that the state are happy to support us on it.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you, Manager James.
Through Mr Mayor, and just on the Krebs Street one, what I was getting at was that's two things. One is the STIP funding is not necessarily, we might not get it. So we're budgeting and saying that we are going to, like it's been put in there. Oh, we absolutely got that? So we are actually going to get that funding.
$1.5 million, Councillor.
Oh, righto. Okay, that's good. I thought we still had to apply for them. I thought that, yeah, okay. Wow. So then, then why did I take that little piece of footpath out if it was already approved? You know how
Good question, Councillor.
You know how I said I thought we was just putting them in to be approved.
No, Kathy, Councillor Duff, I think you're looking further up was a different stage. Yes, this is only half of the Krebs Street end, isn't it? Manager James, you might be able to explain that. Thank you.
Yeah, so this, the scope of the project that we have money for right now is the Dutton Street East renewal works. We're looking at opportunities to look at that small section down on Krebs Street, but we want to go and do the design and cost it up and then just see what is needed to go and finish that remaining small section. As part of the second round of STIP funding, you might recall in the standing committee that we're looking at doing the footpath renewal along Krebs Street. We see that as an opportunity for another round of funding that's to be submitted at the end of the month and future assessed by the state.
So that's, I'm right, that that one is not in. So it's just something we were going to apply for. Yep.
These
but I
ones
meant the Krebs Street one that I was talking about isn't
yes,
isn't
that's been
approved.
applied for.
It's just
we're-
applied for.
We're just working on the
Yeah,
documentation
awesome.
for that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, probably just in terms of the approvals for these STIP projects, the implication for council is they're not fully funded through STIP, so there is obviously a requirement for council to fund approximately 50% of the project. Just making our way down some areas in Kingaroy here, new concrete footpath. Looked at Krebs and Dutton Street in Mergen. Again in Mergen, Gore Street from Cooper to Harm. Then Kingaroy, William Toomey, Avoca Street intersection, the parking upgrades there. And that completes the STIP funding projects.
Manager Kevin, so, and James would know this too, the Cooper to Harm, that's the footpath that runs on the fence at the front of Mergen High School. Not the curb and channeling, that's just the footpath at this stage, isn't it? Would that be right, Manager James?
The footpath's been
The
completed.
footpath's existing, Mr Mayor. This is around the road widening and curbing and channeling
Oh,
to support that.
this is the road widening and curbing and channeling?
Yes, so this was
Goodness.
subject to, off the back of some of the
Yes.
meetings that we had up there to support a lot of the movements of administration around the state high school up there, and just the demand of parking for that particular area was very evident. So, we're very grateful for the fact that we've been supported on it.
Oh, that's excellent outcome. You're having a good day, aren't you, Councillor Duff?
That's wonderful.
And the William and Toomey Avoca, that intersection there, it's highly problematic. Can you just give us another quick update on what we're doing there? Sorry, my memory is probably not recalling that, but if you don't mind, thanks,
sure,
Manager
Mr.
James.
Mayor. It is around just some of the pedestrian crossing movements, particularly on William Street. So Toomey Street's the main access to the high school, in all honesty, from the administration point of view. And so there is a bit of traffic through there. There is some improvements, some safety improvements that can be made. So we're looking at that particular crossing location. But then down on Avoca Street's where some other bodies of work are going to occur around improving the drainage up at the cul-de-sac. There's a fairly large, substantial gum tree that is inhibiting some of the drainage that we'd like to occur through there. But then also some improvements to parking and just trying to ameliorate some of the concerns of residents through there with students parking across driveways. So we're wanting to try and provide those facilities to allow that to happen, which will hopefully have flow-on effects and lesser requests associated with parking in that area.
Manager James, as we're from Avoca, Toomey Avoca, and we were to move north towards Memorial Park, towards a swimming pool Memorial Park, that's that's just probably one of the things that stands out in my mind in terms of Kingaroy's residential footprint around sealing of roads. Is that something that can progress in advance of the swimming pool and the Kingaroy master plan? Is that something that we're looking to do some design work on in the next period of time? Because I know it's a priority. I'm sure Councillor Potter would be aware it's a priority for Kingaroy community in terms of it's a very busy road through there.
Yep.
Any updates on what we're looking to do moving forward with the rest of William Street up to the intersection with Haley?
Sure. Yep. I can provide some further advice that we do have some future funding under Safe ST in a couple of years' time. There might even be an opportunity under advanced design to commence some of the work next financial year. But yeah, under Safe ST, I think it is in, and I'm happy to be corrected, I think it's in 24, 25, 25, 26, that we do have some Safe ST money to go towards improving some of the parking. I think we've got some old bluestone curbing down there that also creates a few issues, particularly with drainage. And there is also a desire around just trying to improve the parking arrangements through there, because we do have some footprint of parking issues, as well as just the camphor laurels and some of the unsealed sections do create a bit of an issue as well. So we do see there's been a bit of an opportunity to improve that, but happy to work on that in due course so that there is a bit of an idea on how to improve that in the future.
Yes, thanks, Manager. Clearly, you're across all the issues that you just mentioned there. It is an issue obviously a big issue for Kingaroy through there. And, I know we had rain recently, but people parking in the mud to go to the Kingaroy swimming pool and to the Memorial Park. I don't know too many towns where you've got to park in the mud outside your swimming pool to go to the local pool or to go and use the local park, but in Kingaroy you do. And the water was just backing up through the drainage in front of the pool. So to my colleagues, it's something we should be really looking at, is the drainage and the parking along William Street, because if we're going to upgrade the pool and we're going to upgrade the Memorial Park over stages in years to come, we've got to get that right, because at the moment it's far from where it needs to be. So, but anyway, thank you, Manager. It's pleasing if we could get some advanced design happening. Yeah, thanks, James.
Thanks, Mayor.
Just moving on, that last project there in the footpath section, Drayton Street and Anango footpath, that's actually a deferred project from this financial year. We put it on that list for next year, given that we have had a recent trip accident on that section there. So that's the footpath section. Moving on down to the next section there, bridges. Home Creek Loop Bridge, we were successful in receiving some funding through the Bridge Renewal Program, BRP, $583,000, and that'll be delivered. The expectation is that'll be delivered in 23-24. There's $190,000 council contribution for that one. The next project there, Sherburg Road, Sawpit Creek, guardrail replacement. That one has been deferred from this year. What we're doing is putting an application through the Bridge Renewal Program to seek additional funding for that particular project. We have allocated $104,000 out of from council to support any possible funding that's approved through that process.
Kevin, just on that one, so we wouldn't proceed with any works unless we got the additional funding under that program. We would just park that money.
That's correct, yes.
And would that deal with the issues with getting over the bridge with this concrete pathway that they're wanting to build through there? Is that going to help, or is that something Sherburg Council are doing? Where are we at with that? Because I guess, well, I'm not sure how to deal with this one, but
yeah, the
it's
intent
a Sherburg Council matter. Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. The intent with this project is to address the safety issue of the guardrail that's fallen off. The actual footpath is primarily from the Sherburg Council.
But they would need to get independent funding, probably to put a pedestrian footbridge there. That bridge isn't wide enough to take pedestrian traffic from what I've seen. So that would have to go with their funding for their rail, for their pathway. So we're just dealing with the vehicle traffic in terms of the guardrail safety. Would that be correct? Yeah. Yep. Thanks, Kevin. Yep.
So to Mr. Mayor, yeah. So there's that $3 million project that they're working on with that through Lou O'Brien's office is where they're doing that footpath and footbridge. But just on that guardrail, is that how much money are you applying for with that? You're saying you've got $104,000 there to match it, or to complement it, what are you asking for in the funding application?
We still need to confirm that. We did come up with a design which was in the order of, I think, about $400,000, which significantly exceeded the original budget for this financial year, hence the reason why desire is to go through a bridge renewal program. So part of the reassessment of that design is to see if there's potential scope to change the design to reduce the cost, essentially.
Thank you.
So where does Tangerine Creek Bridge fit into all these bridges, Kev? TMR? You've
Is
got
that-
an answer for everything, haven't you?
Should that not be a high priority for the Queensland Government, DTMR? Councillor Jones. Here we go again. It's another discussion we could have, couldn't we? Yeah. So General Manager, me, and I know we're probably a bit tongue-in-cheek here on Tangerine Bridge, but we probably shouldn't be because it is a serious risk. If I can jump on it right now, the traffic warning system there is, I'm only a layman, but I don't think it's where it needs to be in terms of the standards to give trucks particularly warning about the upcoming danger of hitting that bridge and that give way sign at the last minute. And my understanding is that's probably why we had that incident with the bus going back a couple of years, because the truck just wasn't giving enough time to slow down and wasn't sufficiently warned or prepared for that. Is that something we can continue to push through the TAC, as well as continue to push through the TAC the need to at least get the... Is there any design and planning on the Q-Trip, money for design and planning a new bridge? Where are we at with this? I think it's a real concern for our region. It's an accident waiting to happen out there, isn't it?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So it has previously been raised with the TAC, I believe, as far as the signage goes, whether it complies or not. I believe it's TMR have allowed that to remain in place. Preempting, my learned friend on the left here actually asked the District Director 2 weeks ago for an update on Tangerine Bridge and what status it was. I think there was planning money was provided to that a couple of years ago, so we have asked for an update on where that project sits within their program. So,
Does that planning money normally get us through to design and preliminary design and costing?
I think
so that we could actually then go to government and say, well, this is the dollar figure that we're looking for.
Yeah, I believe so, Mr. Mayor. I think it'll come back with a value for what the works is and what the scope is. So how much detailed design, I'm not sure. What they do at different, I know it moves through different gates and stages at the government. So we'll we'll chase up James's inquiry again, just to probably put that on their radar to provide an update for council in the region.
Get that registered as just on your diary, James, as something to follow up, maybe come back to our standing committee meeting, because I'd like to see us again jump on the advocacy platform with this one, because we have been talking about this, well, since I got into council. I'm sure Councillor Jones has been talking about it long before that. So, James, if we can get some feedback on once that you receive a response in the next month or two, I'd like to bring that back to council for another discussion with council, Mr. CEO. If we could, thank you.
I could be wrong, Mr. Mayor, but I thought the regional director was coming up to see council. I'll chase that. I thought there was a coming for it, and we'll chase it up, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, General Manager.
Apologies, Mr. Mayor. DTMR will be here for your community engagement day on the 15th of May. I thought I had seen it somewhere.
Can we give them advance notice? Can someone send an email to give them advance notice that the council will be asking for an update on Tangerine Bridge planning and design funding at the 15th of May CED, so they've got a heads up? We don't want to blindside them, but we'd like them to bring some information if they can.
Yep, we'll do that.
If we could. Yep. Thank you, General Manager.
Yeah.
Just moving down that towards the bottom of the page, councillors. So that's the bridges. The next section there is drainage. Typically, we would have a curb and channel renewal program as well as a floodway renewal program. And we have attached the 3-year program in the sheets, but you'll see that we're not proposing anything for next financial year with curb and channel renewal or floodway renewals. Again, it's to fit within the available depreciation plus our funding. And just over the page, finally, that last section, 22, 23 deferred projects. So they're projects that were on this financial year, and during the second quarter budget deliberations, we've deferred them. So they're acknowledged in here, but they're not. They don't form part of the overall total total values in the bottom line for the capital. So we've got Hivesville Road, River Road Roundabout, North Street, Curb and Channel, Gore Street, Mergen, Munya Street, Curb and Channel, Chester Street, Curb and Channel, and Lanigan's Road, Dust Seal.
Manager Kevin, what would be the plan then with those deferred projects in terms of council considering those for inclusion in this 23-24 capital budget? You obviously haven't factored them into your costings here.
Yeah, so they're not. Again, they're not identified in the available depreciation
Funding,
for next year.
but
So it would essentially be
right.
cash.
So if council wanted to, we could resolve to do some of those projects. It would exceed our depreciation, but we could do those if we wanted to, if council felt that if there was appetite in council to proceed. I guess the question goes to, would we be in a position for Manager James to have the design done to be able to deliver on some of those projects, in light of the fact that they were going to be done in 22-23? And I mean, I look at some of them there and think, oh, okay, well, some of them I would have thought are projects that we might want to consider.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So to add those projects, they would have to be, I'm happy to be corrected by my friends to the right, that would be a cash draw. So what we've done, just a couple of comments if I may, Mr. Mayor. The program that you have in front of you is a very, very big program. It's a massive, and we acknowledge that. We don't want to end up in the same space of what we had there before. We also have a very large TIDGE project to deliver for the RRTG. What we've gone there to fund is essentially funded depreciation in its infancy of what we would normally fund in a program. Trying to be responsible too that some of that complementary works that we would be looking to do would be to extend bitumen reseals on these flood damage works like we have on Silverleaf and Campbell's and those ones. If council was to add those projects over the page, that would be at a draw on cash over and above. So that would be basically taking back, I think it was $5 million that we put back at the second quarter, Kerry, or something like that, which would be redrawn back out to be delivered essentially. So it would come through that one. The one there that we did flag, and the guys and I actually had a discussion over lunch, on the back of our discussions this morning about, is the program too big for us? Personally, I believe it's quite ambitious. It's a very large program to get that out the door, particularly if we've got Reaper coming in as well. The only one that we did think about, it was only purely for a discussion point, is you could split Tingora Chelmsford over 3 years, which means you would target the say $2 million worth of high value floodways this year, or the worst of, which would then you would do $2 million again next year and $2 million a year after, and essentially complete the whole road like we have on Corndale and those ones. And it's not that we're picking and choosing, it was just that's probably a realistic expectation of what we could do there. I think we've done a large amount of reseals there this year. So if you're looking at taking the worst of the worst, I'm mindful too that we don't want to have a discussion in the third quarter of next year and we've got $15 million in works that we haven't delivered because we choked. So it's probably just throwing that out there for expectation, Mr. Mayor, what we can actually get out the door too. And also with that Reaper coming through, the more we do in this space, obviously, the harder it is for us to get to the Reaper as well. So,
yeah, thanks, General Manager. I guess I'm probably being a bit selfish here and wanting to again draw council's attention to North Street curb and channeling in front of the kindergarten. I know that council wanted to see the full picture
I guess we haven't seen that yet. When we get the final capital works budget through for the whole organisation, I guess I'm probably going to continue to sort of ask the question around when can we possibly consider doing that, because I know they've been advocating for this for some time and worried about future floods and the impact on the Kindy. So that's probably the only one I was mainly concerned about from my perspective. But that puts it in. But I understand what you're saying. It's resourcing and time.
Well, through you, Mr Mayor, with those comments, as I said, Curban Channel and right across our region, and I notice, I've just looked through here, Blackbutt and Moonarken have got five projects proposed and one within the next 3 years. And you talk about streets and that have been on Curban Channel and have been on the list for a long, long time, and to prevent flooding, the top of Blackbutt and down through the Blackbutt area and all that has not got any Curban Channel and all that. I've seen the Nango, Kingaroy, Wandai, Mergen have got substantial amounts. Cumbia, Tingura, Proston, all the small areas that we're all concerned about as well, they're not getting a great look. And I understand that that's where all the people live, but Blackbutt in particular is one of our 5 large towns. And I've got one project in Moonarken listed within the next 3 years. Just bringing that to your attention, if you want to start talking about floods and all that sort of stuff in the rest of the region, like Curban Channel, it's all good and well going and sticking in that good towns, but we're here to represent everybody in the small villages at some stage. We've had Kingura, we've got Moonarken, we've got Proston, we've got all sorts of Warrulan. So, it's good to see, but I just noticed there that Blackbutt is regarded as one of the 5 top major towns in the South Burnett and hasn't got any Curban Channel proposed in the next 3 years. So I think that's a little bit unfair, just saying.
Oh, no, look, it's a very good point you make. I don't think it would be possible to argue against you on that. The evidence is there, isn't it? Sutton Street's a classic example where the kindy and the daycare and the state school are. There's no Curban channeling there. And parents, again, are parking out on dirt roads to drop their kids off to the daycare right in the centre of Blackbutt. So, yeah, it's a good point you make. I fully hear you fully. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Back to you, GM. Thank you.
So we've run through the program now. Yeah, so now's a good time for questions. Probably my biggest concern is that this morning we did the cash rec that said there was $8,553,296 worth of cash available if we were to be cash neutral this budget. And this program here is proposing to use $7,683,214 of funded depreciation, which would mean for the remaining of our asset classes, if we use only the cash available, that's $870,000 left to invest in everything else. And looking at this program and looking at the Ford Reaper program, like I would actually like to put the two together to see what work we're actually doing for the Reaper program planned over the next 12 months, what's been approved and what we're actually going to be doing before we make any decisions about this. I think personally it's a great program. I think those Safe ST projects are awesome. The R2R project for Tingura Chelmsford Road, TID's fantastic. I think they need to take priority. Any of our external funded projects take priority. I think, yep, of course, we should always try to reinvest back in our bitumen reseals and alike, but like looking here, we're talking about, you've just put forward an operational works budget, which was a really good budget, of $6.3 million, and then a capital works budget here, if I'm reading it right, of $14.681 million, and we're going to deliver $49 million worth of flood works. Like, I know the challenges, and I'm hearing you, Councillor Jones, around Blackbutt. I know we've all got projects that we want to see completed, but
I think we've got to be realistic. We've just peeled $5 million out of our CapEx budget because we didn't have capacity to deliver. This team has just said to us in preparing this budget that there's 8%, there's a float of 8% reduction in staffing that you're carrying. So, and I'm mindful that we've got to use this unique opportunity to get good quality outcomes on our road network. And I'm not sure if we're shelling out lots of work to subcontractors, we've got less staff, less consultants, going to deliver a very ambitious capital program here. I'm not sure it's the right approach. I actually, looking at some of these things, I think like the betterment funds and stuff are really important, but, you know, I've just looked there in the centre and was doing some sums here somewhere. Like there's a lot of cash here that maybe we need to reconsider some of these, you know, I think the complementary works and everything is wonderful, but there's $10 million just in that total sealed bitumen sealing and rehab that's coming of renewals work, and $6 million of that's from council funding. That's I don't know, I just think maybe we need to really have a look at what's planned for the Reaper works. How do we get best value out of this unique opportunity, and perhaps consider some of our other asset classes as well, because those problems aren't just magically going to go away either.
Yeah, Manager Mann, we'll come to you shortly, but we're certainly hearing what Councillor Shoemaker's saying. I guess the only concern is that whether we need to look at two separate asset classes here in terms of our sealed roads with footpaths and bridges as against our gravel roads. My understanding would, please correct me if I'm wrong, but most of the Reaper work, the vast majority will be on our gravel network. We've pulled back our gravel receipting from, I think, what was, I don't know, was it 4 or 5 million back to 100,000 in light of that. I guess I'm hearing what Councillor Shoemaker's saying, but I guess the only concern I would have is that how long do we kick the can down the road in terms of bitumen resealing? How long do we kick the can down the road in terms of footpaths and bridges while we attend to these gravel road, the Reaper work on the gravel roads? Because if we're going to be busy on Reaper for the next 2 years, does that mean what we're going to do, we're going to keep cutting back or trimming right back any resheeting or any footpath or bridge work? That's probably, I understand there's some TIDs, there's some SES, there's STS, and there's some R2R, but yeah, I'm probably keen to sort of hear what your thoughts are around that, because I also know from what you've told us in the past that the longer you leave your resealing, the more pavement work you're going to have to do, so it could cost us more down the track. I'm just not sure if I'm on the right track there, but keen to discuss it further. General Manager Mead, did you want to give a response, and then we'll go back to Councillor Shoemaker? Thank you.
Through Mr. Mayor. To be honest, you're both correct. It's important to reseal, it's important to resheet and all those things, but also, you know, we're mindful too that we don't want to ask for a program that's not deliverable, and fully acknowledge that. The council's comments are right. You know, we've got a very, very big program there about what we can get out the door, and that's why, to be upfront, we don't expect that will be fully. I can't see us being able to fully deliver that, not without a contractor support. We're just talking amongst the guys and ourselves. We did have a question about the Reaper and flood damage and whatnot. We will give council an update at the next budget committee meeting with the capital program when it comes back, because I think it's a really important one about what we're going to do with the Reaper, as well, as far as you're right. There's a large unsealed program in the Reaper. That's why we cut the resheeting to 100,000. We just put a nominal 100,000 there because we know full well that we'll have a road where council will come along and say, look, you know, can you fix this, Aaron, or resheet it? There'll be something that turns up in our pile. The reseals essentially was to outsource, which we normally would do anyway. We actually do think that's an important one to keep our maintenance lower down, and given that we start to know a bit of information about our road network. You've got big numbers there in complementary works, and that might actually span over another year as well. But the big thing for that is there'll be a number of roads there for Reaper that we're looking at where we believe that we'll need to do complementary work. We still have some outstanding claims to be made. I think Kev said we've got another 20 million in submissions that have just being lodged or have been lodged. So that, you know, it's big money to come out through that 2 years. The main one for there, and again, it's probably our one that we raised with council, that if you wanted to do Tingora Chelmsford over 2 years or 3 years, you have the opportunity to reduce maybe 2 million out of that project. We have no doubt that, you know, I've travelled Tingora Chelmsford on a periodic basis on a way to a location or two. There are some floodways there that need work. There's some sections there that are pretty ordinary. And I think we've had feedback before that you know, they need some significant work on them. So, you know, if you were to reduce that one down and then do it over a number of years, that would take out the worst sections. And again, allow you to get more reaper out the door on other projects. The other ones there, Corndale Road widening is a second seal, which we would just spray. The shoulder reseeding program there is quite large at 500,000. Again, it comes down to council's priority if it wants to take those defects off its network. And largely, the other projects there have got funding. I think the biggest risks, to be honest, are making sure that we can get designs done for these projects in the STIP and those things. And James has got a pre-designed budget to move them through. But the reality is they'll be delivered in the second half of the year. The major one there for us, I think we need to look at starting work and noting the council's comments about community consultation. You know, between the Wandai CBD renewal and the roundabout, you got 1.5 million there. So that's a big project for us that will chew up, you know, a considerable resource. It will be likely that it'll be KTP resources going there to deliver that work. But, you know, that's an important project for us to make a commencement. If council wants to do further community consultation after the consultation comes back, happy to look at that too. But that might create a delay in some of those works. And I'm mindful, you know, to make sure that we get that done in a timely basis before Christmas. So I suppose it's one of those things to consider about what you know, you can't do everything. It's a bit like the maintenance this morning, to be honest. Our suggestion would be that you maybe take another stage in Tingora Chelmsford. The council's quite right. We actually discussed it at the managers' meeting the other day about what the funded depreciation was available. Kevin has used the you know, his previous budgets that's had it made available to him to fund that. And we knew full well that we're walking in with $7 million out of the 8. It was really around putting that on the table for council to start discussion around what that looks like. So, and what your priorities are too.
So before we go back to Councillor Shoemaker, so would it be possible to sort of just push Tingora Chelmsford out? Because, yeah, Councillor Shoemaker's right. There's also the financial reality of this, that, you know, we're going over budget. Delivery, would that be an area? I guess I'm probably not, for me as one councillor, I'm not too keen to see us cut back on our reseals too much, because we're then going to put your team behind the 8 ball with maintenance into the future. So, and I understand, James, reseals aren't as much work for you from a planning perspective. But anyway, look, I'm not sure. Yeah, Councillor Shoemaker.
Mr Mayor, to be clear, I'm not suggesting cutting back on the reseals. Like, I think the 1.857345, and, you know, when we look at the OPEX budget, we'd put it from the discussions this morning, the sealed network, there's $3.598, $750 that we're spending on our sealed network. So I think that's good. I think that's responsible by all means. But I'm probably more talking about the $4.2 million that I see here for complementary works, being that, you know, we gave council $2 million this year and we've only spent to date 1.3 million. So you're talking about carrying over 700,000 into next year, plus adding another 2 million, plus adding 500,000 for a shoulder resheeting program, plus adding $1 million for a major mechanical program. So you're talking, in essence, of $4.2 million there on, you know, betterment complementary works that I'm not at all disagreeing are very good, important works to be done. But I'm just saying we probably need to get a bit realistic here. If you've struggled to spend $2 million this year, and I know some of that is because of the QRA approvals, and, you know, I understand, I'm not being critical, But I think maybe we need to look at that section there, prioritise the funded projects, the partly funded projects. I think any opportunity to leverage funding is good, and maybe consider pulling back on some of that work. I think the major mechanical repairs is good. I think some buffer for complementary works is good, but I'd propose maybe we pull that back a couple of $1 million so that we can actually invest some of our depreciation in other asset classes that we could actually deliver on. And in terms of the Tingura-Chelmsford Road, yeah, I think if we stage that over 3 years, maybe that's the solution. That's a very big expense there, over 2 years. So there's some of my ideas. I don't have the answers, Mr. Mayor, but I guess just kick-starting the conversation. I'm not keen to draw down on our cash at this point in time, not noting when we look at our forward plans for both water and waste infrastructure, I'm not sure drawing cash is a good idea.
I'm hearing some hesitation in your voice too, General Manager Meehan, about our ability to deliver what you describe as a ambitious program. I'm probably hearing that we're probably thinking we need to get you to have another look at this and come back with a revised program that you actually think is realistically deliverable in the next financial year, so that council can then reconsider that in the context of all the other capital works on all the other asset classes. Would that be a sensible approach before we go adopting any budgets, GM Meehan? Is that something we could do? Would we have the data to be able to come back and say, hey, look, these are the programs we can deliver on, so these are the ones you can confidently fund as low risk?
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Mayor. To be honest, there's probably a couple of that. So just just with the complementary work, so the $2 million there is the existing one carried over, and we asked for another 700,000 there. The biggest thing with the Reaper is the Reaper approvals are just starting to move their way through now. There's still a lot of work for us to sit there and go, well, how is that money going to be allocated? Our intent with that program was that we would report up to council and say, hey, look, I'll use Seaford for its street, for example. It's got $160,000 Reaper approval on it. If council puts in 300,000, you would reconstruct the section properly and get your bang for your buck, or pull some reseals or whatever it might be. Suggestion for council based on it's just perfect discussion for us. It would take if we left the $2 million there, that's no impact on your depreciation. But if you face Tingura-Chelmsford over 3 years and you remove the 700,000 additional for next year until such time as you're confident that your Reaper is going to go through, that would drop 2.7 million in funded depreciation straight away from me. And I would be okay with that. Now, what that comes back is, in future years, when the renewals come back on, there would be a look for that money to return. So that would be a phasing issue for council. You'd have to consider how that actually works. But you would be using your Reaper renewals to supplement your road funding for that year next year. So we wouldn't recommend against the 1 million program. So, but we would be looking for it in future years, which would be a discussion, obviously, for the next council of how your funded depreciation is broken up. But I'm mindful too that if that 700,000, if we turn around to council and say that we've got, this road wants compensation. I'll use Old Esker or Seaford Street for an example. The sections here where we want to, and you want to move ahead with that Reaper, that's when you will have to pull from your cash if you've allocated that funded depreciation away to enable that project to happen. Not saying that you shouldn't do it, but we can bring back multiple proposals, I suppose, for the next one based on that Reaper.
I think the budget these days is almost not something you adopt once and walk away and forget it, Mr. CEO, is it? I mean, we're in a climate now where you guys might get on the road and come back to us and say, look, council, give us an extra 200,000 and we can finish the rest of this road. And we can consider that as partly a quarter revision. It's almost as though the budget is something that you just never put away. It just evolves throughout the year as circumstances change and we get advice back from you guys. So maybe we're best to start with a modest program that we know we can deliver on, and then we can always add to it later if you feel it warrants it. What are your thoughts around that, GME, and that might be, as you said, scaling back, taking the 700 out and scaling back, pushing Tingura out for 3 years or other things.
Yeah,
Is that a better approach? We start off with a conservative approach and then let's see how the year pans out?
I'm happy with that, to be honest, Mr. Mayor. I think that's a sensible. Like, it's a good. Like I say, today was all about throwing out all the projects and then saying, where do we get to? I'm mindful that our renewals is going to be increased through our REAPER program. There's no doubt about that. It's you can't have a large program like that. That doesn't mean the whole 40 million is going through capital, but there will be select roads that will go through that space. That's the big one there too. Is it'll be like you say, depending on what you allocate with the other programs with Leanne's, whether council leaves an amount in for those quarterly reviews to say, hey, we're not going to allocate it, or we're going to hold it until you come back, Aaron, and say, because it might be September when I come back with REAPER and say, here's a list of your priority roads to do. What do you want to do with them? I suppose that was because we know that we're not going to silver bullet the REAPER in the next month because we want to take a full stock take of that.
So through you, Mayor, so that 2 million, Aaron, is the 2 million that we've already allocated to council for betterment work. So that's still sitting there from this year. Yeah, so that's no added cost or anything. Your 700,000 is what you're asking for, and by what I'm hearing, we could get away or do away with that. Is that fair to say that?
I think at this stage, if you did away with, at the end of the day, if you split Tilgora Chelmsford up across three years, it's a big thing, which is no different to what we've done in Corndale Road because they're large sections. That would leave us an opportunity to get onto the higher priority REAPER stuff with internal resources. So if you wanted to go and roll Seaford Street or you wanted to roll another one, but that may not be palatable either. It's just a suggestion because every $1 million in capital that we do here is $1 million I don't do in REAPER, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So just on that Tingura Chelmsford, that road's highly trafficable, as we all know, and it's buggered and it needs some work. And I'd hate to see it go over 3 years. I'd like 2 years or something like that. And like you say, what we don't spend now, when we put it somewhere else, it makes the figures look good this year, but we're going to have to find it somewhere down the track and bring it back. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the only one that'll save in this one here is that you've got a large REAPER program in there, so it's not like you're not pumping the money onto the network. If you're ever going to do it, like in all honesty, this is no different from what we've done in probably other councils where you've got a high renewal in your REAPER program. You're going to prioritise that over and delay some money. The big one with Tingora Chelmsford, the reason why I choose that one is because I went through that. The boys and I actually did that last week with Ronnie. So I think there's 8.6 Ks, JD, something like that. There's 2 pavements designs we're looking for there. We know that project could cost anywhere between 6 and 8 million, depending on what treatment that we take through that. Yeah, the whole thing. What we would say there is that you've got some sections there that can need some work. It's a bit like doing reseals. We did reseals this year. We do major rehab on the floodways next year and cut those drains open. And then we do the worst of the worst, if that makes sense. And then which is the same approach that we've taken with Corndale. At the end of the day, we were ambitious. We thought we were going to roll the whole road, but we know that that's not capable. What it would allow you to do is to put that over, say, 2 years. That's a 2-year project, and realistically, that's more likely how that project would be delivered. It would also allow us to cost estimate the remainder of that road properly before next year's budget to say this is what it's actually worth. But if you delay that one, what you're going to put in its place is REAPER reconstruction in front of it. So you are going to put your gear out onto the network essentially. But you still got to have enough. You still got to be able to get the contractors to get it out the door too, and that concerns me.
I think even I guess the issue is with the finances. We can spread the over 3 years of depreciation, over 3 years of funded depreciation, rather than having to pull the cash out this year. That's the first thing. The second thing is that, well, as you said, are we actually are going to be able to deliver on this? And if we get wet weather, that's going to make it even more challenging to deliver. And out of that, my concern is that we've got to be careful going out to the community and over-promising and under-delivering. I'd rather we under-promised and over-delivered, quite frankly, because if we go out and tell the people of Chelmsford
and Proston, that they're going to have that done within 2 years, and it takes us 3, there's a disappointment factor there, as there often is. So, from my view, I'd rather us be careful, conservative with this, and if we can do better, we do better. Otherwise, we go, otherwise we can just deliver on what we think is achievable. But I think it's keen to have something come back that you feel confident you can achieve, GM.
If council was happy, we would delay 2.7 million of funded depreciation. That would be my recommendation to council, in all honesty, and then that would allow council to decide what priority reaper it wants to bring on inside the next 12 months. That would give you more capacity to choose on that. If you wanted to add, because I see, at least 2 or 3 roads in the reaper program that would be needed if acceleration is seen. So Seaford Street in Crawford would be one of them. We've got Mount Stanley Road and we've got Eastern Anango Road. Now they all require work, those roads, along with others. But at the end of the day, it would be a priority for us to move into those networks and try and correct some of those issues. They will chew up a lot of your $2 million. There's other roads that you might want to do additional reseals in and whatnot. And the only reason I know those trees because I went through them and I asked, because they've got some significant distress in them, but it does allow council to spread itself to its priorities over the next 12 months. But there'll be other roads inside that list that turn up that want additional reseals. So,
through you, Mr. Mayor, I agree with what's been said about being conservative in the delivery and trying to be able to achieve that outcome. And as Parks and Gardens and Facilities portfolio holder, I know I've spoken to Manager Leanne, and she's quite comfortable with the amount of money that we've been spending in facilities, but she's absolutely frustrated about the lack of funding for Parks and Gardens, and that asset class has fallen well behind the 8 ball as far as upgrading toilets and swings and facilities and things like that. So I think we really need to look closely at that one because there's a fair degree of frustration from the Parks and Gardens team.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, certainly. I agree with Councillor Duff's sentiments, and that was my whole thinking. I think we've actually got a very unique opportunity as a council, but it does mean being very honest about what we can actually deliver on. And, last year, pulling $5 million out of our capital works program was not easy. Like going to community, as the mayor has said, and said, I know I promised you these projects, but they're not going to be delivered because we just can't deliver them. That's not an easy conversation. I'd rather, as you've said, Mr. Mayor, under commit and over deliver, under promise and over deliver. And, just looking at our toilet facilities and the work that's been done there, you go to put a few dollars into a toilet block and it blows out because the sewage system is over capacity. And, we've got some really big challenges across those asset classes that do need attention. And I think $49 million is a very considerable, I know there's been damage, and that, to me, it needs to take priority. Getting those roads back to a reasonable standard and a standard that the community, celebrates and acknowledges has to be key, has to be a priority for this council. Quality is everything. I'm not keen on sending out all of that work to contractors and then getting beaten up by community because it hasn't been delivered to the standard that it should be. Our people are exceptional. They know the standards. We need them we need them free and available for those projects. So I don't want to load them up with a big capital program and say, deliver that and deliver this. And if I've learned anything, trying to scope and deliver projects in the year is an enormous undertaking in itself. Like all these Safe ST projects, it's amazing that we've got $1.5 million, but that's $1.5 million council's got to invest. That's resources to deliver it. Let's get those things done properly. Let's spend that money well. Let's spend the reaper money well. I think I just wanted to ask that major mechanical repairs program, can you bring back what what work you'd actually be looking to do under that program?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So that will be high priority dig outs from the maintenance backlog. Okay, so
On
that
our roads,
yes. So
not main roads?
no,
our
so
roads.
so what we did with that one is that was the 600,000 we would normally do on pothole repairs and on dig outs from our maintenance crew. We put 400,000 of funded depreciation with that because $600,000 worth of temporary repairs doesn't equal 600,000 of permanent repairs. So what we would do there is the Poen and the team would go through and choose the high priority dig outs that are on the maintenance backlog list.
Yep.
They would be dug out and capitalised. So
And that will reduce into the future the pothole repairs.
correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Perfect.
So
Good strategy. Yeah. No, I'm supportive, but I also think go away and have a really good look at it and be sure whatever you bring back, you're going to deliver, because that will be the expectation of council. If we put the funding in, you've got to be able to deliver it and to the standard. So that is my challenge to you.
Yeah, I support that. I think that's fairly clear that if we're going to give the money, we want to see it delivered by 30 June 2024, unless there's weather conditions prohibiting. But otherwise, yeah, let's not budget for something we can't deliver. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, GM.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Mayor. So just for taking that forward, our initial one, just for council, so everyone's on the same page, we're going to look to remove 2.7 million. That's what 700 plus not put Tingara over 2 or 3 years.
Push Tingara out over 3 years.
Yep, that's what we'll walk away with. At
Corndale Road will then be able to proceed.
Yeah,
because it's been in abeyance for a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's just a second seal, the second coat of bitumen essentially, which to be honest will allow us to probably get to Wandai with a bit more confidence, without being under as much pressure.
Okay. All right, everyone seems comfortable, so we'll take that. And we've got the recommendation that the committee receive the proposed 23-24 draft works capital program and provide guidance for inclusion in the continued preparation of the full South Burnett Regional Council 23-24 annual budget. Sorry, Mr. CEO, do I need to put anything about amending it in there? Do you think? Are you happy with that wording? About amending it, because we're talking about taking out 3.7.
Oh yeah, as amended, Mayor, if you wish, because it's just to give guidance. But yeah, certainly as amended is fine.
Thanks, Kimberly. Yep, and then we can full stop it out the back there. Yeah, that sounds great. So we have the motion there, councillors. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconder. Yep, Councillor Jones. Thank you. Any further speakers? Go to the vote. Those in favour, carry unanimously. Thank you all. I believe that concludes the meeting, Mr. CEO. So thanks everyone for your attendance. It's been a productive day, I feel. So thank you everyone, and enjoy the rest of your day. Meeting closed.